Oh, that's down.
And we're out here at the Texas Cup, inaugural Texas Cup tournament.
In Richardson, Texas, we have Austin Dallas up to bat.
I am Mad Dog, she, her pronouns.
And I'm Sevens, also she, her pronouns.
Heck yeah.
So we're still in the first point. Pull was from Austin to Dallas in dark. They've just been passing the disc to each other.
Playing a little frisbee. All right. Looks like she is out. All right.
This should be an interesting matchup. We have quite a few torch players on Austin, and then quite a few experienced players on the Dallas team.
Yeah, I agree. Dallas Austin's always a good matchup. Oh, we got.
Looks like it's a down disc.
Little contact there.
Austin has a disc again, trying to get a break. Not a ton of wind today. A little bit of a crosswind, I think.
All right, Jenna Bigby got it. So Austin is trying to work it in here. Goes through. Oh,
And that's a
all
break.
right.
So the score is now 1-0 Austin ahead.
I believe that was caught by Maddie. I actually played a little bit with her out in Colorado on the small batch team. I believe she plays maybe for Torch as well.
So for those of y'all at home, we'd like to welcome you to the Ultimate Texas Cup. The stream is brought to you by Alex Dougal of Dougal Sports. Camera crew includes Alex Dougal, Kimmy Wilson, Alyssa Balk, and Kevin Burton.
Heck yeah. We appreciate Dougal very much. All right.
High quality version of the game will be uploaded after. So.
Found at Dougal Sports. All right. Got a strong O-line out from Dallas.
Looks like a pretty strong D-line from Austin also.
All right. Modicar's got the disc.
That was a pull from number 12,
Right.
Caroline O'Connell.
Brooke Woldridge coming in hot. Looks like the ladies, oh yeah, big shot
Big
downfield, just goes out.
I think that was the crosswind right there.
I think so. Good run from Modicar. Austin working from a Verdi three-handle back. Let's see. Modicar stopping that. Ooh! Getting after it. Big shot downfield. Out the back.
Erin's kind of new to the Dallas scene, coming from Pennsylvania, and she's made her mark pretty fast. So it'll be fun to see her in the next few years for sure.
Heck yeah.
She, along with another Dallas player, Brisa, they're starting a new women's team here in Dallas. And then another player in Austin, Jenna Jet Patterson, is also starting an Austin women's team.
There we go. Aaron again with a nice undercut. It's all right.
That was a great D from Jessica Hartzler.
Oh, played a little bit with her on Maeve. All right, let's see. Jamming it up the line. Dallas having to play a little more defense. It's up. Oh,
Oof.
almost D'd by Danny, but Austin came down with it.
Yep, so that's a hold
That's
for
a hold.
Austin. So now we're at 2-0, Austin in the lead. Right. Oh, it is a break. Hot. I don't know Frisbee at all.
It's okay.
That's why we have two commentators. Thanks.
We'll slip that in later. We'll correct it. All right, so 2 breaks from Austin. I think Dallas has just got to
Seems like
chill
Austin.
out a little bit.
Yeah, because Austin's just working it very chilly through their handlers until they have a good deep look.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of good cuts from Dallas, and maybe just a couple things either go out or a weird bobble in the air. That could be the Austin defense putting the pressure on them.
That's true. So we're getting a
Alright,
pull
we got
from
a pull.
Duffy, Meg Duffy.
Alrighty. A little bit of a side stack going from Dallas. Meagles has still got it. Tina with a nice cut. Ooh. Hitting Veronica Coons to red. Now Meagles has got Tina wide open. Boom.
What a shot.
Dallas point. That looked clean.
Nice hold from Dallas. The score is now 2-1. Austin's still in the lead.
Awesome to see. I play with both those ladies on our Masters team. Soar.
Who's
Great
going to
athletes.
Worlds soon?
We're going to Worlds.
Yeah.
So it's cool to watch my friends and teammates ball out.
Yeah. It's always fun to watch. Some really great women in non-binary ultimate.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, and that's what I think has been really cool about Dallas Ultimate recently, led by Brisa. She's been doing a good job of making, I think, like the verbiage around social events and building the community to be like really inclusive to women and non-binary people and creating a safe space, which is really dope.
Yeah, absolutely. For anyone that's going to be in the Dallas area, there's actually a women's and non-binary pickup scheduled for March 26th.
And a cookout after.
And a cookout, yeah, so that should be pretty fun.
Chance to make friends. Love it. All right. Austin 2, Dallas 1. Let's see what the Dallas D-line has got.
That was a nice pull from Brooke Woldridge.
Brooke is an awesome athlete. I work out with her 5 days a week, 6 a.m.s. All right, Jenna Bigby's got it. Going to Carly. Ooh.
A nice put, nice and lofty. And that's a score.
It's like she let her man get a little deep.
Austin
And
holds.
Austin took advantage of it. Dallas D-line has got to get their clamps. Got to get the clamps down. But hey, it's all right. It happens.
I think that point was really good for Austin just because they broke through that first part of the
Got with
zone.
their
Really took
5
advantage
days
of that.
a week, 6 a.m.s.
Got the continues all the
All
way.
right, Jenna Bigby's got it. All right. Goal lines
Looking
getting
stacked.
sorted out. Looking stacked.
For those of you at home, just want to let you know the Ultimate Texas Cup is sponsored by the Dallas Ultimate Association, whose mission is to serve as a regional resource promoting growth of Ultimate and instilling the spirit of sportsmanship at all levels of play. And Eric, early recognition is critical, a nonprofit aimed at raising awareness of cancer symptoms and teaching young kids the importance of an active lifestyle.
Two great associations, organizations that help build the community as
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that's one thing I've really enjoyed about being part of the ultimate scene is how much of a community focus there is with the sport.
well. Mm-hmm. All right. Austin has got the disc. Veronica's staying tight on her person. It's up. Ooh,
Ooh.
good defense. It's all right.
Some good pressure.
Red's got coverage downfield. Meagles trying to stop them up the sideline. Bethany's got a good mark on. It's up. Ooh. All right. Austin jammed it in again.
Both of those players I saw at Torch tryouts last weekend. Maybe they built some chemistry there. Definitely is showing. It's a break from Austin. The score is now 4-1.
Alrighty, this is that pivotal moment in any game when the score is 4-1. I've been here a lot of times. It's kind of, in my opinion, where you gotta dig in a little bit if you're on the one side of that and not the four.
Absolutely, and it's also the time that if you're on the 4 side, you gotta not take yourself.
Not to take your foot off the gas.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think I've seen some players, the mentality, you can, at this point, you can become a little bit frustrated if you're down in this point in the game, or you can just reassess, make a pivot on approach, and yeah, I mean, my personal style is to always just grind it out.
Yeah.
You
And
know?
I think that's kind of what Dallas is thinking. They just took a timeout. They have Coach Pam, who's been a staple of the
Pam.
community.
Love Pam. She was my coach back in the 2019 season. Actually joined our team to coach a little bit late, and I mean the difference she made was incredible.
Absolutely.
We were lost, and then she came in and helped us get organized, and yeah, I mean made a big difference to the MAVE program that year.
Yeah. I'll definitely give her a lot of credit for my improvement that season because I came in right out of freshman year.
Young gun.
Yeah. It's really nice to see that continuity of people in the community.
Yep. Dallas is getting hyped. Austin's ready to go. Yeah, let's see if Austin can keep their foot on the gas. Let's see if Dallas can dig deep, dig in, get some crispy throws. I mean, the point they had looked really, really clean, almost too easy. Like every space they wanted was open. So I think the key's going to be not giving it up on O. We've had a couple points now where you
Isn't
know.
your man?
Yeah.
Isn't your person?
Mm-hmm. And yeah, with a talented squad like Austin, they're going to take advantage of that.
We actually have a pretty big crowd out here today. Just really exciting to see a lot of families of the players and just
Yeah, true. Sidelines, a little crowded. I always like that.
yeah. I also overheard some Austin people saying they woke up at 6 a.m. to drive up here today. Yeah.
All right, let's take advantage of this pull, Dallas. Migos got the disc to Red. And she's got V there, the nice cut under. Chinwee. Very nice cut, looking to reset. Alrighty. Ooh, Red's trying to work it across the field. She's got Bethany in the space. Back to V. See a nice cut from Meredith Woolley. Ooh, looking to jam it up the side. Back to Tina.
Pick called.
And yeah, we got a pick called.
So the Austin player regained position.
Alright. Tina's looking for a strike. She resets it to Meredith Woolley. Are we going to see a layup? Oh, yeah.
A big layup catch. Saving the point close to the end zone.
Chinwee and Dallas
There's
point.
the score.
Incredible athleticism on this point. Chinwee's always awesome to watch play. She's super talented. Meredith Woolley going all out for the layout catch.
Definitely saved the point there.
Definitely. We like to see it. That's what Dallas need to do to maintain possession. Fun fact, Meredith Woolley and I went to elementary school, high school together at Argyle High School.
Wow.
Nice, and that replay from Chinwee looking good. Oh, we got Carol doing some dynamic warm-ups. She ready.
Yeah, I think
She ready.
she's gonna do something cool this point.
Let's see it, D-line. Let's see it, D-line. All right, Brooke Wooldridge with the disc.
Brooke Wooldridge is one of those people that has the most interesting throws. I remember playing some women's mini league, and even in the wind, she could get a crazy inside flick.
Yeah, she's really built a lot of strength over the last couple seasons, and she can rip it.
Yeah. A lot of talent on both of these squads.
Yeah, I like to see the Dallas come back. Want to see a good game. All right, Brooketh. She, fun fact, Brooke is rostered on the Astra Los Angeles Pro Team.
Talk about a commute.
Nice pull. All right, she's getting Austin working it. See what Dallas does on some hard D. Marikar trying to stop the reset. Nice defense.
What a D by Marikar.
All right, see D play a little O.
Taking advantage of the break side.
Aaron. Team is calling to run their end zone play. Ooh.
A big D at the end zone line.
Get it off the line, but they were D'd there. Gonna have to keep it down the side of the field. All right, Austin got it off the line. We got a player deep. not there. She's going deep again. Let's see if Madikar. Ooh,
Right out the back.
a little too much protein powder. Hitting the weight room too much.
I mean, I think she's getting ready for the PL season.
Yup, that's how you gotta do it.
Yeah.
Unit season. Gain train.
There we go.
Love the off season. All right. Madikar looking to get it off the cone there. To Brooke.
A sliding
She's got a
catch.
good look deep. Let's get it. Risa stopped a little short. It's hard to read your thrower. But either way, got it down on the Dallas side of the field. All right. Emma Ackles putting on some tight defense on an undercut. Reset.
Aaron stopping that break side continue.
Ooh. Are we in Callahan territory? Let's see. Nice defense. They are talking it out.
Foul called by Caroline O'Connell on Aaron. Seems to be a push call. That's the hard thing about a contact call, because technically it's a no contact sport, but you also go with how much the other person's giving you, kind of thing. You get a little dicey as the competition's getting more intense.
Yeah, and I think, there are different styles of play, and when you're going for something in the air, you want to maintain your line, but you have to get. As a defensive player, you got to get to that space.
You got to get good body.
Sent it back to Austin. Good put downfield, out of bounds.
Madikar put good pressure on it, picking up the disc.
Katie Metzler got it middle of the field. Madikar. Emma Ackles is covered up. Ooh.
Great D by Carly. Getting under that floaty disc.
All right. Let's see if Dallas can get it back. Nice put downfield. It's blading down. All right. Brooke with a quick pickup. Dallas is ready to go. They got Madikar wide open.
Carol's been getting open a lot.
Yeah. Got decent steps.
There the disc goes, rolling away.
Tried to get a put to Erin. She had steps on her person. Bladed just a little. Let's see if Dallas can get a D and a score down here.
Yeah. I'd say the wind's getting a little more gusty than it was at the beginning of the game.
Stuff blade a little.
Good crosswind.
Ooh,
nice hand by Brooke Wooldridge.
Nice D. All right. Let's see what
Once
Dallas
again,
is like in this transition.
Once again, Carol's losing her person.
Ooh. Yeah, a couple looks on that open side, but
Nice switch call by Katie. A little bit of huck and play D going on.
a little bit. Throw is out. Looks like there's a non-contested foul. And
Once again,
let's
between
send it
Aaron
back.
and Caroline. Stalls in on 0.
Ooh.
Pick called. Looks like it did affect.
Pick call. Let's see here.
This is
Sending
going
it
back.
So the Dallas players caught up, or the Austin player went back. very close. Great bid. Good effort.
Big attempt. Disc goes back to the thrower.
Yep, I guess there was another foul.
I'd say so.
Say so. Reset to Carly. Puts it right back.
Can't tell what force they're holding. Neither can the sideline.
All right, Brooks putting on a mark.
Looks like it's more force
Flick
flick.
force, it's up. Ooh,
Another score.
good effort by Emma Ackles.
So that's a hold. Score is now 5-2.
Carly got position there and scored for Austin. It's a good point overall.
A lot of motion.
Yeah, a lot of different possessions. I think that Dallas really looked pretty good in terms of getting open. There were definitely some decent looks. I don't know if it's just timing off between the handle and the cutter. And then, it's tricky. Sometimes you just have a bobble on a reset.
Yeah, and I think that point, there was a little bit of wind change, which was definitely noticeable on the big looks from Dallas. In case y'all were wondering why you're watching this, the Ultimate Texas Cup was made possible by organizers Bethany Earpart and Katie Metzler, who activated women's communities across 3 different cities to make the Ultimate Texas Cup possible. The logistical load was shared by Camille Gertzner, Alyssa Balke, Emma Bronnenberg, Mari Carr, Lafita, Brisa Diaz, Mary Futsad, Kat Bellegarde, Emma Wynn, AJ Bredd, and Carly Garrett, all with the purpose of showcasing women's ultimate in Texas.
Yeah, a lot of effort and time put into this event. We appreciate it. Righty, back at it. Austin pulled it out. Meagles is bringing it to the brick.
We're in a host stack with Bethany and Tina and Meagles back.
All right.
Nice follow by Jasa.
Oh. All right. Austin's got it again. Working it up the line. Let's see if Tina can get some defense deep. All righty.
That was some good pressure on the mark.
Jason, nice and open again. Getting it downfield. Chin weave, looking to see what's... All right.
Ooh, a sky by Meredith.
Again with a good catch. Back to Tina. And call, I guess,
Got a
on
pick.
the field.
Pick from the middle of the field.
Yeah, pick called. And it's in. Right, Bethany, the disc. Oh!
Ooh, Tina for the layout score.
Tina. Excellent. Layout score. Tina Morris, class act.
Absolutely.
She does a good job of taking control of the points. I think she was got every other as they were working it down.
Definitely getting open a lot. I will say that was a good mark held by Juliana Thompson, making sure that
Yes, sir.
there was no break option, so the handler there took advantage, took the force.
Yeah, it's a good point. All right, now we're back at it, Dallas. On defense, need to see a break.
Yeah. I think we're down 3 breaks right now.
Yeah, you can see Tina working it here. Just does a little whoop-de-doo, catches it in the corner. A little whoop-de-doo cut.
Definitely a technical term right there. If you don't know that technical term, you might want to go brush up on your lingo for this new club season.
Yeah, but like you're saying, I mean, I'm really appreciative of Katie and Bethany kicking this thing off. I feel like they're kind of the catalyst behind this whole tournament.
Absolutely, they've been doing a lot for the community recently.
Yeah, they've coached.
UTD women's team,
Mhm.
Whiplash. It's looking pretty good this year.
Which has been a program that's been really cool to see grow and just improve.
Yeah, it was actually started by one of the ladies that
All right,
was
it's up.
rostered. Oh, here we
Brooks
go.
on it. Let's see if she can get the D. Good pressure, no contact. Dallas disc. All right, Emma coming out with a hard, crispy cut. Ooh,
Layup
good
key
effort
attempt.
by Austin.
Number 7,
I
Maddie
feel like
Easton.
Dallas is playing with some intensity here. I see the pace pick up. Carol's got it. Resets it to Katie.
Pick called, pick called.
Pick called out of the stack, it looks like. Did it affect? Let's see. Okay, so they're sending it back.
Did in fact affect the play.
All right, good communication on the field about what's coming in on. All right, Emma Apples. Ooh, she's got Bree Welfner open downfield. Tamati Carr working it up the line. She'll be looking to reset or... Oh, jams it in, not quite in.
Right on the end zone line with Danny Edwards.
And Dallas
And a score.
point. All right.
That's a break for Dallas.
That's a break. Believe it's the first break for Dallas. Great to see. Needs to happen. And you know,
Dallas is definitely
chipping away at that little lead Austin had on him.
Yep. We're at a 1-point difference now.
As a D-line player, you love to see it.
Absolutely. I'd say this is what D-line players really dream of. Getting behind and then really working it down the field, getting some strong Ds.
Yeah, you need the breaks. You need the breaks. Yeah, I feel like I just noticed Dallas picking up the pace a little bit.
Yeah, running through those cuts really hard.
All right, we got a swaggy line. Brooke Woldridge gonna pull again here. See everyone strategizing on the D-line, talking about your matchups, how to work together between coverage downfield and on the marks. Let's see what they throw. Solid pull. All right, Austin going vert stack.
Nice pressure by
Carroll's
Brisa.
on it. Big put downfield. Nice put.
Getting a lot of hype from the sidelines.
Dallas with a quick transition. Danny's going. Let's see.
What a put by Marikar.
Nice put. Didn't come down with it. Now Austin's looking to... Resets up. Ooh, nice bid.
Nice
Trying
bid
to keep
attempt.
the disc alive. Dallas has got it on the in the red zone.
That bid attempt was by Rebecca Smith, also known as Tex.
lightning.
Yeah.
All right, Kay met with the disc. Ooh. Close.
Very close. That was a great cut by
Close.
Danny.
Danny's shaking it off. All right, Dallas got to get back on D. Modicar shading a little bit in the middle.
Getting a bit of a forced backhand.
Yeah, we got a forced backhand mark, switching it up. Modicar doing some good guarding. Ooh.
A little floaty
Interesting
dish.
throw, a no looky dishy.
I think that's Austin keeping it weird for you.
I think that's awesome. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, foul called. Ooh.
You get fouled and you get hit by the disc. It's only fair, I guess.
Yeah.
By your own coach, too.
By your own coach. Resets it. Modicar stopping the motion of the disc. Forcing under that backhand side.
Big mark by Bree.
All right, they got a, okay, break throw.
Brisa's
Dallas
going
is
deep.
pushing downfield.
What an in cut by Brisa.
Mm-hmm. All right, Bree with the disc. Nice. Carroll looking for deep look. Excellent. Danny there again. To Brooke Woldridge. Let's see if she comes down with it. Heck yeah.
That's a score.
All right.
Another break from the Dallas line. Scores are now tied, 5-5.
Another break. 5-5. Let's go.
Talk about digging deep and
Digging deep.
getting the game back on. That whole point, Brisa was really putting in the work.
Mm-hmm. She's
Making-
going all out.
Yeah, she made all the defense a little nervous.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes, you know, ultimate, I think about it a lot like football, but so I love the cutting patterns, but it's different than football in that you don't get to stop.
Yeah,
You got to keep going.
absolutely.
So,
Takes a lot of endurance.
you know, sometimes, hey, you're not the person that catches the score, but because of your ability to make crispy cuts or just grind it out and put the coverage where it's needed over and over and over and over, no matter how long the point.
You really keep the defense having to work for it, keeping them on their toes.
All right, yeah, let's see what Austin comes up with here. I've been seeing a lot of vert stack, I think.
Yeah,
Just kind of
one of the
rolling with it, it seems like.
one of the organizers of the Dallas team, Bethany, she loves Verstack. Can't help but thinking the rest of the team shares that opinion.
All right, Bethany's gonna pull for us. Yeah, if you're just joining here, Dallas is pulling. It's 5-5. Dallas has come back from their 1-4 deficit. And it is a good game.
If we're going by strictly breaks, Dallas is still behind a break. But the D-line has really been putting it into gear. So it should be a good point. So we're getting closer to half. Flat mark by Chinwe. Preventing those deep looks.
Nice. Meagle's doing some good face cover there. Looking for the deep. Not there. Yep. Gets it to Meredith. To Red. Meagles for the reset.
Great snag by Aaron downfield.
Nice, Bethany wide open there. We're in the red zone again. What are we gonna do? Jam it down the line.
Ooh,
All right.
sick catch by Chinwe.
Little laser to
Another
Chinwe for
break.
the score. Great effort by Austin defense, hitting the ground.
Another break.
Another break.
Dallas is in the lead for the first time in this game.
Yeah. Yep. They dug out of that pivotal 1-4.
Yeah, they actually just got 4 points in a row.
It's great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're getting close to halftime. I think there's halftime is now. I think halftime now is also called by time, not just necessarily score. Kind of like with the end, which is very confusing. I think that's part of the new rules.
Gotcha.
At least that's what the chatter on the sideline seems to be talking about.
The new rules.
We gotta love new rules. Always making the game a little more interesting than it used to be.
Yep, I tasked myself with the opportunity to be on the rules committee for my Worlds team, helping learn the international or WIFTA rule set and the hand signals, which is really cool.
Interesting. I read an article recently that the WIFTA rules have changed a little bit so they match USAU a little better.
Let's get it. Yeah, they're a little different. It's been interesting to learn. I feel like committing them to my brain. I've got a little bit of time, but I took it on because they're definitely not my strong suit. You know, I like playing, but I'll be honest. Sometimes rules will get away from me.
Are we supposed to tell them, like, this is the...
There's always a lot of technicalities and.
Oh. Wow, came back.
All right. Brooke Wooldridge with the pull. Solid pull, great position. Brisa is cranking it downfield, putting good defense on her person. Jenna Bigby with the disc. It's up.
Cram it down the cram hole.
All right, big put downfield. Let's see if Brooke can defend it. Both players fighting to get position. Oh!
Oh,
Solid defense.
that was great positioning.
Yeah,
Solid
it was a good job of boxing out your person, but not fouling.
Yeah, you can definitely see the experience in that play.
Brisa again. Hitting Brooke. Carroll is streaking downfield.
Bree completely lost her person for a while.
Hey, nice flow, Dara, nice flow.
Got a pick called on the field.
All right. Resets it to Madi Carr. She's got Emma on the right side. Hits Brisa again.
Hey, Bree, your coach.
Hitting it to Carroll. And down the line to Madi Carr. Really nice flick.
Another break from our Dallas squad.
D-line is turning it up.
Yeah, they came to play. Saw Austin was trying to take the points from them. Came back to claim their territory here in Richardson, Texas. The University of Texas at Dallas in Richardson.
Heck yeah, Brooke.
Some talk on the field.
Yeah, I think maybe this is the discussion around halftime based on points or halftime based on time.
A lot of confusion on the field. I think both teams are actually all on the field.
You thought we didn't have to...
All right, so we have another point coming. in this half.
So now we're gonna play to 8. I guess now we're gonna play.
So halftime is defined by time, but it's once you hit that time, you have to play one more point. Well, play to the point, play to another point higher than the highest scoring team at the time. So now we're playing to 8 for half.
Gotcha.
So it could be after this next point. Maybe not. We'll see.
No round.
I think the crowd just seems to be growing as we get to
Yeah.
a warmer
right.
time.
Awesome. I love to see a busy, crowded sideline.
Yeah.
It's the most fun. All right, nice pull by Bethany. Carly with Austin's got it. Kicking it over to Bree with Austin. Mayor Woolley with some good defense. And
Great
Maddie
fake by
from
Carly.
Austin going deep. Good man-to-man coverage by Veronica.
Great pressure by
And
Chinwe.
we got a turn. Red with a quick reset to the middle.
You hear Coach Marie of Dallas on the sideline.
Mayor Woolley open. So, yeah, it looks like Austin's throwing a little bit of a zony, cuppy thing.
And the Dallas sideline is talking a lot to take care of that.
All right. Nice little bladey throw to the open space.
A break taking us into half.
Coombs comes down with it.
Another longtime member of the Dallas scene.
Yeah, she's awesome to play with. I really hadn't got to play with her until Masters Championship last summer, and that was a delight. She's a captain on that team and someone I really, really liked getting to know, getting to play with.
Very nice. And my only experience with her is getting beat deep, playing mini.
V will get you.
Yeah.
She's an incredible athlete. Gang, gang. Well, yeah, thanks for
Tuning in.
chilling with us and tuning into these games. It's been a really good game. We'll see what Austin comes back with. You know, if you've ever, like, you know, you've been that team that's up from the start, and then the other team takes half. Usually, I'm pretty not happy.
Yeah, the sideline talk for Austin must be pretty intense. Talk over here is pretty lively, having a good time talking with
Yeah.
the fans.
Yeah, you can tell Dallas is stoked.
Yeah.
Which is fun, you know, and it's tricky when you have this time in between because you got to maintain the energy.
Intensity for sure.
Mhm.
The weather is getting nicer though, so should
Yeah,
be a lot of
that's
fun.
really nice.
Started out this morning here in Dallas, 20s or 30s. But the sun's out. We're supposed to get into the 50s later today. So great day for Ultimate.
It is a great day.
Yeah, no wind at the moment. Our guy Alex from Dougal Sports giving us some
Holding
wind
it down.
updates.
Always holding it down. Yeah, he's got a really good setup here. We would not be able to give everyone access to Texas Ultimate like without him. So
Yeah, some great women's Texas Ultimate. You can see down the hill on the field just below this one, the Houston team has arrived in
ooh.
some blue jerseys, I think. They're warming up. They must have had one heck of a commute.
Yeah, that it's like I've done all these drives and it's not too far. Like it's definitely doable, which is cool that we can take advantage of getting to play like good teams in our state. It's not really too crazy of a trek
For sure.
distance, but
Especially now that there's quite a few women's club teams that are forming. We have Dallas Twisted. It's being spearheaded by Brisa Diaz and Aaron Curry. And then we also have a team out in Austin, kind of spearheaded by Jenna Jet Patterson. There's another team in San Antonio called Venom. It's going to be a good season.
That's awesome.
I'm sure
Yeah.
Crush City's coming back too in Houston.
Yep. And it's cool because, definitely, I mean, between I feel like there's kind of a rivalry sometimes. Well, maybe it's just personal, but for everyone between Dallas and Austin. But honestly, there's just a ton of overlap in between those players. Oh, and this is Brisa.
Brisa,
Where's the camera?
this is
Y'all
the
should check out Twisted, DFW Women's Club team. Can y'all hear me? Check out Twisted, okay? Alright, that's it. Twisted plug.
Yep. That's Brisa. Great player. Got to play with her on Mave with sevens.
yeah. She's been putting in the work
She's been putting in the work.
over this COVID
Um,
season.
She's the type of player that goes to practice and then hits the weight room right after. So really good work ethic, and yeah, like we said, doing, just putting it out there, making an effort to have like more social gatherings around frisbee, which is so cool.
Great way to get new people into the sport.
And after the couple years that we've had of some less social times, it's nice that's an option and someone's thinking about that. But
Absolutely. And just women's ultimate in general, because I think last club season, the only Texas women's team was Crush City, right?
yeah, totally a less desirable situation.
For sure.
I feel like Dallas is having a bit of a
Rebirth.
probably a good moment. Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
Because it's challenging, It's hard because you can seem like you're throwing shade on the mixed side of things, which isn't necessarily my intent, but
Because the mixed scene is great.
we had a weird season last season, in my opinion, in Dallas, and I guess for everyone it was probably weird coming out of the pandemic. And
I think the weird part about mixed last season was there were some teams that were comprised of men's players, open players, and then women's players, but not necessarily mixed players, which is very interesting to see. Because it is a different game when you're playing mixed versus women's or mixed versus open. Just different styles of play.
yeah, it definitely is. But and it's like that happened because there wasn't like a definitive
Desire.
maybe for women's, or it was late. I mean, I don't know. It was just kind of a little bit of a void last year, but it's cool to see Brisa and Aaron stepping up to make it happen.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think it's going to be great from everything I've been observing.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah, but I was saying that, there's such a rivalry between Dallas and Austin, but at the end of the day, there's so many players that have played like a lot with when you think about, Jets, UTD alum, Caroline O'Connell, played with her on Mave. A lot of fun.
And then the Torch team has, at least last Torch team had a big player of the Dallas community, Abby Thorpe, on the team. And then we're seeing a lot of Austin from Torch, so it's been nice to see a lot of women coming together in Texas for the Texas Semi-Pro team.
Yeah, totally. I agree.
Could not have asked for a better day. Really enjoying the weather.
Yeah, I ultimately for the club season just want to see. Yeah, I think we got to take a hard look at the programs here because it was kind of a Colorado sweep, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was
mean-
crazy.
We, I think the women's programs, like a women's team in DFW, was kind of impaired to the success of the state.
Absolutely.
The section itself, that bid has been having to get earned by Austin Showdown, but
That team kind of folded.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know
Yeah.
if they're coming back this season or not. I haven't been as plugged in, I feel like.
I think the Austin team that I've heard of is more of a rebranding or maybe just a new team other than Showdown.
Going through their own
Yeah, revitalization like Dallas is.
which has got to happen. I think everything, as different players are having a maybe more of an influence on like leadership and culture within those communities, and that's how teams and things change and form.
Absolutely, as the more notable names are going into more Masters leagues and Masters club teams. Definitely changing up the dynamics.
Yeah, but I think as the women's programs excel, it's going to give more, especially younger players, more touches, more like opportunity for competitive play and playing more roles on the field. Like, I don't know if your experience was this, but I feel like a good huddle cheer.
Yeah, looks like Dallas is getting ready.
But yeah, you kind of see, you kind of start out in that cutting role on a team. And as you get a little bit more comfortable with the disc, you can get into those handle positions. Yeah, like you were saying when you played Maeve, getting a good amount of playing
Yeah,
time
for
that
sure.
season.
For sure. That was a crazy
2019
time.
Maeve. That was a rowdy time. Learned a lot. Captaining that year, I learned a lot.
We had like 2 solid handlers at the start before we discovered who would want to step up as a handler. That was crazy times.
Yeah, it was interesting because we were going to pretty high-level tournaments like the SFIs and such, and for lack of a better term, just getting stomped.
Yeah.
But I feel like it was important to say, like, hey, like, we're getting crushed by some really experienced players when a lot of these players, and this is kind of what I was saying earlier, was like the average age of the DFW team is 29.
Yeah.
So, like, you think, getting older, you're going to get slower, you're going to get this or that. I mean, that's not the case. We look at some of the women on Dallas, like the fastest ladies on the field, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Mari Carr.
Mari Carr,
She burns me all the time.
Yeah, your age is, being young's not going to save you sometimes.
No.
You don't get juked.
That's true. Definitely don't want to guard you, that's for sure.
Hey.
So we're coming into the second half of this game. Dallas is up 8-5.
8-5, Dallas lead. See
Yeah.
if they can hold on to it. Close this game out.
Dallas scored 5 points in a row last game. So we'll see if they can keep up the intensity and if Austin can bring back the intensity that they had starting the game. If you're just now joining us, Austin started this game with 2 breaks right off the bat, really making Dallas work to get to the score we are at now.
Yep, it's been a good game. Seen some good ultimate. And a lot of intense plays. I mean,
a lot of
maybe
layouts.
the last 3 or 4, it's like it hasn't happened without someone hitting the ground.
Yeah.
Which is just super fun to watch.
Yeah.
Definitely the type of ultimate we like to play.
Yeah, for
We
sure,
both
for
go
sure.
hard. We lay out.
Remember you doing a layout D on me during practice back in 2019.
I was, yeah.
That was intense. And this game is even more intense.
Even more intense. All right, Brooke with the pole. All right, Dallas, Austin coming out with their side stack.
Pole was just over at half field.
Caroline with the swaggy throw, trying to hit
Red
Carly
going up for the D.
out the back.
Out the back, past some lawn chairs, too. Almost to our camera.
Kevin Burton on the camera.
Kevin Burton on the camera.
All right, good play from Austin. Did not convert.
This was picked up by Katie.
Katie's got it to Brooke.
Keep
Gets herself
towing.
in the inbounds. Reset. Carly's got it. Danny peeled off her man to put a mark on. Breeze throwing a flick mark. Ooh.
Great cut by Carly.
Austin jammed it in. Yeah, that was a quick little cut. Oh, no, yeah, we, Austin started on offense.
Ah, so that was a
scored,
hold.
So they had a hold. Yep. All right. O-line's looking good.
Halftime adjustments.
Well, I mean, I think on that, Austin definitely came out a little more strategic, looked a little bit more like running a play, but, you know, had a little, not a bobble, but just overthrow on the reset, and
Just good defense, keeping her head on a swivel from Carly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like good high-level players like the ladies from Austin, they're going to eat that up every time, so I think...
Like we were saying earlier, this is a high-intensity game with some all-stars from two great cities here in Texas.
Yeah, I think Dallas is just going to, keep the intensity up, but rein in any nerves or
I think that's the hard part about
unforced errors.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that's the hard part coming out of a halftime.
Mm-hmm.
Just getting back into it.
All right. Good pull there from Austin. Okay, we got a little bit of a zony look. No, it's just the handler.
Just a little poachy. Overthrow.
Real close. Let's see, Bethany put some good coverage downfield. Oh, yeah, Tina
great
trying
cut.
to get it back. Throwing a nice mark. Oh, nice layout by Jasa. Getting back on D. It's up. Let's see.
Risky play.
Ooh.
Ooh, what a snag by,
Austin player got position.
I think that's Sierra Jensen, CC.
CC coming down with it.
Saw her at Austin tryouts this past weekend, and she was
Yeah, she did a good
a
job
great
of
teammate.
getting in position there.
Definitely some quality play. Good quality play, not just quality.
Good quality. Yep, I almost thought Tina was going to get that D.
Yeah.
She had that look in her eyes that you get when you're
want
maybe
it.
the cause of a turn, and you
Yeah.
got to go back and make it right. So good effort.
Austin's closing in on the lead that Dallas secured at the end of the
Mhm.
half.
They're keeping it close.
Really putting on a show for all y'all at home. Trying to keep y'all tuned in on the edge of your seat.
Keep you hyped. All right.
Solid
Nice
pull.
pull.
Solid floaty pull from
Solid
Meg
pull.
Duffy.
Yeah. All right. Red's got it. Reset to Meagles. What are we running here? It is zone, yeah.
Looks like a junk zone.
This is finally an actual zone.
There's not that much wind.
Oh, found Chinweed. Yeah. Back to red. Snuck it right past defender. Working it. Ooh.
Ooh,
Ooh.
ooh.
Wow. A lot of things happening there.
Yeah, we had a great layout bid from Duffy. And
Great
then
layout bid.
almost a snag by.
Almost picked up the trash.
Yeah.
All right, they're cranking it downfield. Good effort from
Ooh.
Austin.
Stall called? Foul called? Another foul call by
Let's see, the players are talking it
Caroline
out.
O'Connell. Caroline O'Connell saying that her hand got hit as she was releasing the disc. No contest. Coming in on 0.
All right, Tina on the mark. Oh. Violation. Players moving before.
Everyone violated
Yeah,
according
disc
to
was
the
in.
field. Everyone's finally set.
All right.
A good run by Carly.
Good
Once
put,
again,
good run.
she ran for that first deep shot. Then the second one. Really putting in the work.
All right, Dallas seems like they're taking their time to get the disc. They had a really pretty chill time working it through the zone. Just at the very end, looked a little clustery. Maybe a miscue on where the disc was going. Let's see what they come up with. Nice.
Ooh.
Ups from Tina, and she's got a player downfield. Jasa wide open.
Watch the feet.
Excellent.
Not in, not in.
She's gonna look for their handle. Tina again. Nice, finds Meagles on the break side. End zone is called.
Once again, Tina was
Good look. Good look
There.
at Tina. It almost like that maybe the throw came off her hand. Weird. Would have been a nice break. But hey, I mean, both times Dallas has had an easy time working through that zone.
yeah, for sure. Tina's really putting in work.
Mm-hmm.
That look in her eyes still there from
Right.
last point.
Breeze got it. Oh, yeah, another big shot downfield. I was going to say. She's probably going to rip it.
I think this is a huck and play D point.
Yeah, Austin's decided they just want to keep it down on their side of the field.
Yeah. Make Dallas put in the work.
Simple strategy, an effective strategy, it can be.
A classic, actually.
Mhm. Ooh.
And that's why we
Right.
play huck and. That's why we do huck and play D.
Yeah, yep. Dallas is going to need to play some clamp defense. It's up. Aaron with ED.
Aaron was ready for that.
Yeah, she was
See her
ready.
in body language.
Ate that up. All right, Dallas is working it. We need to get some more poppers going, I think.
Or we just continue it down the field, I guess.
Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, we
You can hear Coach Maria saying, we gotta move, we gotta move.
Yep. DFW having a pretty easy time. Handle of resets, you know, that's by design. Oh, found Chin Wee through A hole in the zone.
Time called by Tina.
Timeout.
A veteran move right there.
Yeah, yeah.
Would I ever
You
call a
can
timeout?
trust Tina.
I wish. Someone bring me water, Tina. Yells to the sideline.
Look at those good teammates. Yeah, and this
And the Austin sideline asking, do you want us to grab anything?
holding it down.
Delightful game to watch on a great Saturday.
Quality water, girl. Yeah, this is an awesome game. I mean, this, I think the reasoning behind the timeout was, you know, we've seen it twice. Dallas has had an easy time breaking through the zone, but not being able to convert and get that point. So, and this is pretty important. I mean, off the half,
important
we've
point.
seen Austin, chip away at the lead, and
Dallas has yet to score this half, so they're probably antsy to get that point.
Antsy to get the point and kind of, get control of everything again. Emma Ackles waving. I was
Giving
like,
y'all
oh,
a
to
show.
me? Waving to us. Super good vibes. Really, Sevens and I get to play with all these ladies, and they're just sweet people if you can't tell.
Yeah. Brisa crawling in between the huddle to grab the water bottles. She's really a player's player.
Player's player, yeah.
Do I know what that means? Not exactly.
But you want to be it. I want to be that.
Yeah. A role model. So if any of you guys are a little younger, wanting to get into Ultimate, look at these people. They're great role models. They've been in the community for a while. They all started out from nothing. They're not nothing now.
All right, Dallas has got a plan. Interesting positioning in the field. What are we going to do here? Yeah, very well might be just a simple. Yep. Nicely dispersed, and we're trying to bring it around to the break side of the field. Ooh,
It's all right. It's all right.
technically worked, but hey.
Good cut by
Got
Duffy.
a little bit of a drop. Meagle's getting it back on D, red. Carly pushing deep again. Tina hot, making sure the reset doesn't happen. It's to Bree, to Carly. Nice defense so far. Good marks from DFW. It's up.
Meagles wants it.
Oh,
Ooh, Meagles gets it.
Nice.
That's some
A
experience.
little bit of a sky there from Meagles. Oh.
I wouldn't say that's a little bit.
Lot of it. She just made it look so chill.
I think that's the definition of her.
Yeah, Chinwee's got steps. Tina looks, resets.
We got Bethany with the disc.
Tina says, I'll do it. Streaks deep.
Jace
Nice
was losing her
reset.
person.
Good ups.
Ooh,
Nice.
great work. Run through Tina
Alrighty.
once again.
Yeah. Tina was a solid player throughout that point. Aaron as well.
Dallas gets a hold for the
Good
first time this
hands.
half.
That was like after maybe that point we had 3 goal line attempts.
Yeah,
Um,
quite a few. Definitely a vet move from Tina.
vet move
Taking a
calling the timeout.
timeout.
It can get mentally pretty You can get a little frantic when you get down there multiple times within a point, but that really worked out.
Dallas sideline is hyped up right now. Coach Pam walking across the sidelines, looking very official.
She's got the strategy going. She's zoned in.
Mari Carr's doing some dynamic warm-ups, ready to blast down the field.
Yeah. Yep.
What if we saw a Callahan? That'd be really cool.
That'd be cool. Wouldn't surprise me coming from Marikar.
Very true. Speed for days.
All right, Brooke with the pull.
Floaty.
Yeah, let's see if Dallas can maintain some intense D here after such a long point. Ooh, Brisa getting in there. Yeah, Brisa.
Brisa putting in work.
Oh, this is a good matchup between Brisa and Maddie. Super quick players. You like to see that.
And both high intensity.
Dallas disc.
That was some good safe play from number 7, Maddie. Making sure not to run into the other team.
Oh, Brisa's tearing it up. And Bree is like cranking downfield. It's up. Ooh, a good look. Just a little overthrown.
That was from Danny, trying to shake it off. You heard it from the sidelines. Let's go, Brisa.
All right, 2 cuts to the... Oh, Brisa close again.
It's a great snap.
Big look coming.
Here
see
comes
if Marikar can
Marikar.
get there. I think it was maybe out or, yeah.
Out long ago. For those
Brooks
just tuning
starting
in.
some cuts early.
Brisa also starting a cut early.
All right, it's in, down the sideline. Wow, found Carroll. Brooke found Carroll with a swaggy little up the line throw.
And that's
A
a
little flick.
first break for Dallas of the half. We're at 10-7.
And if you notice there, I love it how Brooks, she's good at making the mark move. You know, she got him to bite on the break side and then just a little flick downfield. Carroll's nice and open.
I always love it when a handler fakes just using like their shoulders or upper body. Very loose. My college team likes to call it a wiggle, if you will.
Another technical term.
Exactly. We're all about technical terms here. We're very professional. For those of you just tuning in, this is the Ultimate Texas Cup, and the stream is brought to you by Alex Dougal of Dougal Sports. Camera crew includes Alex Dougal, Kimmy Wilson, Alyssa Balky, and Kevin Burton.
Yeah, can't thank y'all enough for making this live. I really enjoy getting to watch Ultimate on Saturday. If it's in, you know, not my city, I can't see it live. It's super dope to just be able to pop on YouTube, really wherever. I'll watch it at a bar. I'll watch it at my, parents' house hanging out. Like, I love it.
Yeah, 2 people of Dallas community that
Dope to
recently
get a live
moved
stream.
are watching it out in Colorado.
Yeah,
today.
right? It's so cool that they can access this.
Hopefully get to see their friends do some cool stuff. Yeah, Texas. Called from Austin.
Yeah, gotta remember, all Texas here.
Yep.
All right, good
Beautiful
pull.
pull.
All right, Caroline looking downfield.
Quick feet by Mari
Some
Carr for
good
a hard
defense.
mark.
Oh yeah, some heads up D from V. Ooh,
Mari Carr just
Ooh.
wants to play more D.
ooh.
An active mark.
Dallas has got to be mindful. Austin's been liking to push it deep.
I think a lot of them are shading them under.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, Bree putting some good coverage on Jenna Bigby. That's a nice matchup there. Ripping it downfield. Let's see what we got. Oh,
Was that a volleyball? I
awesome
think someone
D.
just spiked it.
Spikes it to Brooke. And Katie nice and open. The stack's got to move a little bit. Emma coming in with a crispy cut to Bree. All right.
Smooth continues.
Nice. Brooke got on the break side. Brooke to Meredith Woolley for the score.
Another
Excellent.
break. Score is now 7-11. It's actually my
Looking
stepsister's birthday.
Fun fact.
Yeah, in case you want to know more about sevens.
In case you want to know more about sevens, come on out to maybe the what was Bree's event on the 26th?
26, there's a cookout and a little bit of pickup. It starts at 10. 10 to 12 is the pickup. Location is TBD.
Yeah, if you're listening and you're in the Dallas area at least, DFW, we've got a group me. Maybe just like comment on the video or something, and we'll try to add you to that group me so you can get information about where all these ladies are playing. It's pretty good thing to be tuned into just for like pickups, mini leagues, and all of these ladies are in it. Even some of the players from Austin, actually, because like I said, they move. You know, we moved from the two cities, kind of just like some osmosis.
Yeah.
People change.
And just because you move doesn't mean you're out of the community.
You're out of it, yeah. Like Jenna Bigby, that's my homie. Moved to Austin, but still playing on the Dallas Ladies Masters team. Still plays with Public Enemy, for example. Oh.
We're being
Hope you guys
serenaded
can
by the
hear it.
sideline.
Axel's coming in with the big energy, coming in with the sideline cheers. Love to hear it. It's my favorite part of Ultimate. Maybe my favorite part of Ultimate is the cheers. They're
Oh,
pretty
those are
rowdy with
crazy.
it. They're rowdy with it for sure.
Always an ooh, what a pull. Some finesse right there.
Yup.
Spin
Meagles
pull.
with the spin pull, cranking it downfield.
And she's the
She pulled
last
that.
one.
She pulled that.
Legs for days, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
High release break back
Yeah,
hand.
let's see how. Oh, yeah.
Magnet hands right there.
Yup. Aaron's gonna have to play some tight D. Jenna Bigby will cut you up if you let her. Oh.
Snip, snip, if you will.
Oh. Yup. Jenna's a force.
It's a hold from Austin.
It's happened to everyone. That right there, you just get cut up.
Yeah.
Pretty much my style is to get in front. Get in front, just be an obstacle.
If you can.
That she can slow her down for a second. Here we're seeing that cut again. See, she gets it, and then she just freaking,
Turns on the jets.
yeah. I think she was fastest woman in Ultimate from the 2019 season. Public Enemy went to Natties. They do like a race.
They do?
Mm-hmm. All the, like, it's just like, I think it's just if anyone wants to join, and then they just do a race downfield like all the women and then all
Wow.
the men.
That's crazy. I
And
think
see
that's
who's
a good
fastest.
competition. The only competition I've done at a tournament, immediately after a tournament in Ohio, I think, we did a food eating contest. It was not fun. Shotgun 2 sodas, back to back.
Interesting juxtaposition against a race.
Yeah, you can definitely
versus
tell the
food
quality
eating.
quality of tournaments right there.
And that's also what's kind of awesome about Ultimate in and of itself, is that it can be a little weird. In
Just
a
like
good
Austin.
way.
Just like Austin.
Just like Austin. Just like Austin. They keep it, what was it?
Keep it weird.
They
Yeah.
keep it weird.
Weird.
Yeah.
It's all tech bros.
Yeah, they gotta keep it weird is the important thing. But yeah, I love that. I've been talking with some of my, well, let's get to this poll. Oh. Mm-hmm.
Great catch by Meg Duffy on the sidelines. I think the disc wanted her to be on the field.
All right, let's see if Dallas can, DFW can use this.
Taking it to the middle of the field. Jet Patterson given a flat mark.
Nice initiation play. Oh, Jaso with a nice cut. All right, let's see a hard mark here.
Forces flick, a little flat for right now.
Mm-hmm, little flap.
Ooh, what a D from Meagles.
D from Meagles.
And
She's hitting
she's-
the end zone. She's wide open. Jaso, oh, Red will put it. All right.
Textbook right there.
All right. Love it.
Bookends.
Bookends.
And that
Love
is
that. I
a
love to see a
hold.
quick transition to. You can tell she's ready to go.
Yeah.
Glad Red picked up on it.
A hold for Dallas. Our score is now 12-8. A huge smile on Meagles' face. Great point.
Nice.
Just to let you all know, the Ultimate Texas Cup is sponsored by the Dallas Ultimate Association, whose mission is to serve as a regional resource promoting growth of Ultimate and instilling the spirit of sportsmanship at all levels. And it is also sponsored by ERIC. Early Recognition is Critical, a nonprofit aimed at raising awareness of cancer symptoms and teaching young kids the importance of an active lifestyle.
Super important. I love the self-advocacy for health.
Absolutely.
It's teaching kids to have like language around their health and their bodies. That's super important.
I think it just got brighter out here. Maybe I was just looking under this tent for
did.
too long.
Yeah, we've been in the shade.
Might have
The
to go
Dougal headquarters.
the Dougal Den.
The Dougal Den.
Production.
The production tent. The production tent.
Production
There we
tent.
go.
We're all about technical terms here.
All about technical terms. All right, Brooketh coming in with a big pole.
Strategic pull.
Mm-hmm.
Get it to the flick side of the field. Big flat mark by Brooke.
Oh,
Ooh.
nice defense. Didn't get it. Let's see. Brisa and Maddie match up again.
Brisa completely shut her down.
Maddie Carr and Caroline. Ooh, break comes off. Wow.
A
Lady
layout
throw to the end zone.
right
Austin
during a
comes
gusty
up
wind.
with it. Nasty break throw from Caroline. And yeah, Austin point.
Yeah, the point trading begins with another hold.
Mhm.
They've been holding, both teams have been holding for the last couple of points. Score is now 9-12. Dallas is in the lead.
Seems like it got a little sunnier and it got a little windier.
Yeah. guess that's how weather works. Hot air
Especially
moving
in
to
Texas,
cold
man.
places. Not a
Been
meteorologist.
extremes.
Yeah, it was very cold this morning. It's supposed to get in the 80s this week here.
It's wild.
Yeah. We're keeping it weird weather-wise,
Mm-hmm.
just like the Austinites.
Just like Austin. All right, we're getting down to the wire.
Hard cap is after this point, according to the sideline.
Sometimes the sideline's right.
I think they're trying to confirm with White. Dallas is trying to confirm with Austin
Yeah.
before
It's
they
always
pull
good
it.
to get consensus.
Consent is key. That is hard cap going off via
All right.
alarm.
Yeah, nice pull from Austin.
Meagles for the
All
pickup.
right, Dallas is set up in a horizontal stack. Chinwee initiating. Reset to red. Put it to Bethany. Tina coming in. Ooh.
Ooh. Carly
A
with
little
the D.
overthrown. Nice cuts though. Jets got the disc.
That's the bid look.
All right. Puts it up.
Ooh.
Oh,
A great D by Carly.
got it downfield.
I think Bethany said, "Get out of the way, Carly." And interesting little
Interesting
D.
D. Or yeah.
Getting to that point in the game.
Yep.
Oh,
Nice.
a sick grab by Jasa.
Sick grab. All right, Jason. Nice. And a little break action.
Carly
Ooh.
once again gets the D.
Yep.
She's a formidable force on defense
Yep.
or on offense, just on the field.
All right, let's see what Dallas can do here.
Chinwee making sure the disc goes down.
Need to get some more movement from the stack. Nice.
There goes Jasa.
Heck yeah. Meagles and Jasa connect on that.
Once again trading holds. Our score is now 9-13.
Yeah, that's awesome to see Jasa score on that point because that's a really athletic play.
Yeah,
Kept the disc live again.
absolutely.
One-handed grab.
I think that
she's
is game, actually. I think.
Oh, right on. All right.
Thanks so much for joining us for the Austin-Dallas matchup of the Ultimate Texas Cup. Our sincerest thanks again to the Dallas Ultimate Association and Eric. Early recognition is critical for making this showcase game possible, and for Dougal Sports for streaming the game. On behalf of our production crew, I'm Sevens, saying thanks for joining us, and also thanks for Mad Dog for joining me in commentating this game for y'all. We have more great games coming up, so be sure to stay tuned for the entire exciting lineup. We have Austin versus Houston at 12 p.m. Central Time, Dallas versus Houston at 2 p.m. Central Time, and in the future All-Stars Dallas Youth Showcase game at 4 p.m. Central.
Yeah.
That was fun. Welcome back. We've missed you.
I missed you. Welcome back to the second game of the day between Houston and Austin. Austin coming off a hard-fought loss against the Dallas squad and just bouncing right back and getting ready to start this game against Houston, who's coming out in a host act starting this game.
Yeah, the Austin squad is a little smaller than the other squads with 14 people here today, and then the Houston squad has around 18. So we'll see if the fresh legs make a difference. Great bid from number 17, who's Emily Garnier.
Houston coming out really active already. You can already see just Austin working hard on that person defense, coming out, protecting the force side, and Houston exposing that, putting it across, and great
Ooh.
bid from Carly Garrett to get the opening D of the game.
Carly has been a defensive force all of last game, and she's coming back with a vengeance for this game too.
It's nice to see that the first game didn't leave Austin too tired, at least early on in this point. As the opening hut goes off, Houston with a great defense.
Great pressure from Cece, number 27.
And we get to see the Houston offense work through it again, coming off of a long warm-up as they got here a little earlier than expected. Puts up a huck beautifully to the back corner to get our first score of the game, a hold by Houston. And here we get to see Carly lay out, get a full extension, just the fingertips, all that's necessary to get that D right there. And Austin with a great opportunity that ended up getting squandered as Houston was able to capitalize on the open side once again.
All during that point, there was a lot of cheering and chatter on the sideline, especially after that layout D.
And here we're set to get our first look at this Houston D-line coming out for the first defensive point for Houston. Because we didn't get to do introductions earlier, my name is Griffin Miller, and I'm sitting here with Sarah Evans.
Yep, some
more
know me
commonly
as
known
Sevens.
as Sevens. Oh. Oh, geez. Wasn't hoping for that. Hey.
What's up, guys? Welcome back.
Welcome back. We're super pumped to be here. Happy to be on the mic to highlight these phenomenal female matching players in the Texas Cup, which hopefully will become bigger and bigger each year.
This is our inaugural Texas Cup.
Inaugural Texas Cup. First game was a phenomenal game between Dallas and Austin. Dallas coming out with the win. What did you see from that game? I know you were commentating on that as well, specifically from this Austin squad.
Austin was really working it down the field. Quick passes, working through the handler, and just really working on spacing, which is a challenge for Dallas to really deal with.
This Austin squad is not lacking experience in the slightest, bringing back a lot of players that have been staples in the Austin community the past couple years, such as Caroline O'Connell, and here's the major. Ooh, huge up from number 9 on Austin.
I believe that's Rebecca Smith, also known as Tex. There's a little dispute on the field whether she was in or not.
Seems like there's great communication going on between both squads to figure out exactly what's happening, where everyone needs to be, so that we can tap this disc back and see how this goes. Austin with a lot of patience on that look, and then finally capitalizing on an open receiver downfield.
With a
Seems
phenomenal
like all set up.
sky.
Jenna Bigby with the reset, trying to attack the break side. Finds Caroline O'Connell for the goal to bring it back to keep it on serve 1-1. Austin with the hold.
This should be an interesting game. Last game, I had overheard some Austin people saying they drove in here to Richardson starting at 6 a.m. and the Austin team also had, the Houston team also had a pretty decent commute. If you're not well known, well versed in Texas geography, they're both pretty far away.
Texas is like that, all spread out. We're so grateful that these phenomenal players and athletes would drive up here so that we can get this entertainment for the day. But I'm excited to see this Austin D-line. They generated a turn last point with a great layout from Carly Garrett and put a lot of pressure on the handler resets, causing a lot of uncomfortable looks upfield and just to make sure that it was not as easy as possible to move up through the field. But this Houston O-line being fresh so far has been really solid, just taking care of the possession.
Yeah, this Austin D-line is pretty solid. They got a lot of breaks last game. I think it was around 5 or 6 breaks last game. So let's see if they can keep up that intensity.
It's interesting. It seemed like in the first game, Austin came out with a lot of zone looks, maybe to preserve legs for this game, but they seem to be opening in a lot more person defense, making sure that they apply pressure where it needs to be and just trusting each person individually. And Carly Garrett with another D. Moving quickly to try getting a fast break opportunity, puts it up, still on the break side. Tex with the score, and that's our first break of the game. Austin applying pressure on those handlers, like we mentioned, just able to capitalize on a missed read from the Houston center handle, and just punch that first break in. That's exciting. That's momentum.
Absolutely. And Austin team is definitely feeling that momentum, keeping their heads up.
We know that Ultimate is a game of runs, so anything can happen. Austin last game opened up with 2 breaks, if I remember correctly, and then Dallas was able to come back from that 2-break deficit and was able to eventually take the win. So it's anyone's game, but it's great to open up with getting one of those breaks and getting 2 hard-fought Ds on the first 2 points.
Absolutely.
Definitely changes the mindset.
Yeah, it's a huge mental game. If you haven't played Ultimate before, it's really easy to get in your head. But if you can stay out of it, get some good points on the field, your team's all the better.
So you've played against a lot of these ladies before, these phenomenal athletes. What are your major takeaways? Who are some people that we should be watching on both teams?
I'd definitely be looking out for Meg Duffy. She's a pretty formidable force. She's on the semi-pro team in Texas out of Austin, which is Austin Torch. There are actually quite a few Austin Torch players on the Austin team. I had the privilege of playing with them and against them this past weekend at tryouts for Torch. There's a lot of talent coming out of there. Excellent pull right off the bat from Caroline O'Connell. Looks like they're going back into a zony defense.
A lot of confusion from this Houston O-line as a high-release lefty gets put into the backfield, completed, and trying to get organized back again through the middle. Keeping this zone is looking like it's collapsing really, really well on these handlers so they can't get super comfortable and get a lot of space.
Yeah, I'd like to see the Houston team look a little deeper.
Up on the sideline, and just the wind takes it a little bit. It is not incredibly windy here right now, but it is gusty. There are moments where the wind picks up, and it's really hard as a thrower to be able to adjust accordingly.
It's a great mark by Ballsy from
See the
Houston.
Hunt go up from Maddie, and it is completed. That's 2 breaks in a row for Austin. That's a great opportunity. That's great momentum. You have to think that Austin's feeling really good about this 3-1 start. Again, great pressure on that first point. Missed a huck downfield, but they're okay taking those shots and being able to come back and capitalize on 2 clean holds after getting a turn. That's something you got to feel really good about.
Absolutely. Their D-line is very resilient. In the last game, they would trade possessions with Dallas and still come out with the score, just like they did here. On the Houston team, we saw on their O-line last point, number 55, Ballsy. She's she's a formidable force. Played on Crush City before. Very loud sideline presence. We might be hearing her from the camera during this point. For those of you just joining us, this is the Ultimate Texas Cup, and the stream is brought to you by Alex Dougal of Dougal Sports. Camera crew includes Alex Dougal, Kimmy Wilson, Alyssa Balke, and Kevin Burton. They're a great crew, and we're super excited to have them out here. And I think they're enjoying it too, because the weather is just getting better and better as the day goes on. It started out in the 20s this morning, and it's supposed to get into the mid 50s. The sun's out, just a few gusts of wind every now and then. Pretty great frisbee conditions all around.
Now that it's warmed up, it's definitely good frisbee conditions. You don't think about 20 degrees in March when you think about the Texas Cup as a general terminology, but that's the reality of what it is today. That's why you're seeing a lot of long sleeve jerseys. I have a feeling we'll see some of those long sleeves change to some short sleeves, especially on this Houston team as it warms up and they get running and moving more. But yeah, definitely glad that it warmed up. It's still a little gusty as we see this zone look from Austin again, trying to force some uncomfortable looks as a shot just is a little bit out of the range of that Houston cutter. And Bree Stedman with a huck just a little far, stayed in the play of field. But again, those are the shots that you want to be taking, especially when you have a zone that you feel comfortable is going to force those turnovers and uncomfortable decisions by handlers.
Absolutely. That seems like a trend that Austin's been doing, is going for huck and play D, letting the other offense make the mistake for them.
Well, knowing that Austin's coming out in the zone and running it pretty heavily, I'm really excited to see how number 44 on Houston with the disc right now, Anastasia Foster, responds and is able to capitalize on this. She is a phenomenal player that I've seen play with the torch and just constantly destroys defenses, breaking through right there. Oh, and just goes a little too quickly, the turnover. But that's the player I'm looking to see blow through the zone and just attack opportunities and just make plays all day from this Houston team.
Huge mark by Anastasia Foster too.
Great sliding layout from Juliana Thompson, number 23. And a pick is called.
A lot of chatter on the field of whether it affects and where the disc should go. I'm also looking at number 23 for this game, Juliana Thompson, originally from the DFW area. She played on Melee this past year. I think it was her freshman year. She's definitely going to be a growing threat as she gets older and gets more experience. She already is.
A lot of Dallas expats on this Austin team, which we love to see as the greater Dallas community we're both part of. Caroline O'Connell, originally from Marcus.
Score.
Great goal from Tex. Tex again, making sure that her fingerprints are on this disc for this game. And the celebration to follow is what we love to see. That score was great, but the celebration was what we really like to emphasize. So what makes this sport so fun.
Yeah, there's definitely, in my career, I've seen quite a few interesting spikes. Some a little more dramatic than others. I remember in the club season, one of my teammates kicked the disc very high in the air. Thought he was going to pull a hamstring.
What a great way to go out.
Yeah.
Guns a-blazing.
After you just scored.
You go out saying you're uncoverable. Unguardable. Austin rattling off 4 straight scores. 1 hold and then 3 breaks in a row. Exactly what we're looking for. They're feeling good. Hard-fought loss in the first game. If you missed that, it's definitely going to be something you're going to want to rewatch as Dallas was able to take that win over Austin. Just tons of runs and lots of high great plays from both teams.
Mhm.
And we're already seeing great plays this game as well. 2 huge skies for goals already. A layout D from Carly Garrett. I mean, that's the stuff that we love to see. We're excited to see more of, as we're only 5 points in this game.
Yeah, it seems like we've been out here longer just by the high quality plays and points that we've seen thus far. Looks like we're gonna have a strong D line once again from Austin. A lot of fast legs and experience on that side.
Another Dallas expat, Jenna Patterson, more commonly known as Jet, wearing her UTD Monstars jersey, now known as UTD Whiplash, but still repping the Dallas community, even though she now lives in Austin. We love to see that. On the Austin squad, still playing Dallas. And an unfortunate turnover by Houston in the dump space, giving Austin a short field as Bree Stedman goes to pick it up. Bree's been solid all game, this game and last game for Austin, as their O-line and D-line center handle, and just making sure that she's making completions.
Carly once again getting a lot of space from her defense. Contested catch right there. And a score caught by Duffy of Austin for another Austin break. That's 4 breaks in a row.
Houston's already called one timeout to kind of recenter themselves, figure out what they need to do. It seems like they just called another timeout, or they're calling lines, but if you're the captains and coaches of Houston right now, you want to make sure you're recentering this team. This game is nowhere near from over. 5 goals in a row can be just as easily swung either way.
Absolutely.
You just want to recenter yourself, figure those things out, and know that the mistakes you're making are a lot of just fundamentals, little things that you can be working on individually, and just focus yourself again.
This is actually very similar to how the Dallas-Austin game started, so I'm sure Austin is wanting to keep their foot on the pedal, really working hard, not letting Houston get back like Dallas did previously. For those of you at home, the Ultimate Texas Cup is sponsored by the Dallas Ultimate Association, whose mission is to serve as a regional resource promoting growth of Ultimate and instilling the spirit of sportsmanship at all levels of play. It's also sponsored by ERIC, Early Recognition is Critical, a nonprofit aimed at raising awareness of cancer symptoms and teaching young kids the importance of active lifestyle. Both 2 great organizations that if you're in the DFW Ultimate community, you've definitely seen their acronyms before.
Well, Eric's involved in more than just Ultimate. Right now they're representing a couple athletes playing at the Waco annual charity classic in disc golf in Waco right now. So sponsored athletes from Eric everywhere. We love to see both of those organizations helping support women's Ultimate as a whole in Texas. What we love to see, and we're excited.
Absolutely. The Texas women's and non-binary Ultimate scene is looking pretty promising for this coming year. There's a team rising out of Dallas, spearheaded by 2 of our Dallas squad members called Twisted. There's another team coming out of Austin, spearheaded in part by Jenna Jet Patterson of our Austin squad. Crush City, I'm pretty sure, is coming back from Houston. San Antonio even is bringing out a women's club team, so it should be pretty interesting.
It's going to be exciting.
Yeah.
Coming from last season where the region hosted 2 women's division
Teams.
teams.
Yeah.
It'll be nice to see added competition, added representatives there, as all of them will be competing for national opportunities.
Absolutely.
Because this region has been strong in the past, usually hosting 2 bids, but recent history has only allowed 1 to go to nationals, and they've represented solid through the past couple of years.
Absolutely. Yeah, it should be interesting for Texas to have a good women's division, since we didn't have any last year, and it'll give us a better chance of getting a bid to nationals, I think, because this past club season, Colorado took it all.
Colorado sweep. We don't like to talk about that, Sevens.
Sorry. So if you're in Colorado, you're welcome for me giving you guys a plug.
Sevens, what do you want to see out of Houston's squad right now? You just came out of a timeout. You're trying to recenter. What you know that Austin's probably going to come down in that zone look that's been working the past couple points. What are you hoping to see as the little takeaways?
I'm hoping to see some good popping looks. Oh, maybe not a kick of a disc. That's one way to gain yards, I guess.
I knew she was going to have an impact on the game. I didn't expect it to be 15 yards on a free kick.
Wrong sport. That's all right. A lot of people starting out in soccer.
Well, you can already see Houston's O-line feeling a whole lot more comfortable. They stretch that deep to allow open space from these cutters and these wings as everyone kind of collapsed in. They recognized that was maybe something that they could have improved on, and I love seeing that in the first couple throws, as now we have a discussion again as to a call on the field. You have to imagine that Austin is going to come out in person now that Houston's in the red zone, and Houston's just really looking to capitalize on this opportunity, getting in the red zone for the third time today. First time with a layout D from Carly, and now second time scoring, and now right here.
There's a big swing. Reset to the middle of the field. Looking for a strike. Number 33 shuts down that possibility.
And a great inside look to get the hold again, make it 2-5, Houston with the goal. And that's what you really want to see out of a timeout. I mean, you can't really ask for much better than a clean hold all the way down the field, solid completions, stretching the field, making sure that you're maintaining possession, because you don't want to give this Austin squad easy, short opportunities.
Absolutely. That was a great call by the leadership of the Houston squad, really centering the whole crew. For those of y'all that are tuning in, there's a huge sideline presence on both sides of the field. Lots of fans out, come and enjoy the weather and support the women Ultimate community. Really cool to see. Lots of kids too. So the future of Ultimate is here.
Great to see. Really exciting. I'm excited to see this Austin O-line come out once again. We haven't seen them since the second point of the game. See the fastest woman in Ultimate, Jenna Bigby, tear up this field again will be really exciting, especially knowing that they have the throwers out there like Bree Stedman, Caroline O'Connell, and even Carly Garrett. And Juliana Thompson has been known to be able to hit those spaces too. So I'm excited to see how this Austin O-line is able to turn this corner again, get back into clean offense, and just capitalize again. Make sure that these breaks don't come for granted.
Absolutely. Yeah. Austin will be looking to really maintain the lead that they have right now. Solid 3 points ahead from 4 different breaks. Since Austin brought such a small squad, it's been interesting to see how their chemistry just continues to build every point. Which I think that's an advantage that they probably have over the 2 bigger squads that they've been competing against. Just knowing what to expect, especially under pressure, what someone's going to decide to do.
Exactly. It looks like Captain Laura Landis was calling a play that she really feels comfortable with, and we'll see this Houston line come out ready to get some of those breaks back. I mean, there's a saying in Ultimate that O-line loses games, D-line wins games. So you know that breaks need to happen. It's all just giving opportunity. And Houston responding with their own zone, and Genevieve on this sideline, working it up. That
streaking
zone
down
got
the
broken
field
pretty quickly. And Austin just looking to capitalize on fast break movement, puts it across. Jenna to Carly Garrett, but there looks to be a call on the field. Call on the field. Hold up on the celebration. Carly spiking it with excitement.
And sending back to the handler.
The elbow spike, going full WWE on the disc. But there's a call on the field. It looks like it will go back to Jenna Bigby. Still in the red zone, still looking at a good opportunity to capitalize and score. This is tapped back in.
Reset. Trying to get to the middle of the field. Back to Jenna Bigby. into the hands of Juliana. For the actual score this time.
The goal from Juliana Thompson to Bree Stedman. Really solid point by Austin.
Yeah, it was a great play, way to keep their heads in it. Just fundamental offense, really.
I really like that look by Houston coming out with the zone after letting off so many breaks and seeing the success in these gusty conditions. Right now it's died down, but there are moments where it can pick up really unexpectedly. That Austin O-line was prepped for it. They knew exactly what they needed to do, and as soon as they broke through that initial wall, they were able to just go off to the races.
That's all they needed to do, just break through that initial wall and keep the disc moving.
So, Sevens, you've been in these opportunities before, these spaces, these harder places as a team, coming back from 4 breaks down. What do you think that the mantra on the sideline is, this D-line that's talking through it on this Houston squad? What do you think their message is to each other?
Probably to stick with it and really work on chilly, good throws, not really going for something crazy. Just trying to get some momentum going. You're a coach. What would you tell your guys in this situation?
Well, it's definitely a hard situation to come back from, but it's not. It's a game of runs. That's what I'd be preaching, is that opportunities are going to come. This Austin squad is coming off of first game already today. We have fresh legs. They're capitalizing on it. We needed a little bit more time to warm up would be my excuse, but as a D-line, I'd be talking through, look, we just got to keep applying pressure to our handlers, making sure that these opportunities are going to come, but then when they do come, we need to capitalize. We need to make sure that when we get the opportunities to punch in a break, we can't be making a fool of ourselves. Or that's obviously an exaggeration.
Big strip.
As a big strip on the mark. But I just be preaching the same thing that we've been talking through all game, which is just opportunities are going to come. We just need to capitalize when they do come, and that we just need to trust the rest of our system. Huge layout, a little short on it, and Austin looking to capitalize and get another break under their belt.
Great catch by Juliana.
Huge D, getting it back.
Great D from number 20, Nikki Gilbert.
That was just a great play, catching up on a striking offensive player to get a huge D and let Houston's O-line just work again. A little bit of a missed shot, missing the execution. A huck going up, Houston players in the area, able to come down with it in the end zone for a score. Goal, Houston.
It should be interesting. This is the first real competitive tournament that we've seen this season thus far. College is just beginning to ramp up, so it'll be interesting to see how all these ladies really feel about how they played today, and how that's going to affect how they get ready for club tryouts and whatever else may come.
Exactly. I'm really excited to see the future All-Stars game later on today. A lot of the college kids that have been practicing together or without some of these players, get on the same field and share the spotlight with each other is going to be really exciting.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
There are a lot of players that are already here watching and just learning from these veteran players that have been around the game for longer than they have. But the future's bright. You mentioned it earlier that the future's already here. And I'm excited to see that game and watch these younger players just continue to just ball out.
Yeah. The future is here, but also it's important to note that a lot of these big names, they might be up in age, but that means nothing about their skill. Mad Dog said in the previous game that the average age of the Dallas team is 29. So just because people are older does not mean that they've gotten any worse. More than anything, they've probably gotten better.
We see a unique roller pole cut
It's coming to us.
Carolina O'Connell will tap it in, moving her mark phenomenally with just her fakes.
And a low
Great
throw.
shot up line to Carly Garrett and just forcing it up the open side. Wow.
Quick
That's
turnaround.
pretty. That's just clean offense. That's difficult to execute. It's a
Mhm.
whole lot harder than what it makes. They made it look like. Hitting that quick up line on such a narrow field, same third to then hit the following person, from Carolina O'Connell to
I think a lot of that comes down to their chemistry. They have the timing for all of their cuts. It's really just textbook.
really just textbook. And that original cut by Carly is a difficult cut to be able to actually throw to. So credit to the throwers to be able to hit that, and then for her to just have the awareness to find Jenna Bigby in that corner, knowing that that's those two played Public Enemy together, so they have that chemistry and know exactly where they're going to be, which is just exciting to see, and we get to see it translate here in the stream.
Yeah. For those of y'all that are just tuning in or kind of wondering what exactly you're watching, this is the Ultimate Texas Cup, which is made possible by organizers Bethany Erbhart, Katie Metzler, who activated the women's communities across 3 different cities to make the Ultimate Texas Cup possible. The logistical load was shared by Camille Gertzner, Alyssa Balke, Emma Bronnenberg, Marikar Lafita, Brisa Diaz, Mary Fuzat, Kat Belgard, Emma Wynn, AJ Beard, and Carly Garrett, all with the purpose of showcasing the great talent of women's ultimate in Texas.
We're very thankful to all of them for their hard work in making this a reality and making sure this stream, this field site, this game is accessible to a lot of people, which is what we really, really are excited about, highlighting and showcasing women's ultimate in Texas.
Absolutely. And a great pull to start off this point. Getting some handler movement early on. Looks like a very tight cup given by this Austin squad.
Almost like a 4-person cup as this Austin comes down
Something
in another zone look. They stay in it despite being broken through it once and force a unfortunate turnover in the backfield again as Austin tries to capitalize. Jet picking it up the disc and looking downfield, swings it. Big gainer upfield by Austin, looking in the red zone to try capitalizing. Inside shot for the goal and the break. 8-3 Austin.
I think that might be half. Yep,
That
looks like
will be
halftime. So Austin takes half 8-3. I'm sure they're feeling great. They did not take half in the last game, so this is a good turnaround. So if you're in the Houston squad right now, what would you be saying to them?
The Houston squad, I feel like they've done really, really well in very particular aspects of the game. Once they get to the red zone, they've been really, really solid. They've been capitalizing when they get down there. 3 goals, all holds thus far, but only getting down in the red zone 4 times, and one of those times was the huge layout D to start the game.
Right.
So, to me, if I was trying to talk through this team and figure out what's going on exactly, we're making mistakes in the simple parts of the field. The red zone's the hardest part of the game. That's what every coach is and every player is trying to hit through, is that's the hardest part of the field, because that's where everyone is there.
Right.
They're struggling a little bit in the full field and capitalizing against the zone. We saw success when they were able to stretch that deep, but instead they still get a little clustered there. So I'd be re-preaching that we're doing great in the last 20%.
Yeah.
We got to focus on the first 80.
Just got to get there.
Just got to get there, because we're solid with the disc. We know what we're doing. We're just making mistakes on the little things. It's just tweaking those little bits, and that's going to come with a little bit of time. I expect this Houston team to come out in the second half and just be really dialed in on those opportunities, not making those unfortunate turnovers in the handler space, because just a little bit of uncomfortableness against a zone look that's just preventing everything upfield, working on dumps and swings, and just being able to capitalize on those opportunities so that you can continue to be great in the parts where they've been really, really great. And I'm looking at this Houston squad, and I look at these names, and I know that they have the capabilities to do that.
A lot of power on this
A
line.
lot of power on this team. Anastasia Foster, who I already mentioned before. We've seen Sarah Mahler make phenomenal plays already throughout the game. AJ Beard. These are great players and athletes that are just going to come out here and I think can really change the second half and make this game much closer and maybe even come back and win it.
Yeah, for sure. Just talking about AJ Beard, what a career she's had. Started way long ago, and that experience is really showing on the field.
And that experience is going to be pivotal here as you're coming. Every Ultimate player has been in a situation where you're down by 4 or 5 breaks. That's nothing new, but that's why you want to have so much experience on that team so you can recenter and figure out what those little tweaks are, because the main goal, the main focus has been the same the whole time. We're out here to compete, we're out here to win. And you have this experience so you can find the little mistakes that you're making and how you can adapt it and how you can change the adjustments that you need to make in your game plan so you can capitalize on this short and tired Austin squad.
Yeah.
They're playing 2 back-to-back games on lower numbers. They had some unfortunate drops in the past 48 hours. It happens. But know that their legs may not be able to hold out as well as yours are. And you
Especially in the second half.
Especially in the second half. I'm guilty of it. I get tired. I start playing worse.
I don't get tired.
No, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sucks for y'all.
Not sevens. Only Griffin. But
Yeah.
that's what I would be talking through with this Houston squad. If I'm talking about Austin as a whole, this is your last game of the day. Right? Some of them may be playing in the Futures game after.
I think the Futures game is mostly just Dallas.
This is your last game of the day.
Yeah.
I know you have low numbers of legs, but you're 7 points away from a great turnout at the first Texas Cup.
Yeah.
And
Just leaving it all out on the field.
continue to do what they've been doing. What I've been really loving about watching this Austin squad is their fakes are phenomenal.
Yeah.
Their fakes from Caroline O'Connell to Bree Stedman, who have been steady in the backfield, making sure that they don't have those unfortunate turnovers that give short fields. Both of their fakes are just absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah,
making sure that
dominant
they're
handlers.
communicating with their cutters downfield and moving that zone. We saw the one time that Houston came out in that zone look. Just quick breaking through because they were able to throw those fakes, make sure that they're communicating with people, and then find the open opportunities because the defense has to adjust. They have to respect that because they've hit those spots before.
Exactly. Definitely threatening handlers. And they know it too.
And that's what's great about having so much veteran presence on the field. Right? We talked about AJ Beard and what they bring to this field, but the veterans of Bree Stedman, Caroline O'Connell on this Austin team really are just nice to have a solid person there that if you do feel uncomfortable for whatever reason, you have the solid resets right behind you. Is really it's unspoken.
For sure, for sure. I'm just thinking about that cup that the Austin crew threw. I would not have wanted to be a handler in that 4-person cup.
Those are tough.
Yeah.
Those are tough, especially with this gusty wind. Again, for the most of the day, you won't see it affect a lot of throws. But there have been times where our papers have been blown off the table.
Yeah.
We were losing our notes trying to scramble, and we're just sitting on the sideline. A disc is obviously going to fluctuate severely in those conditions, and we want to make sure. I mean, that's tough to evaluate, especially as a veteran thrower. Get back on camera. But what would you be if you were a player on this team, on this Austin team? What would you be wanting to talk through and figure out what you can continue to work on throughout this last half of the game, knowing that you only have potentially, I mean, at best case scenario, 7 more points to be here at the Texas Cup?
Yeah. I mean, of course I'd want to do something cool. Like, that would be the dream. I don't know. I'd maybe look at doing some pull plays, trying to get some cheeky movement downfield, seeing what they can do with this lead that they have at the moment. And just having fun. Like, at the end of the day, this whole tournament is to showcase talent and just the community that Women's Ultimate has. Really bringing us all together, getting hyped for the club season, and getting hyped for the Women's Masters team going to Worlds. It'll be a lot of fun.
Really exciting. And we're seeing a lot of the Houston handlers already back out on the field, working on their throws to make sure that when this Austin zone comes back out, they're ready for it. Austin's shown their hand a little bit in the first half, knowing that that's what they're trying to run. Low on numbers, it's going to be something that's going to happen. And so this Houston offense wants to make sure they're ready for it. They've already talked. They've talked with their adjustments. They know what they need to do. Now it's just about execution, making sure that you can actually put the disc in the end zone. That's the most important part of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's simplified as score more points than the other. But this sport is all about runs. Anything can happen. 3-8. We've seen bigger comebacks. We've seen leads been blown because this is all about momentum. Like you mentioned, you want to make a big play. I think Houston has that same mantra. Make a big play, get momentum back on our side, get this Austin team to start reacting and being put on their heels.
For sure.
Having to respond differently that way, I think is a good start. And then from there, you can start just chipping away at this lead. Get a couple breaks here. Focus on what you can control.
Yeah.
And just know that the opportunities are going to come because that O-line has been very, very clean from Austin. But they're going to make turnovers. It happens in this sport, especially with this Gus that can pick up at any point in time and capitalize on those opportunities once you get them.
For sure. I think that'll be the interesting point of this first point. Houston will be on defense against the formidable Austin O-line. And if they can really get a break here, that'll be huge.
Looking ahead outside this game, Austin would have played their 2 games. We have a Houston-Dallas matchup coming up next, which is looking to be a phenomenal game. High numbers of both teams, so legs shouldn't be as much of an issue.
For sure.
What are you hoping to see, and what are you excited about for that game?
I'm excited for some pretty good matchups. One thing we haven't seen too much is a lot of fast breaks from the Houston squad. The Dallas squad's didn't do too much of his own, so I think there'll be a better chance of getting some person matchups really contesting the disc.
Yeah, I mean, this Houston team looks really, really solid. They're still knocking off some of that rust of the drive this morning.
Right.
Those drives are tough. This Dallas team is lucky enough to sleep in their own bed and not have to worry about that. So I'm excited to see how each of those teams match up. It seems like they both are playing very similar styles of frisbee. And Austin has done really well adjusting from the first game into the second game, finding what worked from against that solid Dallas team, what adjustments they needed to make, and now applying it to this Houston squad that's going to play very similar. I think Houston is very much has the capability to do that exact same thing. Find the adjustments that need to be made in this first game, and then come back in that second game and just be looking really, really solid.
Yeah. It'll be exciting.
We have
Can't wait for halftime to be over.
we still have a great second half upcoming for this game that I'm sure both teams are going to come out ready and excited for as this opportunity doesn't come every day to get streamed, to play with all the Texas teams prior to the club season, especially with the goal of it being to have the sport be accessible and to have fun.
Yeah.
Club season is a little bit more competitive.
Just a little bit.
Just mindset-wise,
right?
But the games are high intensity and exciting, and these teams, all the players on these teams, I'm sure, are translating that energy of just high competitive excitement and happy to be on the field. 2020 season wasn't able to happen. 2021, a lot of people still didn't feel comfortable and still don't feel comfortable, and that's totally fine.
Yeah.
But we're starting to see more people come back out and start playing outdoors and coming back to the sport, which is exciting to see.
And this is also the first opportunity in a while to have women's ultimate, like high level, because even yes, we had a club season in 2021, but it was mostly mixed. A lot of these people played on mixed teams, whether they are mixed players preferably or not. So I'm sure I know a lot of the Dallas people are excited to be playing with women for a change, because it's a completely different dynamic.
Texas Twisted.
Yes.
Hearing the name, they've been sharing the stuff online, and I've been excited to follow throughout the year. It's knowing the players that I know are involved with that. It's going to be set up to be a phenomenal team.
Absolutely.
For everyone, all women and non-binary who want to play on that team. And great community, great culture, and I'm excited to see what they do throughout the year.
Yeah. If you are going to be in the DFW area on March 26th, there is a women's and non-binary pickup from 10 to 12 with a cookout after, hosted by Twisted, but you definitely don't have to commit to playing Twisted. It's really just to grow the community here a little more with some socials, especially after the past few years not being able to interact with each other as much. So that should be fun. Yeah.
I know that Austin also has women and non-binary pickups on the regular that you should be able to find through the Austin Ultimate Association, I think is their name, through their pages on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. You should be able to find that. But go on out if you're in those communities. Enjoy the community as a whole. You have some phenomenal people out there that we have the luxury of being friends with, and we just
Absolutely.
want to share that with everyone. Looks like halftime is winding down. Austin is sending their line out there to get ready. Houston is getting their final huddle to just re-emphasize those points, major takeaways into the second half, and just get out there. So I've mentioned my major takeaways, what I think both teams should be working on. What are your bullet points, one for each team? What's the one thing that they should be highlighting and hitting home?
I think Houston should be working on chili passes and a little more quick with them, trying to make sure that the zone can't set up. And I think Austin just needs to keep their head up, really work through each other. You can see right now Austin is trying to get stretched out, trying to get their legs ready for one last half.
And Houston's running across to split the sideline. They're ready. This is going to be an exciting time. They get to come out with an opportunity to break. They're going to be pulling to this Austin squad that's been solid all game. But this is the opportunity, like we talked about, just gain momentum from that first play and just get Austin on their heels and respond back in this game because it's anyone's game still.
For sure.
Austin sending out their formidable O-line that has been solid all game so far. Carly Garrett, Bree Stedman, Caroline O'Connell, Jenna Bigby, Jet. So it should be really exciting to see how if they're able to pick right back up where they left off after the first half of really solid frisbee, or if Houston's able to apply that pressure, dial it up, and get some momentum back on their side. This game is all about runs. I'm gonna keep saying it until someone else says it back to me. But we'll see. Artie, great cuts, and a
Pick
call
called.
already. A
Got it.
pick call on the opening cut. That's what we like to see.
So the Houston player gains back position.
Caroline O'Connell looking deep, gets the reset to Jet, looking break side, able to capitalize. And that Austin's done phenomenal with that. Finding the break, great huck by Bree Stedman, sitting up there. Great
Beautiful
goal.
look.
Bree Stedman.
So
Bree Stedman, they opened that up with that first original backhand, that backhand fake, like we talked about. That initial pump was able to move that mark all the way over to give them that phenomenal inside that just sat there and just trusting your teammate.
Absolutely. That's why they've been holding so much.
And as
Scored 9-3.
As you can see on that replay, that backhand fake by Bree Stedman just opened up the rest of that field so that they could put that great shot inside. If you're Austin, that's how you want to respond. That's how you want to come out of that half, just going out there and reasserting yourselves.
Getting
Hey,
a hold.
We're solid. We're not going to make those little mistakes right out of the gun. You're going to have to put a little bit more pressure on us to do that. And Houston, you like what you see there too. There was a person contesting every throw, and just capitalizing on those opportunities and just taking that one extra step. We saw their huge D on this up line earlier in the game, where just finding that inside lane, just the smallest mistakes is what you need sometimes, and just being able to capitalize.
Exactly. Just need to find it.
We'll just get our first look in the second half of this Houston O-line coming out, talking through exactly what they probably talked about there. That D-line from Houston is already talking on the sideline again, and they're just ready. You can tell, you can see by the way they're communicating on the lines already, they're excited to get out there and excited to play.
Yeah, Houston line talking to the sideline, asking for good communication,
Dancing on the line is what we like to see.
getting really hyped.
Anastasia Foster. I'm excited to continue to watch her play. She was phenomenal with Crush City last season. And here, initially, we're already seeing Houston stretch that deep, and that's what I really wanted to see. they had success with this early, and so I think that it could translate more as you see their resets and just a little bit more open. They get a little bit more space through these gaps as that deep. Who Caroline O'Connell has been phenomenal all game, just eating up some of those shots that just go a little too long. Making sure that she is out of the play is a smart decision, and you have to respect those deep looks.
Absolutely.
Hammer
Like
coming
that
across,
deep look.
beautiful. Oh, beautiful throw and execution. Just those are hard to bring in sometimes as it's coming upside down. Jenna Bigby with a great grab on the sideline, looking for a throw upfield. Finds Caroline O'Connell, sitting the huck. Texans down there. Great D.
Great D from number 25, Jennifer Lee Genjamin. Wonder where that nickname comes from.
We know there are great ultimate stories for all of these, as it seems we have an injury on the field. Hopefully everyone is okay. Being a little rattled. Everyone looks okay. Smiles on faces.
Oof.
Ooh.
Dicey. Big look.
Caroline O'Connell in that deep space.
Yep.
Phenomenal.
Proving why she's the deep.
I would have really loved to see Maddie pull the trigger on that layout there. I don't have best perspective, so I know that they made the best play for their body, their team, whatever. But it looked close to me.
Oh,
Ooh.
nice try.
Great break by that Austin team. Houston just missing a couple of those opportunities and just Austin able to capitalize.
For sure.
We talked about that in the framework of what Houston needed to do once you get those turns, just being able to capitalize. Austin just applied great pressure with that zone 2 times in a row and just was able to capitalize once they got those opportunities.
For sure. Yeah, if I was the Houston team right now, I would really be wanting to get a break. I guess we have to score first. But the Austin team has already had 6 breaks this game, which is crazy. Their D-line is really going bananas.
They've been playing really well, and it's been really fun to watch. I have loved watching number 7 on Austin, Maddie Easton.
Yeah.
They've been throwing this Blady flick all last game and this game that I have been fanning over since the first time it was thrown. It has so much rotation. It just comes out so crisp and clean, but sits, which is just crazy that we can actually see that in execution time after time. And that's how Austin was able to open up the side of the field. They were able to find it. Maddie was able to find that throw again, put it across to Jenna Bigby, and just let it sit there as Jenna, fastest woman in Ultimate,
There we go.
was able to run onto it and just capitalize on it again.
Yeah.
So that throw has been crazy. I was fanning over it all last game, and finally we saw it again here. I'm excited to see it again. I'll have to talk to them after the game and see how they throw it so well.
Not only do they have great throws, but in the last game they had an incredible matchup against Brisa Diaz. Both players are incredibly fast, and selfishly I hope that they run person defense just so I can see some good matchups.
Well, that's why I was so excited to see Maddie potentially lay out on that, because I know they're not afraid to lay out.
Yeah.
I know they've hit the ground already last game 2 or 3 times. Great fakes from Houston. That's really making that Austin zone not get settled, like you talked about. Move it quickly, get some bang completions there. Not just let them set, because that zone is big and taking away a large portion of the field.
Ooh, what a throw.
Big cross field, ready backhand, shaping around.
Good bid look.
If I'm Houston, I'm taking away a lot of positives from that. Knowing this is how we were able to move it so well against that team. We moved it 60% of the way up the field on just really great, quick opportunities. And now that's what we need to take away. Those are the translations. Great layout.
Ooh, what a bid. From number 19, Sandy Wu. That's big.
Sandy Wu getting momentum. That's a play. That's what we want to see. Immediately hucking it downfield. 2 Austin defenders in the area. Unable to come down. There is a foul call. There's a foul call and a violation call. So we'll see how it all gets resolved on the field. But that's huge from Houston.
Yeah.
You love to see that. That's a huge layout D. Getting momentum back on your team. The whole sideline erupted with excitement when we saw that.
Absolutely. So there's a violation called on the throw. Apparently they were out of bounds, I think, was the call. And then there's also a foul on the catch. So this goes back to the thrower.
Good communication by the players on the field,
Mm-hmm.
asking for the sideline help when necessary, and good calls, good communication. That's what we really like to see. But I'm excited to see the replay of that layout DF at this point.
Absolutely.
That was a huge play. That's what we like to see. That to me, that's the biggest play of the game. That's a momentum changer. That's energy, and you can definitely tell that from the Houston sideline as they're starting to move it again. Just working through Sandy Wu. Trust the hot hand.
Mm-hmm.
And you just hear that person call from Austin as they're translating out of it. Great
There
shot
you
from
go.
Houston.
Oh, what a look.
Just a little Blady, unable to come down with it.
The Houston team has gotten 1D. They can get another D. Right on this end zone line for them. It's not a bad place to lose the disc.
All things considered, that's a good play. Again, there are lots of great positives to take away from this point. We saw Houston 2 times be able to move it almost the entire length of the field, just down there, just not able to get fully in the red zone where they've been so successful so far today. Just hope that their defense can capitalize and keep that energy, because it's really deflating and difficult sometimes to have that high momentum and this big play on the energy on this 1 point and then not be able to walk away with the end-up goal there.
Getting a disc to the break side.
Great fake to move that mark, communicate with their cutter, and just continue to work it. This might be the first point we're starting to see a little bit of the legs on Austin start to wary as they're getting a little bit more tired, working it up the field, and just maybe not able to.
Oh, another
get the
great
same
D.
things. Great. It seems like there's another call,
Foul called.
call on the actual D. Goes
It was
back to the thrower,
contested.
which would mean it's a contested call. Houston's looking for it. They're hungry. They're ready for a D, another one to capitalize. They know that there's some great things to take away. They're ready for it. A crossfield hammer, sits up with the win. Great D by Houston. Number 55, Kelsey Ballsy. Ballsy.
I'd say that's a ballsy D.
Reason why the nicknames are there.
Absolutely.
Houston
Great
already
magnet
breaking through
hand.
that. Great. What we like to see. Looks like Austin has transitioned already into person. I don't know if they even set up their zone again. They just stayed in person knowing that's what they were doing.
Once again, great fakes from the
Maddie
handles.
with great pressure on that handler reset. Forcing an upfield shot. Puts it up. Houston
Got a
with an
blast.
opportunity. Great goal. That's momentum. That's energy. You can tell this Houston sideline is excited for that hold.
For sure. HOU being called. Houston, if you will.
And again, you're starting to see some Austin players slunched over on their knees, just a little bit tired. And that's going to happen when you play 2 back-to-back games, and we're going to get a replay of that huge layout D. Great cut, just a beautiful play. You love to see that. Great. Dapped up by the offensive player afterwards, just mad respect, and Houston able to capitalize here. Just phenomenal work by Houston. Exciting to see that hold come up. Momentum, energy, game of runs.
It's here. They got it.
How many times do we need to say it until it eventually takes hold? Game of runs.
I think until the game's over.
Maybe. And we're seeing some crossover from this Houston D-line, now having some of those O-line players, which means they're coming. They're playing for keeps.
Absolutely. For those of you guys just joining us, score right now is 4-10. Austin is in the lead. They've had 6 breaks so far. But Houston's coming back on a great point, great layout, D, and then eventually converted that to a score. So Houston is amping it up.
If you're Houston, you're not afraid of those long points. Austin has a lot more to worry about in those long points. You have limited legs, game 2 of 2 in a row. Houston's fine grinding through that if that means that they'll eventually get this win here. And, I think they're okay with that. They're able to get a full, new, fresh line out there, which is why you'll see some of that crossover. Austin still has some of those people that need to come back and play another point, which is exhausting. And Houston comes out in a zone of their own, different look than what Austin's given, more of a wall rather than a cup. but transitioning still to force a deep shot is what they're looking for with Anastasia Foster in that or in that deep space, which I think these Austin players have played with her long enough to know that's a hard shot.
I'd say that's an intimity. You saw that layout D attempt.
Again, this is where the mantra of what I mentioned at halftime. You got a great opportunity. Those opportunities are going to come. Now it's all in you're trusting your offense to capitalize on those opportunities.
For sure. One thing I would be questioning if I was a Houston handler is sometimes it looks like there's almost a double team, especially with that 4-man cup.
Austin able to get that D and get it right back so that they can continue to work. Hopefully this Houston team can continue to run the zone. It seems to be adding uncomfortable looks to these handlers, which is the most frazzled we've seen this Austin handler group as they've been the strength of this team. Being solid throughout the whole game. Finally, maybe showing a little bit of confusion, but as I say that, almost without effort, we're able to break through the middle of this zone set up by Houston.
And I think just like before, it really comes down to some phenomenal fakes by all of these handles, really making the rest of the zone move. Going back into person defense.
Again, if you're Houston, I think you're okay with these longer points, knowing that they're forcing all of Austin to run. A high stall shot ends up working.
Great read.
Great read, great hold.
Score is now 11-4. Austin is in the lead.
But I think maybe the second time this game, Houston had an opportunity for a break.
For sure.
Austin's O-line has been really, really clean all game. That's what we've really been enjoying seeing is that O-line be so solid and that great layout to force the drop by Bree Stedman. Sometimes it's all you need. You don't necessarily need to get a hand on it if you get that intimidity. So you just got to capitalize once you get on those opportunities, and that's the most difficult part of the sport. Knowing that
Absolutely.
you just worked so hard on defense, you ended up getting it, but now you're tired. Playing while tired. I know you don't get tired, so you don't have to worry about those issues. But
some of us are just next level, I guess. No,
Must be
but when
nice.
you're tired, it's a lot harder to think through what you should do. The decision making, it's a lot more challenging. You got to really just fall back on muscle memory and what you've practiced. Which so far, it's showing that Austin has a lot of experience. They don't have to think through everything.
The Austin community has been really solid from what I've seen as an outsider, especially towards women and non-binary players. So you have to think that these Austin players have played together for quite a bit, knowing the chemistry that we're seeing on the field, the communication that they have without using words, with their fakes.
Yeah.
I think a lot of that translates definitely to the way that they're playing on the field, and that's really exciting to see. A lot of them play together, and so we're able to see that natural communication.
I think a big part of that is just the dominance that Melee, UT Austin's women's team, has just in the nation, and how much their girls really work for it, and then once they graduate, and if they stick around, they have that chemistry, they have that skill.
It's really exciting to see. This is for sure getting me excited for the soon-to-be started PUL season, the recently started WUL season, and the club season that's coming up, as Houston has a great opportunity in the deep space and just not able to pull the trigger because of a little bit of clustering around the disc. Great strike cut, finding the person, continuing to work it up the open side. Houston with great float on this offensive point, puts it up. Anastasia Foster, tips it. Just not able to come down with it. Great flow from Houston on that point. Really excited to see if they can keep that energy. That was high energy, great open opportunities, and working that Austin defense that is starting to get tired.
Houston's really turning on the Jets right now.
You just kind of have to hope that it's not too little too late as they force an early turnover, and Houston's right outside the red zone. This is where they've been successful. This is where hopefully they can continue to capitalize.
This is what they want.
This is what they want. Great opportunity as Houston picks it up.
Anastasia
ISO
Foster.
For Foster, able to continue to work through that side. Going through her reads, finds an upline strike. Not in called. They're in the red zone, looking for resets. Punching it in there. Great hold by Houston.
Score now is 5-11. The question really does become, is it a little too late?
Sevens, you really have to hope that it's not too little too late. That Houston's energy is at an all-time high of what we've seen this game. They're capitalizing, and they're playing really, really solid. They've tweaked after halftime some of those little mistakes they were making. They seem to have cleaned up their offense and really applied pressure on defense, which is what you really want to see in the major aspects of the game. You have to hope that the deficit they dug themselves to early in the game isn't too much to overcome later in this game.
Right. Regardless, though, they're going to be a great force coming into this Dallas game, especially because Dallas is just now going to the field down the hill to go warm up. But Houston's going to come off a lot of competition in their eyes and ready to.
You could tell they needed a little bit of time to knock off the rest from the car ride up here. But we're so glad that they made that drive because this game has already been so exciting, filled with high-level plays and just exciting blocks and just skies. We've seen so many skies today.
For sure,
which is exciting to see as the little gusts have been able to hold it up a little bit, the disc up a little bit longer than expected, and just two huge Ds. First point of the game from Carly Garrett, and then later in the game, the huge layout by number 19 on Houston, Sandy Wu, is just, that's exciting. That's what we love to see, and that's why we're so excited to see the Texas Cup put on such a large stage.
For sure.
Houston prepping to pull, sending it down as the gust picks up a little bit, keeping a little bit of distance on that, but it sat there for a while. That's a good pull. Hopefully they can get down there and set up their person defense. Sevens, I'm a little surprised to see that Houston isn't coming back out in that zone look that we saw so much success from last time, forcing that Austin team to throw many throws instead of choosing to come out in this person defense and just trust their matchups.
I'm guessing they're maybe trying to take advantage of the fresh legs part, because this way they're forcing everyone to really be active for the Austin team.
That zone was working really solid. It forced a lot of uncomfortable looks, and I feel like this Austin team is really comfortable in person matchups. They feel really comfortable knowing that they can beat a lot of their players, and they just trust their cutters. As we see Jenna Bigby with an unconventional drop on an under, great throw by Caroline O'Connell, and Houston with an opportunity.
Yeah.
Once again, great
catch by Houston. Got a hand on that.
Hand on the disc, still completed. Houston with an opportunity. Oh!
Did not look good.
Great opportunity for Houston's first break of the game. Just a little bit behind and a little bit of miscommunication. We talked about the benefit that Austin has with playing together so much and getting that communication easily. Houston maybe not getting that same luxury.
I think it also is just a little bit of the turf monster.
Scary, scary turf monster.
Yeah.
Caroline going through her reads. Sends it across. Good break to get all the way on the other side of the field. That's so valuable as an offense, just being able to move it all the way to the break side, because then you have the rest of the field to work with as a whole, especially with the fakes that Austin's been throwing. You really have to think that getting on the break side is just so incredibly beneficial for them as they send a shot to the far corner. Jenna Bigby drops it again.
It was a good run, though, by Austin, getting all the way back down the field after Houston was in the red zone.
It sat for just a little bit longer than expected. That throw was a little bit too high. The gust picked up. I can give all the excuses of the world. The reality is just a little bit of misexecution as Houston now with the second opportunity on the same point. It's rare that we've seen 2 or 3 points in the second half where Austin.
Ooh, what a D! Had some cutter confusion for the score.
That's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
As
you got to give credit to Duffy, though. She had her head on a swivel. She saw the cutters both cut in, get a little confusion, knew that the disc was coming to her person.
Recognize the great defense that it is. This Austin team has just been playing solid all game, and you can definitely tell if the score wasn't evident enough. That's a great play as a whole, but I liked the energy that Houston was bringing. I really think that their tone changed just a little bit after that point, as they're just seeming a little bit more not as high energy as they were in the second half. I was really excited to see them capitalize on a break, that great completion after what looked like a hand block. What sounded like a hand block.
Oh, it looks like we're talking about if the game is over or not. Oh, it's a timeout called. Timeout called. We'll see what happens.
Looking forward to the rest of the day of this Texas Cup, though. Houston's bouncing right back. Going to have a hard game against this Dallas team coming up real soon. So they got to keep their head up, focus on what they can continue to work on. Houston's going to be playing against that Dallas squad. It's going to be a great game, so make sure you don't go anywhere and you can watch that. And then almost immediately followed by that Futures All-Stars game.
Which the Futures game, it's looking like it's going to be good. It's a lot of Dallas College and high school players coming together. A great start to getting the future of Ultimate integrated together instead of just being, this is my college team. I stay in my college bubble.
Really exciting. This whole Texas Cup as a whole, which we're so grateful was able to be put on by Eric and DUA, Dallas Ultimate Association, and the wonderful volunteers from all the teams, which we have and will continue to list the names of because they deserve all the recognition they get for putting this together. We're really appreciative they were able to do this and that this was able to get the reach and show how accessible Frisbee is for women and non-binary players in Texas. Knowing in 3 major cities, there are resources and the sport is available for you is really, really great and exciting, and we're really excited to see that on this stage, playing against each other, and fun, excitement, and inclusivity is really what we're excited about, and I'm happy to see it with such a great show out from the Dallas community as a whole. It's great to see.
It's inspiring just to see how many people have come out. We have some people have biked over, ton of kids.
Looks like a karaoke machine has made an appearance, so
spike ball, footballs.
Just camaraderie at its finest, and we're excited to see this Texas Cup, and hopefully it continues to become a staple for women and non-binary players in Texas moving forward. It's been a great game so far, and we're excited to see the finish of this one. Looks like there's a little bit of conversation about when this game will be in fact ending, because we are on a schedule. We do have these other 2 exciting games that are upcoming, and we have to make sure we're moving forward. But Sevens, what have been the major takeaways you've seen from this Austin team as they're getting ready to finish their day, losing to Dallas earlier today, and looking like they'll be taking home the win against Houston?
Yeah, the defensive line has really carried this game. They've kept their heads on a swivel, knowing where the disc is going to go, really taking away as many options as possible so that they can maybe poach off a little later and get the D. It's great. Great play.
I tell you, I've been really impressed with how Austin has continued to change their lines, cycle through each other, and with having the smallest roster of all 3 teams today, being able to trust all their teammates and then not lose legs. I know it's 2 full games, but back-to-back games, we all know how exhausting that is.
Especially at this high level.
Especially at such a high level. So I'm really impressed with how Austin is. Everyone has touched the disc. I feel like we've gone through every name on this Austin roster and with great things that they've been accomplishing. But then also just making sure that everyone's getting playing time and touching the disc, putting their fingerprints on it, and just making great plays. It's been really exciting to see this Austin team play. Looking forward to seeing them all play in the club season. A lot of these players will be playing in the PUL for the Austin Torch, which is really exciting to see as well.
Which the Torch, having that in Texas is just such a cool opportunity that not all states have. Not only do we have 2 men's pro teams in the state, but we also have an incredible women's team. And their season this year is going to be pretty intense. It's starting, I think it already started actually, in PUL.
PUL I think starts April 2/3. I think the WUL just started. The Western Ultimate League in Arizona, California, Utah. I think last night the Arizona Sidewinders were able to take the win over the Utah Wild, which is really exciting to see. Women's Ultimate at an all-time high. Pro leagues, high-level Ultimate being streamed and making it accessible for all players. It's really exciting to see. I don't know if there are any players left to sponsor on the Torch, But if there are, please make sure you go and sponsor the player. I sponsored my player on Wednesday when it was announced. I'm so excited for this season. If there aren't any Torch players, I'm sure there are other players, so please go to the PUL's website and you'll find all the resources to sponsor a player, some of which are playing in these games here. So please check that out and sponsor some of these amazing athletes. We're seeing Austin.
A little
Houston
confusion on
forcing
force.
away. You may have been able to hear the communication from the sideline and on the field as a great high release from Tex to Carly Garrett. What we love to see. And Austin on the doorstep.
Setting up
Able
an
to
end zone.
capitalize. Great swing all the way around. See if they can capitalize on this opportunity. Carly's been great all day. We had that from the opening point where she was able to capitalize and get that layout D on that same cone that she just scored on. She's been great all day. You know, cross-country superstar.
For sure.
Definitely helped with her legs throughout the day.
Score is 13-5. Seeing that replay again. Carly Garrett striking.
Almost like
Making
an
it
isolation
easy.
cut.
Yeah.
Knowing that everyone else was cleared out, making a decision to either go up line or come back to get the reset, and seeing that there was open space there, trusting that someone else from the one was coming down. Really great read by Carly, but great read by the thrower too, to find that same third shot and trust that Carly was making that cut, because they were already reared up, ready to go over there.
Yep.
Credit to Austin on that point for being able to capitalize on a miscommunication on what the force is. The force is so pivotal on these games and in this sport, because it just gives gives the whole defense on the same page,
Yeah.
which is so important, especially as you're trying to force turnovers. And as Houston was trying to scramble to get back up there was some miscommunication, which allowed them to get to the break side really, really easy. And once you get to the break side, the
It's
open
golden.
side's the rest of the field. So you have those opportunities, and just being able to capitalize on that and move the disc quickly to just get on that side that you want is really what we're looking for.
Beautiful pull and continues up the field. Starting that motion early.
It looked like Houston was expecting Austin to come out in the zone and set up almost as if they were coming horizontal. And then when they saw they came in person, they tried to fall into that vertical stack and made a great cut, got open, just was a little bit out of bounds, a little bit of communication about it, and then came to the conclusion the receiver was out of bounds. Huck from Austin.
Juliana Thompson is the intended receiver. Oh,
Huge layout.
huge
just
bid.
Can't hold on through the ground contact. Would have loved to see that.
This is why Juliana Thompson is someone to look for, especially in the coming years, as she continues to play for Melee.
Continues to put the world on notice. She's a Dallas expat, like we talked about a lot on this Austin team, playing for Maeve a few years ago.
When she was only 16.
She was only 16. Starting young, the Texas Youth Ultimate Association has been phenomenal. A great layout
great
again
layout.
from Sandy Wu. Just happens to be out of bounds.
Oh, it's heartbreaking.
Great layouts through this point. You can tell that everyone's putting everything out there, which is what you want to see. Just so close on
They
all of
want it.
these layouts.
Both teams want it so bad.
Floating, Big B keeping her feet in, able to put it upfield to Maddie. Great grab. We'll see if she
Jenna
throws that flick
Bigby
again.
open wide.
Great spot.
Not in.
Not in called. Austin on the doorstep of another break.
A sick D by Sandy Wu.
Sandy Wu has played phenomenal all game on both sides of the disc, defensively and offensively.
Dare I say MVP.
Phenomenal play. I'm excited to see how she matches up against this Dallas squad.
For
'Cause
sure.
I know she's going to continue to ball out. Trying to get some communication with the rest of their team. Floats it a little bit too high at a high stall. Just need to get rid of it so it's not right on the doorstep. Austin getting ready, and we see a pre-stall by Houston as Austin's taking their time, making sure their legs are okay. A pre-stall coming in to make sure that they don't get to take forever. Hard cut from Big B.
Great
Faked
defense
off.
by Sandy Wu once again. Sandy Wu is originally from Shanghai, China.
And just great patience by the Austin squad. Number 8, Mindy, just phenomenal. Great play by them all. I'm excited to see how the Houston team translates. This game is looking like they're getting ready to line up. So I believe that was the last goal of the game.
Yeah.
Just kidding. They're calling a line. So Austin with another score, another break,
Yep.
just racking up that total. Houston came out in the second half and was looking really, really solid in those first couple points, and I was really, was capitalizing on opportunities, was making plays. You still see that intensity is up from that first half. You just hope that they continue to bring that energy next game as well. Finishing this game, close on a big hold, maybe get a break, really show, get that momentum behind you as you prep for the second game, as Dallas is already warming up and getting ready with their 4 line. But Austin is just prepping to end their day on a high note. This has been a phenomenal game by Austin in all aspects of the game, defensively, offensively, and just momentum-wise. They started hot and just had not given up any energy right back to Houston throughout the whole game. So really phenomenal by this Austin squad.
Just a lot of talent all over Texas, and it's great that all of it's coming together here at the University of Texas at Dallas in Richardson. If you find a UT Dallas player, you can get the whole address, as that's one of their cheers. Just a great time.
Caroline O'Connell for the pull. Austin hopes this is the last pull they'll have to do. And Austin comes down in that zone one last time. This time, Houston a little bit more prepped for it. Already working through it a little bit quicker, like you mentioned, Sevens. This is how you really feel comfortable breaking these zones, making them collapse, and then finding the gaps as they miss those opportunities.
Great break, throw.
Big Blady Huck.
Oh,
Caroline in that deep space.
keeping her head on a swivel with 2 players back there. Didn't matter. She had her eyes on the disc.
Calling for the break side before any cuts are actually there, and Carly able to recognize and deliver.
And a great fake.
Jet Patterson with a great continue to the open side as Caroline O'Connell
Pick
is
called.
going for the strike.
We have a pick called.
Austin's D-line offense has looked really, really good this point so far. Just being really patient, finding the shots that they know, and finding the open space in the field. Swings it back to Jet Patterson, able to get it back to the break side. A little too much steam on that. Carly was not able to pull the trigger and lay out, but Houston's ready to go. Looking deep already, just getting it to the middle of the field. Being patient, being solid, making the passes they know. Just a little out of reach and out of bounds.
Yeah. You can tell that both teams are getting a little winded.
Shot to Garrett with Foster covering.
Oh,
Oh, able to get 2 fingers on it, not able to bring it back.
a great run by both offense and defense. Lots of communication from the Houston sideline.
Austin got plenty of time to set up. Caroline O'Connell still sitting in that deep space, able to sit up as everyone's kind of collapsing towards the disc. An unfortunate drop by Houston. Austin really looking to play solid, put this one away. You can tell they're tired, no one on the mark, getting ready to make the spot, hit the spaces.
This to Jet. Looking break side. High release, open side. Ooh, what a jump.
Foster almost making that D over the defender and the offensive player, both in the space.
Duffy is not making it easy for Foster.
Austin running traditional red zone offense. A little bit low on the inside release.
If you're Houston right now, you're digging deep, wanting to finish this nice.
What do you think Dallas is talking through when they watch this game? You know, these are the things that we should work on. These are the things that we should be focused on with this Houston squad that we're going to play next. I know they're warming up now and they aren't watching this game, but they were watching the whole first half. What are the major takeaways that you think that Dallas should be focused on?
I think Dallas will want to pull out a zone too. Like the Austin zone has really terrorized Houston.
Really stifled their flow.
Yeah.
Making sure that they can't get a whole lot of extra yards on their plays. This Houston team has some phenomenal players and some phenomenal athletes.
And once they get going, it's hard to stop them. So if you can stop them before they go.
Yeah, definitely. We saw Dallas run a little bit of zone in the first game, but not a whole lot. They predominantly ran person defense, just knowing that they had matchups that they felt comfortable
Injury
with.
called. Maybe a cramp. She is able to walk back off. Number 9 is subbing in. That is Rebecca Smith-Tex for number 11, Victoria Belami-Vick. Oh, what a
Big hug
put.
from Houston.
Cece was there though.
I think you can definitely tell that everyone on this line, on both lines, are very tired now.
Yes.
It's been a long game, hard fought, a lot of turnovers in the second half because it's a lot of great defense. And that's just leading to some of these little mistakes like drops right there.
Yeah. Long points, long game.
Houston in the red zone again. Being patient, finding the inside. Foster, continue to break.
Great mark.
Staying patient. See if Houston can continue to capitalize in the red zone. Like they've been so effective this game. Really just staying patient, trusting their cutters to get open, and just finding the spaces.
Anastasia Foster getting it right on the line. Getting the score to 6-14. A great point to win. Gotta be feeling good after that. Austin probably feeling a little tired. A little more tired, rather. Slowly walking back to the end zone line just to get ready for the next point.
You can definitely tell Austin's ready for this to be done.
Need some food.
They played a hard-fought game earlier today. This game has not been. The score is misleading in how evenly matched these teams have been. Austin just capitalized on some of the great opportunities that Houston hasn't been able to capitalize on. But they drove up here at 6 a.m. in the morning to start playing almost as soon as they get out of the car. They're ready to play. They've had a blast, I'm assuming. I hope.
They're playing their 44th point right now of the day.
44 points back to back with
14 people.
14 people with a warm up between both of them. It's exhausting. You
Yeah.
can definitely tell that right now they're ready to put this in and get on the road back.
Yeah, digging so deep. Is there anything left?
Great fake to move that mark as we saw Big B going deep. Coming under to find the space. Putting it up.
Great defense by number 5. That is
Keziah Hill.
Ooh,
Great
what a grab by
grab.
Ballsy.
Continuing to work, staying patient, finding the space. She's just done really well opening up space for their cutters to attack. Just need to find that little bit of extra
What a snag
steam.
by CC.
Great D by CC. Austin trying to capitalize on the fast break opportunity. Puts it out. Maddie. Huge sliding grab to get in the end zone.
What we've been waiting for this whole game.
Great play by a great player.
Great way to end the game.
Great way to end the game as they're lining up.
Thanks so much for joining us for the Austin-Houston matchup of the Ultimate Texas Cup. Our sincerest thanks again to the Dallas Ultimate Association and Eric. Early recognition is critical for making this showcase game possible and for Dougal Sports for streaming the game. On behalf of our production crew, I'm Sevens, thanking Griffin over here for broadcasting with me and saying thank you to all of you guys for joining us. We have more great games coming up, so be sure to stay tuned for the entire exciting lineup. We have Dallas and Houston coming up at 2 p.m., which will be a great game. And then we also have the Future All-Stars, which is a Dallas Youth Showcase, starting at 4 p.m. Central Time. Oh, we're going to take a break.
Great job.
I can tell you've done this before.
There you go. Yeah, that's what it makes it easier. Yeah.
like 8.5, so that 64 ran out. I switched it out with the 64 to try to get it to Zoom because like meeting the person is going through it. So
Yeah, I told him just to run it through and stop it.
yeah, I don't think I have anything quite enough cards for that. No, so what we'll end up doing, because I'm not actually recording on this camera.
Because I actually have primary card.
Yeah, we would have to transfer off of, we would have to do something. I think what we'll probably end up doing is if it runs out in this next game and runs out in this next game, we'll reevaluate after this next game. It was at 142 minutes at the start of the second half of last year. And so we can like guesstimate if we can get through the process.
All right. Hey, hello, my name is Mad Dog, she, her pronouns. This is my also announcer.
Hi, my name is Lydia Reiner. I also use she, her pronouns.
And we are at the inaugural Texas Cup tournament. This is DFW versus Houston. Ooh, and the pull is up. So Dallas is pulling on D. All right, Houston is walking it out to the brick. Got lost a paper. All right, sorting out, getting ready on this first point. And it's live. Let's see. All right. Wow, Houston's moving it really fast.
Lots of lateral swings from one side to the other. Nice quick movement there.
Totally.
Ooh.
Oh, kept it alive. Brooks playing some good defense on the reset handler. Carroll's throwing a flick backhand mark here.
Ooh, and we have the first turnover of the game. Looks like Danny Edwards is going to pick up for DFW, number 64. Swings to Brooke on the home sideline. Continues it down that sideline to Bree. Centering back to Brooke. And all the way around to Katie Metzler, number 5. Down the opposite sideline to number 10. Long shot for Marikar, and it is good. DFW is on the board with the game's first break.
Awesome. Yeah, Marikar's got some wheels. I was gonna say, some background on her. I've gotten to play quite a bit with her over the couple years, and she's originally from Spain, which is dope. Oh, there we go. All right. So that was great for DFW to get a break. I feel like Houston came out really, actually very hot. I mean, they were confidently getting in a lot of swings.
Lots of good quick movement, mostly working through the handlers. So it'll be interesting to see if they try to develop that cutter movement a little more, or if they try to stay more handler dominant as the game goes on.
Totally agree. All right. My homie Brooke Wooldridge with the pull.
Alright. Started off with some lateral swings and then eventually moving the disc to the close sideline, up to a cutter for that continue. We'll see if she looks to swing around to create some space.
Oh, Brooke with a nice mark.
See a long shot towards the end zone, deflected by Bree. So DFW will have another chance to punch in their second break of the game.
Solid defense.
We'll see Marikar will pick up. Trapped a bit on this close sideline here. See what her first look is.
Oh, Brees is cranking. Nice cut.
Continues to number 32, Brooke. Back to Marikar, who airs it out for a nice deep puck, which is caught by Brisa. DFW knocking on the doorstep of their second break of the game. Resetting to Marikar, who swings around.
Oh, good effort.
Awesome layout attempt by Emma Ackles, but unfortunately just off her hands. So Houston will have a chance to hold here, starting on that on that near sideline. Again, opting to work through the handlers, centering it.
See if Dallas can get a Callahan.
Tight
Burke
lockdown
up.
handler
Good
defense.
sky from Brooke.
And an easy pass to Danny
Nice.
Edwards, number 64 for the score. DFW breaks again.
Look pretty chill. Yeah, that's awesome. I feel like both teams on offense look pretty confident.
Yeah, they both seem pretty comfortable. I suspect it's just going to come down to maybe taking a deep breath or that extra second before the throw goes off and making sure that that's the decision you want to make and that it goes where you want it to. Just shaking off some of the nerves, maybe a little bit of rust. We'll see how that shapes up over the course of this game.
Yeah, it's like Houston's coming right off of the last game, which can kind of be an advantage sometimes. You still feel pretty warm.
Exactly, you have some momentum to ride out. So maybe they just need to take a deep breath, calm it down a little bit, and work through their systems.
All right, see what adjustments Houston's gonna make.
A nice pull from number 55, Bethany Everhart. Gonna trail out of bounds, unfortunately, so they'll bring it to the middle. And that is number 17, Emily Garnier, picking up and bringing it to the middle to start off this point for Houston. Swinging to the far sideline. Seeing a bit of a zone look. Oh!
Zone, yeah.
Foul call on the field. Number 13, Meagles. DFW still staying in that zone look. Looks to be a bit of a four-person structure. One perpetual mark. And look at that, another turnover. Gives DFW the chance for the third break of the game. Ooh.
Yeah, just a little miscue there.
We see DFW setting up their zone once again. And a big huck from Houston. We'll see how Deep Bethany responds to that. Ooh. Almost into the hands of number 18, Chelsea Graham. But DFW will get another chance to score. Through the middle to V. To the near sideline to Meredith Woolley. Up the line to Bethany, just off her hands, unfortunately. We see Houston making an effort to pick up quickly, maybe so that the defensive structure doesn't quite have enough time to set and they can pop off a couple of quick throws to generate some movement.
I think so.
Again, we see them just working it through their handlers. Lots of swings, lots of little passes from side to side to middle to side to generate movement and maybe find some holes in that structure as they make those quick passes. Swung to the near sideline to number 6. And back to the far sideline. Lots of big fakes from those Houston handlers in an effort to move that structure around and find those holes. Ooh, looking for that deep shot. She's pointing, she wants it.
Yeah.
And there's a call on the field. Oh, continuing. There's that deep shot to number 44. That is Anastasia Foster. Houston knocking on the doorstep of their first hold of the game. Back to number 17, Emily Garnier. Resets to number 20, Nikki Gilbert.
too much movement out of their vert stack.
Again, seems like a very handler dominant system.
Yeah.
Up the line, number 16. Oh,
Hammer.
and it is
Oh,
good.
All right. What did I say? Hammers win games.
That is a hold for Houston, bringing the score to 2-1 DFW.
Wow, interesting point, honestly.
Lots of movement, lots of back and forth. An exciting one. A good way to start.
Yeah, I feel like Houston's kind of relying on that deep shot to get out of the zone. I think the zone is working.
You can see it. Their handler, number 17, is pointing and calling for it. She wants that deep shot. She wants those cuts to develop.
It was looking kind of clustery for a bit, which is kind of what you want. But, yeah, I think Dallas, a couple little bobbles, honestly. It's something, just a little miscue on a throw or two. And Houston's back in it now.
Maybe Dallas just needs a couple minutes to wake up from their bye, and we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
But this is our first chance to see the Dallas O-line on for this game, right?
True.
So curious to see what their default offense looks like against this Houston team.
Yeah. Tina Morris has been a dominant force on the field. I mean, honestly, all these lines have been pretty stacked.
They don't call it an all-star game for nothing, right?
Yeah. Totally. We'll see what this looks like. Wonder if Houston will be tempted to throw a zone also, just switch things up.
We'll see. Big pull from number 5, that is KZ. Let's see, centering the disc to Red, who hits Jasa on the under, to V on the near sideline. Ooh, back through the middle for Jasa. That was a spicy grab. Oh, call on the field, pick call.
All right, they're sorting it out.
Disc coming in on 3.
Oh, she rips it.
Long throw
Hits
from Jasa to Meagles in stride in the end zone.
Yeah, that's some vision. She saw it.
A quick hold for DFW.
That's awesome. Really solid flick from Jasa. That's super cool to see. She's been playing Ultimate as a pretty young player, I feel like. I've been playing with her for a couple years now, and she's just she's blown up.
She's speedy for sure. Definitely one of my least
Super
favorite
intense.
league matchups, just because I know she will run me to the ground.
Totally.
The Ultimate Texas Cup is sponsored by the Dallas Ultimate Association, whose mission is to serve as a regional resource, promoting growth of Ultimate and instilling the spirit of sportsmanship at all levels of play. And ERIC, early recognition is critical, a nonprofit aimed at raising awareness of cancer symptoms and teaching young kids the importance of an active lifestyle.
Yep, definitely glad this tournament can happen today. It's ended up to be such a nice day.
Yeah.
That's the best.
Some gorgeous Texas weather. It's about low 50 degrees, sunny, very minimal wind. And we will see DFW pulling to Houston here, just barely out of bounds, so they will take it to the middle.
All right, let's see if Dallas is gonna...
Looking like a bit of a zone look here. We'll see once this gets tapped in.
Call this maybe a little flood off handles. Take
Yeah.
the lanes.
Looks pretty similar to the junkie zone look we saw earlier, maybe with a bit more distance between the players and the thrower. We still see that Houston is going to try to work around it just by quick lateral swings between their handlers, lots of big fakes to try to move both the mark and the structure. And over the top
Katie
there.
almost got a D there.
Back to the middle. Swung to the far sideline to number 17.
Brisa doing a good job containing.
See her
Oh,
ceiling.
nice.
Ooh.
Yep.
Getting close to a D there. We will see how many more throws they can bait and hopefully generate some turnovers. Oh, and there it is.
Yep.
DFW will pick up with about half the field to work with. That is number 77, Marikar. Launches to Bree.
Checking feet.
Back to Marikar in the middle. See Katie grinding it out in the cutting space
Nice
there,
cutting.
number 5. And there's a call on the field.
Oh. Maybe a little bit of a tweaked ankle. Not fun. Good thing they can kind of scoot off the field at least. That's better than
Hopefully she
having to
doesn't
be-
have a long way to go.
Yeah. Hopefully that feels better soon.
Right, she's able to sub and disc back in play with number 5, Katie Metzler.
Ooh,
Ooh, we
good
see
cut.
Marikar making some jukes back and forth. Oh! Leaves her defender on the ground to number 70, Brisa Diaz. Back to Marikar. Good end zone discipline
wanted
from
that inside.
DFW, making sure that they aren't cutting each other off. They're communicating whose turn it is.
Looking for that inside flip.
Back to Brisa, to Katie. Ooh, almost wanted that give and go, but opting to stay patient and take that more sure shot. And there we go, to Carol with the spicy clap catch spike. And I believe that is another break for the DFW All-Stars.
Yeah, the zone, it looks like it's working.
Lots of throws means lots of potential for just a single turnover, which is all you need, right? That's the point of a zone that forces lots of throws.
Yeah. Dallas didn't trade possessions after that either. You know, they got the turn.
And
were
stayed
able
patient.
to-
Yeah, work
yeah.
it among themselves, a mix of handlers and cutters to eventually advance it into that end zone.
Which is good. A little bit cleaner. Yeah, if you're Houston, what do you think the strategy should be if you were getting a zone thrown like this?
That's a good question. I would say just continuing to value possession, like making sure that you're taking that split second before the throw goes off to ensure that maybe the Dallas structure isn't going to close in on the area you want to throw to. High percentage throws, making it easy.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because you really want, when I have a zone thrown at me, I'm like, I want to wear out the marks with those lateral swings. But it doesn't look like Dallas is having to work too hard to maintain coverage in the lanes. Just how it's set up. So
I would say maybe part of that too falls on the cutters, the poppers in particular.
Make 'em-
First of all, on the throwers, maybe watch for a double team. Make sure that there aren't too many players too close to where the thrower is. But then also, if I'm a cutter, I would want to be following along laterally such that when there is that hole for just a split second and they can continue it upfield, I'm there.
I do enjoy popping in a zone.
Me too. One of my favorite things to do. All right, big pull from Katie Metzler that stays inbounds, and a
Big
run-through
pull and
block
return.
immediately from Emma Ackles. Ooh, and a quick dish to the near side sideline is another quick break for DFW.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is kind of the point in a game where you're down like this. You gotta, teams gotta collect themselves, make a pivot in their approach or what they're doing on the field, or, you either come back or it gets away from you. Right? The 5-1, 4-1.
Exactly.
Setup.
Maybe we'll see if they end up taking a quick break or a timeout just to try to refocus and do a bit of a mental reset.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Brooks putting on a bit of a performance.
Clearly she's having fun.
right. Let's see what Houston's going to do if they can get it to 2-5 here.
Curious to see if DFW will come down in that zone or opt for person.
Yeah.
Looks to be person defense this time around.
Switching it up, though the zone's been effective.
Let's see. There we go. Able to advance it to number 6 in the middle of the field. Looking for a handler for that reset.
Resets
Looking
up.
for, ooh, deflected by number 55,
Nice
Bethany Eberhardt.
D.
DFW got about a quarter of the field to go.
Oh, looking for Mare.
Oh, Meredith Woolley skies for the DFW score.
That's my girl. Mare Woolley with the ups.
Fun fact, Meredith Woolley is also a member of the Women's and Non-Binary Committee, which is part of the Dallas Ultimate Association, designed to promote the representation of participation of women in Ultimate and in the game of Ultimate. So, we love to see some community involvement on top of being a great player.
She's great. Love Meredith Woolley. Fun person to be around, fun
sure.
teammate. And she's been putting up some big points all weekend, honestly. She had a really sick layout catch, I think, to keep a point alive, which is nice.
Was that in the first game?
And I think that type of stuff, you know, like when you see your teammates hitting the ground, you know, it gets you hyped. It
Oh,
gets you
yeah.
into the right headspace, and I think, you know, whenever I'm, you know, played on a team and been in the same position as Houston, where you're down by a bit, that's kind of the mentality you got to take on.
Absolutely. And you can see that excitement is sort of buzzing both on the field and on the DFW sideline. So hopefully Houston can make a couple of big plays, secure some holds, maybe get a break or two, and get
Just
themselves.
keep balling out.
Yeah,
honestly.
exactly.
You just got to keep the intensity. And
Yeah, and at the end of the day, Ultimate's supposed to be fun. And if you're not having fun, then what's the point, really?
yeah, I feel like Ultimate's very unique in that the spirit of the game kind of like, I don't know, that it contributes to that fun factor. Like, it's okay if you are down. It's not just about winning. Like, you can still like keep things positive, and I think that what can contribute to winning. You know, if you see it, like I played my college team, we just kept vibing.
Yeah.
Even if we were down.
No, the mental aspect of sports, I think, is really interesting, and Ultimate is no exception. All right, we see Houston here on offense. Couple swings in the handlers and then hits a cutter in the middle. That is number 20, Nikki Gilbert. His disc on this near sideline. Continued again on this near sideline to number 7, Maller. Back to the middle. Ooh.
All right, Dallas DFW possession.
They're at about half field here, so half the field to work with. Mari Carr, number 77, will pick up. Centering to Red. Hitting Carroll, number 6, on the far sideline. Continuing to Jasa, number 99. See Jasa looking back to Red. Back to Carroll. Ooh, and then a little dish to Chinwe for the score.
Very nice.
Very clean conversion from DFW, valuing possession, taking their time, swinging it all across the field on the open and break sides.
You can kind of see Chinwe, I don't know, getting a good vision of the handler and like almost, you know, definitely anticipating that next throw and using the space her defender was giving her.
Yeah, the timing of her cut was excellent. She was making that cut close to the near sideline right as the disc was hitting the person who assisted. So
Love it.
love to see it.
Oh, okay. Yep. That makes sense. Well, this would be a good time to tell all the folks at home the Ultimate Texas Cup stream is brought to you by Alex Dougal of Dougal Sports. Camera crew includes Alex Dougal, Kimmy Wilson, Elisa Balke, and Kevin Burton.
Fun fact about Alyssa and Kimmy, they will be playing later on in the upcoming Future All-Stars game. So keep your eyes peeled for them, both UTD students.
That's awesome. Got some talented production people, making sure everyone can have more access to Women's Ultimate.
Exactly. So if you're the Houston coach or captain right now, what are you telling your teammates?
Yeah, on the zone looks, I think, yeah, more active poppers, create that space. Ultimately thinking about, yeah, I'm always thinking about forcing more turns, just being like, hey, we got to get super aggressive. Because early in the first couple points, we saw Dallas having some bobbles. That stuff doesn't happen without pressure.
Exactly. So maybe just upping the defensive intensity a little bit, wanting to get that D just that much more might help them.
Totally.
I like it.
Just had a solid shear, getting rowdy with it. That's a good sign.
Yeah.
And this is where, you know, I've been in this position before where you're up and things change.
Exactly.
If you don't stay on it.
Yeah, DFW cannot afford to get complacent right now, I would say. Just as Houston cannot afford to let this game slip away from them. So we'll see. We'll see if either team ends up making any adjustments out of this timeout and how that looks.
Totally. Which is always fun. I mean, it's challenging to find that pivoting in what you're doing, having everyone be on the same page.
Yeah, like we were discussing earlier, the mental aspect, really interesting, really important. So we'll see if there's any kind of mental switch that gets flipped coming out of this timeout.
Nice, doing the floss. I think that's like exactly it. Like I feel like, but yeah, you know, the idea is if you look at the field, body language and things, you shouldn't be able to tell who's winning or losing. And I'm a big believer in it. I almost think it kind of can like tick off the winning team a little bit if they notice you don't give any care.
Exactly.
You know?
Attitude is everything.
You're still balling out.
All right, coming out of the timeout, big pull from DFW. See, disc being centered to a cutter. That is number 38, Sarah Wise. Back to a handler. Longer shot, deflected by number 10. That is Emma Ackles. Gives it to Tina on the far side sideline.
Oh, some good D.
Ooh, threads the needle to 55, Bethany Eberhardt. Oh, a perfect throw back to Emma Ackles in the end zone.
That was interesting. That was a high release point.
Fun fact, Bethany told me that when she broke her hand earlier during COVID times, she spent a lot of time practicing at a variety of strange throws like that. So I suspect we're seeing a bit of that in action.
That's great. You got to use recovery and things like that to your advantage.
Exactly.
You know? And yeah, we are at halftime. 8-1. Dallas, Houston. Dallas is, they got a pretty good lead going.
We'll see, though. Sometimes halftimes can be a bit killer in terms of momentum. So hopefully they're able to keep that momentum strong, close out strong, or maybe Houston will make a comeback. Who's to say?
Who's to say? Sometimes it's almost more pressure to be the team that's ahead, but this is a decent lead.
It is.
It's good to see. From my Dallas teammates, I like that.
Yeah. There's definitely something to be said for just
I like
seeing
a
what you're
close game
capable
too,
of.
but
Exactly. Just
you
good in
know.
different ways, right?
Totally. Um, yeah, just like the Houston team's taking a minute to rest. Honestly, the back-to-back game for them might this early in the season, you know, like endurance is not always built up as much.
Exactly. I feel like we're pretty far removed from any multi-day long grinder tournaments, right? So, might just be a bit of an adjustment period.
Yeah, especially going back to back on the games. I'd say everyone really looks pretty well conditioned.
Mhm.
You know, this is a pretty intense ultimate, and aside from a couple long points, really doesn't look too slow.
Yeah, you're right that these
Like the
points have
stacks,
been
the
pretty
cuts have been
quick.
moving.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of movement from cutters.
Mhm.
So yeah, that says a lot about the players' work in the off season and conditioning,
Exactly.
which is tough when it's cold.
Yeah.
You probably know about the cold playing
yeah.
in New York.
New York and Minnesota for sure. It is
Yeah.
hard to stay motivated during the winter too. I feel like when you don't have like a tangible goal that's more easily in front of you, then sometimes there's not much of a personal incentive to work hard, to hit that extra workout, to stay in it, you know?
Yeah, you either gotta kind of be a psycho and just want to get her done.
Mhm.
I've been training a lot in this off season and the previous season with my homie Brooke at a gym called Synergy. Shout out. That's been awesome, and I'm in. I guess something that's helped me with a lot of the Dallas ladies. We're in a team chat for World's team, but also I see it a lot in our DFW group me, like people motivating each other, saying, hey, I'm going to work out, I'm going to throw. That's really nice.
Mhm. Exactly. Did you talk about your Worlds team, Masters Worlds yet? Did you get a chance to plug them?
No, I should. Soar is the DFW women's team going to Worlds. Got fourth in Masters Nationals.
And Worlds is in Ireland this upcoming summer, right?
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's in Ireland, and I'm pretty stoked. I really went into the season, the Masters tournament, just being very like chill about it. I hadn't done anything like that.
Mhm.
Just didn't have context for how. I didn't even have context that Worlds was like really a possibility, and I didn't realize that it only comes around like every 4 years. I think.
Mhm.
So
special occasion for sure, right?
yeah, that was cool that it worked out, and I hope everything, works out. That we can go play some frisbee in Ireland.
Yeah. And if you're looking to help support SOAR on their journey to Worlds, they're having a mixed hat tournament on April 2nd, which is a couple weeks away, in Farmers Branch in the DFW area. So
Yeah, come out,
come out and play some Ultimate
play
with
some
us.
frisbee with a lot of these ladies.
Mhm.
Now for the All-Star scrimmage, or the All-Star.
The
Not
future
scrimmage,
All-Stars
yeah.
game that's
Tell me
happening
about
after
that
this.
showcase game, because I didn't realize. I thought, are you playing other players from like Houston, Austin?
Not quite. So the Future All-Stars game, which starts at 4 o'clock Central right after this, is a mixture of high school, college, and then recent grads that generally went to schools in the DFW area or currently live here, split into two teams, and we'll be playing against ourselves. So
Okay.
basically just a way to showcase the younger talent that's in the DFW area, and we hope you stick around for it.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's cool because some of these players, like Julia, I'd like been. I don't realize it, but I've been playing with her. She played on Austin, Julia Thompson, but since I think that she was like 16 or 17.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah.
Ultimate's kind of unique in that, like,
Exactly. No, I started playing my junior year of high school because I
oh
actually
wow.
went to high school with an ultimate program, which I know is the exception and not the rule. And it
Mhm.
was a lot of fun. And then played all 4 years in college, which was a great experience. And I love that it's something that can kind of follow me wherever I go, if that makes any sense. Great way
Mhm.
to meet people, make new friends, stay active.
Totally. Yeah, that's valid. I like that too. I didn't. I feel like players that got to play in high school. That's wild to me. I didn't even know Ultimate existed in high school.
Yeah. Fun fact, I actually wanted to join my school's ultimate program because they would wear their uniforms to school on game days, and I thought they looked like really comfy pajamas. So I wanted an excuse to be able to wear what looked like pajamas and play a fun sport and meet some people. So that's what finally pushed me to sign up for it my junior year.
Heck yeah.
And if that's what it takes, that's all you need,
Yeah.
right?
Totally. I've seen the different programs around Dallas, like the high school teams, and there's a team, the Warcats, Wildcats.
Yeah, the Warcats actually have 4 players, I want to say, that are represented in the showcase coming up in a couple of hours. So look for Warcat jerseys, and I'm sure you'll see them.
It's awesome. I think Jaso was also someone that played on those teams throughout the last couple years, couple seasons. Um,
Yeah. And while High School Ultimate is awesome and it's great to get an early introduction, it's absolutely not necessary at all. You can definitely get started in college or even after college and end up just as good as those who played in high
oh my
school.
gosh. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I agree with that. I think the learning curve is like, if you're familiar with, well, I say if you're familiar with like soccer and that style of kind of playing defense and running, you're going to have a good time ramping up in skill set, with Ultimate. But honestly, I played with a lot of players in college that their background was like dance or no experience.
Yeah.
That was really their first organized sport, and I don't know, it's incredible. After a couple seasons, there are people that could like lead and direct the field as a handler.
Yeah.
So
Having any kind of sports background is great, but again,
it's
not
not
necessary.
yeah, totally. Because I think I'm never fully able to compare Ultimate to some of the mainstream sports. It has aspects of this, aspects of that, but truly,
Yeah, it's even kind of hard to explain to people who have never heard of it before. Still trying to iron out how exactly I want to explain it in that regard.
yeah. When I tore my ACL, I tore it at the end of last season, but people were going, oh, they were thinking in their head like disc golf. So they're like, you must have been playing pretty hard.
That's some intense frisbee golf, right?
And I'm like, no, I'm going to show you a video. This is what I was doing.
I love it. I love introducing people to it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we have off camera, the DFW All-Stars are bringing it in, so expecting that this halftime might come to a close relatively soon. We also have Houston off camera gathering on the far sideline. Coming into the second half, what is something that you want to see from either of these teams, or both?
I love seeing, I all around just love aggressive defense. Anytime folks are hitting the ground, that's a good sign to me. Because it means you're either, putting it on the line to keep the disc alive, catch that throw that wasn't near you for whatever reason, but you extend to make it happen, or you're getting pretty physical and, throwing down to just make sure you get the turn.
I love it. Some good defensive intensity. Yeah, I think for me, what I would like to see, this is DFW specific, is maybe a different style of defense. We've seen some pretty just cut and dry match defense and then a bit of a zone look, but I wonder what else they have up their sleeve. Maybe like a bracket, maybe a more poachy on the handlers, person in the backfield type look, just to see what other defensive options they have in their arsenal.
Totally. I was going to say that, and then just like solid, really, when you're getting to observe a game that's like 100% completions, that's nice.
Yeah.
Not easier said than done, but
Exactly. And good advice for both DFW and Houston. So definitely something to look out for. stay apprised of.
Nobody got to see that workout on camera.
Dougal's holding it down for the production.
Back to the field where we'll be coming out of this half very soon.
Before we kick off here, it's important to note the Ultimate Cup was made possible by organizers Bethany Eberhardt and Katie Metzler, who activated women's communities across 3 different cities to make the Ultimate Texas Cup possible. The logistical load was shared by Camille Gerstner, Elise Balke, Emin Bronnenberg, Marikar Lafita, Brisa Diaz, Mary Fuzat, Kat Belgard, Emma Wynn, AJ Beard, and Carly Garrett. All with the purpose of showcasing women's ultimate and seeing sick plays like that.
And
That
with
was
that,
nasty.
we have our first quick hold out of half.
That was just plain nasty.
Hopefully we'll get to see that on the replay. Here we go, quick centering pass. An immediate hitting a cutter on the far sideline. Just launches it perfectly in stride. Make it easy.
Gorgeous, gorgeous girls throw flick hooks. That was sick.
Agreed.
Well, Dallas making it hard for Houston to come back.
Is there a point cap for games today or just a time cap?
I think it's just time cap.
Got it.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe. Was not made clear to me before.
No rules, just a showcase game, just for fun.
That was a hold from Dallas, right?
I believe so,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
See number 17 passing to number 4, Chopper on the near sideline, looking for a handler for that reset. Hits her handler around, number 11, Egg. Continuing along that near sideline. Around to her handler. Ooh, just sails past her. DFW with another
Jason.
chance to break.
Oh, Breeze ripping.
Oh,
Big bid.
caught it inbounds.
Nice.
Resetting back to Carol. Ooh, trying to thread it through, but unfortunately just off the hands of her intended receiver. Houston with another chance to hold.
That was a serious effort from Bree.
Oh, a nice catch by number 44, Anastasia Foster, on that far sideline. Centering back to number 17. Through the middle to number 18, Chelsea Graham. Looking for a handler reset. Finds number 2, Chopper. All the way around. Oh, just off the hands of her receiver. See Danny Edwards for DFW picking up. Hitting Katie Metzler, who's looking for Carol in the end zone.
Nice.
Making it easy.
Yeah, I don't even think Katie had a mark on her. Or
Plenty
maybe
of
her player
time.
Run past her, ran past her, but yeah, it was a nice little backhand to the break side. Ooh. That's an intense
Replay
bid.
of Bree's layout.
It was like a half scorpion in there. Which I've gone the full scorpion, so
Which is better.
glad she didn't. Yeah, less is better. Less scorpion, the better. they might have. Looks like Houston's huddling up. Oh, they're just getting hype. Taking a quick sec. It's me. I'm probably gonna run some initiation play on and just start trying to get some big looks.
Yeah, maybe a side stack. We saw a couple of that in those in the first game, right?
Change it up. Just try to get swaggy with it.
Yeah.
Come out and do something they're not expecting. Probably pick a match.
Do some smart matchups on the
Yeah,
line. Yeah.
Person matchup that you're like, hey, you know you got it. And
Yeah.
run a hot dog play where everyone just gets out of your way. Someone streaks deep.
Got it. I've
Hot
heard that
dog.
called a flood play, but never a hot dog play.
I guess my team, we called it hot dog. Maybe that's why.
If you go on the far sideline, I would say that.
No, what if she just comes back here?
Okay. Oh yeah, if you want to come back and switch to the commentator. Eventually, after.
Yeah.
All right, start of a new point. Houston will get the disc at about half field and bring it to the middle.
All right.
Swinging to her handler on this near sideline.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Jace is ready.
Back to the middle. Oh, a
yeah,
run through D
Tina
from
Morris.
Tina Morris. DFW will have another chance to break. Disc to Meagles, who passes to V, number 11. Hitting Aaron through the middle, number 59. Centering back to Red, immediately striking up line. Oh, just off her hands, unfortunately.
Yep, maybe they're moving a little too quick there.
This could be a good time for that play that you mentioned. Off of a bit of a dead disc, have some time to set up. We'll see what Houston ends up running. Looks like a standard hoe stack. Got number 38 through the middle.
And drop there.
Number 13, Meagles, picking up for DFW. Tina out of that Burt stack on the far side sideline. Oh, launches a flick huck. Oh,
Almost a chance to pick up the trash there.
it's like that was Chinwe popping in to help out Jasa there. Disc back in Houston's hands. Got a full field to go. Giving it to a cutter in the middle. Still towards the middle. Ooh, good vision there. Number 13 with the disc, Jillian Molesky. Resets back to her handler. Handler hits number 20 on the near sideline. That's Nikki Gilbert with the disc. Finds her handler around, number 8, Dee Dee. Back to number 55 in the middle, Ballsy. To number 19, Sandy Wu. Back to number 20. Houston knocking on the doorstep here. They just have to stay patient. Oh! Through the middle.
Dallas seems to be letting a lot of undercuts.
And that is a score for
Yeah.
Houston.
Dallas is kind of, I don't know if they were just trying to take the deep space too much. Because they're kind of getting everything they wanted under.
Yeah, looking like Houston had a lot of options in the end zone to just kind of pass it among themselves until it was time to punch it in for the score.
Up, back, let's see. Yeah, we'll see what the Houston defense can come up with.
All right. brief interruption here. One of my favorite parts about these sorts of showcase games is the type of support we get out here. We see that we have. This is the head of Erin Curry on the DFW All-Stars team being supported by her lovely girlfriend. So.
Awesome.
Thanks for supporting, Avery.
Yeah, that's a dope face. Dope face sign.
All right, back to the game.
If that doesn't get you hyped.
I don't know what will.
Yeah. Yeah, Dallas is going to have to keep it clean if they don't want Houston to keep getting these points.
Yeah, here we go. I feel like the wind might be picking up just a hair. We'll see if that affects anything. Right.
I feel like it is.
Ooh! Cheeky shot from number 17, Red. But the continued throw from number 11 just falling short of her intended receiver. So Houston will get to pick up pretty much on their own goal line with a full field to go.
I like the quick looks. Offense is really trying to push it there.
Yeah, it seemed like she was open for a split second, and then the Houston defender sort of converged. Oh, and a great layout grab on this near sideline from
athletic.
number 44.
Foster. That was athletic. Oh, she's cranking deep.
Houston cutters working hard in those cutting lanes. Oh, again with that sliding grab.
Just keeping this point, keeping the possession alive.
Keeping it alive and interesting. Hitting her handler up the line,
Got a deep look.
who cranks a big backhand that unfortunately just trails out of bounds on this near sideline.
Just a little bit of wind picking up.
We'll see if that makes things interesting for the upcoming All-Star game, and as well as the
True.
rest of this game. Right. DFW back with the disc, swinging around. Oh, great grab by number 19, Tina Morris.
Houston's throwing zony now.
Maybe feeling inspired by that little bit of wind that's just cropped up in the last few minutes. Looks like a pretty similar structure to the DFW zone with kind of a three-ish, four-person structure in the middle, trying to force lots of swings between the handlers.
Totally. Yeah. Let's see if Dallas can
Ooh,
keep
staying nice and
possession,
patient.
be patient.
There we go, great vision. Oh, a gorgeous flick huck from Bethany Eberhardt. That's a
That's
great
nice.
look for DFW.
That was nice. Yeah, that was solid. That was one way to cut up a zone.
Stay patient, swing among the handlers, hit that deep huck when it's time.
Yeah.
Ooh, replay of that sweet shot there.
Right over the defender's head. That was nice. All right. Sidelines are about the most crowded it's been.
Yeah, starting to fill
awesome.
up with future All-Star players as well as spectators.
And everyone going to see the future All-Stars.
Exactly.
Which is awesome. It's so much fun to have like friends, family, and even if you don't know as many people that came out, like a crowd cheering you on.
Exactly. And so nice to have people tuning in on the live stream as well.
Totally.
All right. Disc in Houston's hands here again, just working it among their handlers, staying patient. There we go, finding a cutter in the middle. That's number 5, KZ. Looking for a handler reset. Locked in on number 25, but ends up
Brisa.
finding her teammate on the far sideline. Great lockdown defense from Brisa. Oh, just off the hands of number 8, DD. So Dallas will have a chance to score,
Almost
but they'll have to go.
advantageous. The
Almost.
way that
Almost
disc
macked it
went?
to herself,
Yeah.
yeah. Brisa grinding it out in the cutting lane. See a reset to Danny in the center of the
Ooh,
field.
She's getting steps. She's getting steps.
Finding Mari Carr. To Emma Ackles, number 10, with that sliding
Nice.
catch.
That was professional.
Oh, just off the hands of Danny on that reset pass. Foul on the throw. So the disc will be sent back, and Emma will have another chance. Right. Still looking for Danny. There we go. Just back to the center. Oh!
Oh, hanging on to it.
Back to Mari
Good
Carr in the middle. Hitting Brisa on the far sideline. Brisa looking to reset. Oh, hits Mari Carr upline. Back to Emma, number 10. Wanting to get that disc off the line. Oh, crafty throw just around that Houston defender. To Brooke. Looking for that break side look. Hitting Emma again. Emma really going almost every other on that point.
Yeah.
Oh.
Looks like don't have a good view, yeah. This is when the sidelines are getting crowded. It's
Possibly
to
an
see
injury as
around.
well. I know it was Brisa and her defender, so we'll see. Hopefully everyone's okay.
Hopefully just the air's knocked out and nothing too serious.
All right. Looks like that will be a turnover, and Houston will get the chance to score. Ooh. Slices it through the middle. Oh, a great D by number 32. Oh,
Oh,
whoa.
wow. Oh, no.
A little bit of a scuffle there as they both reset. Hopefully we won't get to see that on the replay. Brooke on that near sideline feeds it to Brisa in the middle. Ooh, looking for that continue. Oh! Looks like her defender got a hand on it on that reset.
I think you're right.
All right, Houston in the middle of the field, about 2/3 of the field to go. Oh, immediate deflection by number 9, Meredith Woolley. Katie Metzler will pick up. Meredith to Danny. Knocking on the doorstep. Just got to stay patient.
Oh, Brooke coming down to the corner, no.
Resetting to Mari Carr. Oh! Tries to hit Katie on that around swing, but just a bit too far.
Got a Houston player streaking deep.
Coming back under. To number 22, Parker. Oh, great grab by number 19, Sandy Wu. Looking to reset back to the middle. Good vision there. Back to number 19.
Brooke's catching up to her girl.
Looking for some options downfield. Deciding she doesn't like them. Resetting instead. Good patient ultimate. Number 2, great catch on the sideline. That's Squeaks. Oh, reset goes a bit further than intended, but a nice
Nice.
layout grab to save it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, very athletic. There we go, just hitting those force side cutters and then back to the handlers, staying nice and patient. Good grab by number 19, Sandy Wu. Looking for options, finds one. Houston getting pretty close here, maybe 1 or 2 more throws, and they're firmly in end zone territory. Oh! Oh! That upline just a bit too far for her
Good
intended
up the line
receiver.
look, but yeah,
Good movement. DFW will pick up on the goal line, full field to go. Katie looking for Marikar, able to shake free. Continuing to Emma. Oh, great grab by number 5,
Nice
Katie
grab
Metzler.
from Katie.
Finding Brisa. Oh,
Oh.
just a little bit too far. Great run for Brisa, number 70.
Great run.
So it's been a bit of a long point, right? We were talking earlier about how the points have been pretty quick, but now things are starting to drag out a little bit. And
Oh,
just as
makes
we say
sense,
that, a
makes
timeout
sense.
call. Makes perfect sense.
The last season I played on Maeve, I played with Brisa, and there was a run like that. I think it's probably, might be one of my only like full field, like real, it was an insane huck. I don't know where I summoned the strength, but we were getting beat pretty bad by a team, and that was just like awesome. Just had massive separation, set her up with a really nice flick, and everyone was like, whoa.
Great morale, too, when it gets
Yeah.
completed.
But I love to be able to do that as a handle. You know, you see your cutters working hard. Want to reward them.
Well, during this timeout, just to keep things interesting, if you are tuning in from somewhere other than Dallas via the live stream, let us know in the chat. I'm curious how far the showcase game has reached.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. That's a good idea. And we were saying, yeah, and definitely leave a comment if you are in DFW and want to get more plugged into our, like, especially the women's, like, ultimate group. We have a group me. Just say something like, hey, I don't know the group me, and we'll try to get you guys added.
Yeah, we for sure want to make those opportunities available to as many people as possible. So let us know.
If you're in Texas, go to the Facebook group. Tell them the links to the Texas Ultimate.
Oh. Texas.
The Ultimate Texas Nugget. And for other people that are not in Dallas, you can reach out to the Ultimate Texas Cup Facebook link that this event came from. You can get in touch with Katie and Bethany and other people that are more generally in Texas. So for other places, not just Dallas.
Valid. Not just Dally.
Very cool. Looks like we have people tuning in from Florida and Virginia.
That's awesome. Wow. Yep. Can't believe it's still 11-2. Same point.
Oh,
Classic. Classic ultimate frisbee.
classic. Can't quite see it on camera, but we've got some members of DFW doing a little jig during the timeout. Staying loose, having some fun.
Yeah, I think that's one of the also unique things, like the games you can play on at halftime with other teams.
Yeah.
That's super dope.
Looks like we are back in play out of that timeout. Oh, looking for number 7 on Houston, but number 5, Katie Metzler, able to sneak a hand in there and swat that out of the sky. She will pick up on the far sideline with about a quarter of the field to go. Oh, looking for Marikar on that reset. Pops up a bit, but manages to reel it in. Marikar finding Brooke on that force side. Resetting to Katie. Oh, Brisa almost able to get a hand on that, but just a little bit low for her. Houston centering to the middle. Again, opting to work it through their handlers, waiting for some of those open shots to open up downfield. Through to number 7, Maller. Looking for her handlers. Oh, Brisa almost able to get a hand on that. Oh, great grab from number 16, I believe. Somebody claims she's injured. She says, I think not, and wants to carry on.
That's awesome.
So DFW will get the disc with about half the field to work with. Danny Edwards will pick up on this near sideline.
Brooke with a nice cut under.
Continuing to Marikar, who flips it to Brisa. Looking back to Brooke. Quick movement here from DFW. Ooh, pick called on number 10, Emma Ackles. So disc will go back. We'll have to do it over again. All right, centering to number 5, Katie Metzler. Looking downfield, not really liking what she's seeing. Finds Marikar on that around. Ooh, great timing from Brisa. And that is another score for DFW. Great patient end zone.
Nice. DFW coming away with that one. I like that Houston did try something a little different, initiating with the side stack.
We did mention that earlier, that seeing a side stack might be a good way to keep things fresh. Is it possible that even more people are trickling in onto the sideline? I feel like we've got spectators in spades, which I did not
Definitely
expect.
Getting more crowded, which is awesome.
It's awesome. Hopefully they can bring some energy and support their team of choice for these last couple points.
Yeah. I feel like there's been a lot more regulation recently on like providing spacing to the line, which totally makes sense. But I love it when the games are so intense. Like I can think about different tournaments like Harvest, for example. It's a little more lax, but it's still, you have a really intense game, and people are pretty much just on the field.
Yeah, exactly. Encroaching on that sideline can be really tempting as things get more exciting, but if there's a play that's close to the sideline, the players usually want to have that space that they can throw and run into. So, exactly. Important to kind of maintain that balance. Still keeping the hype, but giving everyone the space they deserve. All right. Nice pull from number 55, Bethany Eberhardt. See Houston setting up in a horizontal stack. Ooh, nice cut from number 20 there. She gets the disc on the far sideline. That's Nikki Gilbert. Resets to her handler. Nice around there to number 17, Emily Garnier. Through the middle. Finds a cutter. Back to number 17. Good movement here from Houston. Feels like they're staying patient, taking those open shots, not rushing things. Looking to reset to number 17. Doesn't really like it. There we go.
Here's the timing of cuts there, a little crowdy, but
Number 20 again, able to shake 3 on that far sideline. Stays in. Hits number 13, Jillian Molesky. Number 13 looking for a reset. Fine ones around in number 17. Back to the middle to number 55, Ballsy. 55 looking for an option. Finds one through the middle. Number 38, Sarah Wise. Back to number 17, waiting for those cuts to develop. Ooh, good vision there through the middle. Number 13, Jillian Molesky. Back around. Ooh, I like this patient offense. I feel like they're taking their time. They're hitting open hands, making good decisions.
really clean.
Commentator's curse, if you will, right, as we say that. See a bit of a risky shot through the middle that doesn't quite work.
Yeah, it looks like it worked the last time, but otherwise, that didn't look bad.
DFW with a chance to
Bree's
score.
got it.
Finds Bree.
Jason's
Oh, just
deep.
off the hands of Chinwe. So Houston will pick up at about half field and have a chance to hold. On that near sideline, number 55 with the disc. That is ballsy. Looking for a handler reset. Finds one number 17 in the center. Looking for those cuts. Oh, bit of a bobble from number
Almost.
38, but manages to maintain possession. Finds number 13 on the far sideline. Long shot from number 13, but isn't quite able to connect. DFW will bring the disc up to pretty much the goal line and have the whole field to go. Red hitting Carol in the middle. Carol looking for a reset, finding Meagles. Carol streaks up line. Ooh, she wants to throw that deep shot. There it
yes,
is.
for
Oh, just a
Chinwe.
bit out of reach of number 7, Chinwe
Played it
Obi.
a little too soon.
So Houston will pick up on their goal line. Have to go full field. Oh! Defensive bid there from Jasa, although a bit close to her player's legs, but is still able to hold on.
Yeah.
Number 38 in the middle, Sarah Wise. Sarah finding number 20. Nice grab there. That's Nikki Gilbert. Nikki Gilbert launches one looking for number 13, but just off the hands. DFW picking up very quickly. Ooh, nice grab from Bree. To the middle to Bethany. To Jasa. Oh! Jasa launching one to Chinwe, who unfortunately bobbles the catch.
Not a bad decision. Kind of had a 2-on-1.
No, she had
setup.
had separation, had time, had space. I like that decision.
Yeah.
Houston again on their own goal line. Full field to go. Turning into some grinders, right? The last
Yeah.
2 points have been a bit longer.
Yeah, these have been.
Number 20 in the middle of the field with the disc, looking for a handler reset. Locked in on number 11, but hits number 17. Finds number 38 through the middle. Ooh. Good defensive pressure there by number 55, Bethany Eberhardt.
Oh, those are close, D.
Nice long throw for Jasa. DFW getting very close. And Bethany Eberhardt able to reel it in with Jasa
Yep.
Fuller with the assist.
That's nice. That's always a tricky angle, really,
Yeah.
to throw kind of straight ahead of you, straight ahead of the cutter.
Yeah. And with that said, I, Lydia Reiner, will be bowing out to go get ready for the future All-Stars showcase. But if you're willing, look for me, number 21, in the Cornell jersey and the bright headband, and I will see you in action very soon.
Heck yeah, good luck, dude. Thanks, Lydia. There's that replay again of Bethany. All right, 13-2. You want in? Good to see my DFW teammates getting loose, feeling good, playing well.
All right, what's up, everybody?
Okay, here we go. Dougal Sports in here. Hope my audio is mixed well because I can't listen because I'm talking into the mic. Making sure that my co-commentator here is in by herself.
Appreciate that, Dougal.
So I'm going to chime in with just some random comments as always like I normally do. And you're going to hold down the show like you've been doing, so take it away.
Sounds good. We're back at it. Nice hook from Dallas. Houston's working it. Really nice catch. Ooh, trying to get the reset.
Yeah, high stall count goes through the middle. It was the right choice.
It almost worked out. Just a little too high, but
Yeah, good job reading the defense and shifting the throw around as needed.
Danny's looking downfield. Brooke pops out of the stack. Rips it.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah, Meredith Woolley to Aaron Curry. That was awesome. Big huck from Brooke Wooldridge. Nice hands from Meredith Woolley. Makes that look so chill, like nothing.
Just a nice simple box out.
And boom. I like to see that. I like to see Meredith Woolley playing so well this after this whole day, really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dallas obviously very well trained. You can tell that they definitely practiced for this event, and just the well-timed
That's
cuts that
true.
they've had, and the end zone sets I think have been really, really telling from Dallas. I unfortunately haven't been able to pay as much attention as I would like to because I'm doing the camera and the production and the commentary now, but at least from what I've been able to tell, use a little bit of my brain on. Yeah, Dallas end zone sets, never more than one person cutting, two people cutting downfield, confident with their handlers to get the resets. At least, yeah, when I have my coach's cap on, that's the thing I've been the most impressed with from Dallas'
Yeah.
side.
No, that's a really good observation. Because we have been playing and practicing together a ton. Really at the start of the year, since January, just with Worlds going on, and then the different mini leagues, women's league. So that's cool. You can see that.
Yeah, right. I guess that's what people like about when I get on and commentate their games is as I can see myself peeking in the audio mixer, I'll make myself less loud. I'm not there with practice to see everybody play, but then I come on and say, "Oh, look at this thing they're working really hard on," and then people get to go, "Yes, that
What a
we have been working
compliment.
really hard on that. Thank you." So yeah, no, it's been a real pleasure out here getting to watch this frisbee. It's made me very happy that made the trek yesterday from Austin to come down and film this. This is great quality stuff.
Yeah, we appreciate it. It's like I said, I love getting able to just like pop up. I mean, I love watching sports, but to get to watch Ultimate whenever, wherever, live, it's awesome.
Here comes the pull from Dallas. I'll do some good camera work now for you.
That was a great pull. Let's see.
Yeah,
Houston's coming out with some energy. Ooh, nice handle movement. Got a couple deep looks. Just floated a little bit.
Try to give us some highlights here at the end of the game. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
We probably get some sort of dangerous play call here, potentially, or maybe they're just having a discussion about it.
Maybe.
Seems like people are waving things off, so yep, they're going to say turn stands.
Big put. To Foster. Oh, some nice ups.
Yeah.
Yeah, she earned that one. That was lit.
Let me just work on this.
That was lit.
There we go. Let the people at home watch this one again. That's a great float. Good float.
It's a nice
Really trusting
flick
the receiver
hook.
there. Not trying to like bend in a bladey throw to a corner and try to like perfectly thread the needle or anything like that. Just a lot of confidence.
Just sent it.
Yeah, you know, they feel like if they can put it up 50-50, their person's going to come down with it, and worked out there. So that's a hold from Houston.
Hold from Houston.
I'm happy that they've been sticking with the deep throws. I mean, I'm always going to say this because I always prefer the deep throw frisbee game. It's more exciting from a highlights perspective. But I really love that you could tell in the Austin game that, like, especially against the zone, they were still taking deep shots.
That's a good point. Yeah.
That just really shows that that's important to them as a team. And so, yeah, I just like that they've stuck with that this whole game. Made that a priority of their team. It's not always the same receivers. It's not always the same throwers. So it's definitely a team mentality thing. And yeah, I mean, love that they're taking those options and not just playing perfectly safe. Everybody always says like, oh, just like don't throw turnovers, right? But you won't win games like that. You got to take shots.
True. Yeah, because especially when it gets a little windy, like it's off and on. You reset it one too many times, and then dang it, there's a turn.
Yeah, there's an opportunity cost to everything. You know, it's not free to get resets, even when it's a good percentage chance. I don't know. I've coached a lot of B teams, and so I just tell them to huck it deep. I've never had the joy of coaching an A team that could just jam it up the line and score 99% of points. So that's where that mentality comes from.
Oh, yeah. That was a sick D.
Great run through.
She got all of that. Number 13, Jillian.
We can see AJ picking up the disc. Went through three
hit
options.
The inside flick.
Yeah.
It was a swaggy throw for sure.
Yeah, I can't say you can blame her for taking that shot.
Yeah, Cutter was there.
Yep.
Just an inch off, maybe.
That was the looks they were all going for.
All right, Dallas got to get it off the cone.
Oof.
Vita red to Meagles. She's got Bethany. Bethany resets. Yep, definitely Houston defense turning up on that. Streaking deep. Nice undercut from number 20. Tina with some good defense there on the strike cut. All right.
Yeah, force the tough around. You got to take that throw eventually when the defense shuts down the dump set. So that is a calculated risk. Doesn't pay off in this case, but oh yeah.
Oh,
Houston.
Another D from Houston.
How many? That's at least two this point.
Yeah, those were both hardcore run-through Ds.
Yeah. Doing the old jam down the line strategy.
Yeah.
Tried and true.
Yeah.
So keep on keeping
If it
going.
ain't broke. Oh, yeah, the hammer. Oh!
I would make a joke about AJ not being afraid of losing playtime, but I'm pretty sure AJ is the one picking playtime in this game. So
that was rowdy. I like seeing that.
Not afraid to throw the hammer right after we were joking about jamming it up the sideline. I got one for you. Boom, back corner.
True. Is that the second? I think it's the second hammer of this game.
Yeah, the
I
first
like
one was
seeing
pretty
that.
much caught. It was.
listen to this back, you'll understand. Or you won't listen to it back. I never listen. I never listen to myself. Yeah, I got a voice finally. Yeah, it is. Sadly, that's how this goes. A lot of teams that I like to follow, it's like their only home I feel like everybody's rewatch it over and over again. It's so like that dumb. Right, exactly. Yeah, there's like some like game against UNT game that's watched like 500 times. It's like I know nobody else is watching this. Okay, so what we'll do, we will start things off. I'm gonna like turn this laptop sideways so that you can introduce yourselves. Go ahead and get your and then put it on. You know, it doesn't go over the ears or anything. It's just a mic. Very nice. And just like you have it, the mic close to the face is like cool. So I am going to turn this sideways, and then I'm going to audio balance just as we start talking. This is a scuff broadcast today, don't worry. I'm going to turn this sideways, and then this is going to be the webcam, and that's how we're going to start the yeah, just so that people can see who's talking to me. Y'all will see yourselves in that monitor as well if you want to see that. This is also Alright, are y'all ready to just get
Introducing ourselves? Are you?
yeah, it's all y'all. Just be like, hey y'all, I'm so and so, this is so and so, welcome to whatever. 3, 2, 1, your mics are live, and we cut to y'all. Go for it.
Hey y'all, I'm Brisa. I'm joined here with.
Hi guys, I'm Bree. Nice to see y'all. Thank you for our online listeners and watchers. We really appreciate you guys tuning in.
Yeah, it's very, very exciting. We're going to see some of the local youth, we can call it, recent grads, high schoolers, that sort of range.
Yes.
Super exciting, especially because we know a lot of them.
Yes, let me tell you guys, I know almost everyone on these rosters, and look out for them in the next couple of years. This is a very strong showing for Dallas Ultimate, and we are so excited for you guys to get to see them.
Yeah.
All right, I'll get y'all off of this.
Perfect.
Awesome.
How do we do?
You're great.
Are we still live?
Oh, we're still
Oh,
live.
awesome.
Yeah, you're not
That's so awkward. Okay.
Oh, gotcha.
Perfect.
Nice,
Perfect.
Nice, nice. Yeah. Oh, so white team. Do you remember who the captain is?
I do not.
Let me see. Is Kimmy on that team? Oh, okay. So a little introduction. White team and dark team.
Oh,
So
sevens.
yeah, white team we have sevens from UDO, being like the sort of captain for that team, and then dark we have Kimmy. Love her.
Yes, absolutely.
You know that Kimmy started playing because one of her teachers in middle school,
Kara
was
Crouch.
Kara Crouch.
Absolutely.
And then she got Summer Wilson, like her sister, to play because of that.
Absolutely, I did. I actually played with both of the Wilson sisters on Tango. Good times.
Yes,
And
I've
I am
heard.
happy that Kimmy is now a Dallasite at UT Dallas. I am so happy for her to be there.
Okay. I think a lot of the players were saying they were excited to like kind of play with some new faces, but also people they've played with before.
Absolutely.
It's always really exciting getting to play with people that you've always played against,
Yes.
because then you don't have to guard them.
Yes. I'm also super excited to see a lot of new faces from the Warcats, which is our local high school mixed ultimate team, out here representing for our high schoolers from various schools and homeschooled across the Metroplex.
Yeah, super exciting because some of them are playing with their coach, Rachel.
Yes.
Which is always nice.
Shout out to Rachel, A&M graduate.
Is White starting with the disc? It's hard to see.
It looks like that is the case.
Okay.
Looks like we have White starting on defense, pulling to Dark. Yep, they are currently asking for a disc from the sideline.
Classic move.
We have a good balance here. We have an NV player, 3 high school players, and 2 UTD players, and 1 Udu player here starting on the White D line. Sarah Evans about to pull it.
Sevens is a great D-line player. Definition of a
Absolutely.
grinder.
And then here on White, I see some UTD. I see Rachel A&M.
Nice.
I see 4 UTD, and then an NV player.
Ooh.
Kimmy centering to Alyssa.
Nice
Looks
little
like
side stack.
White is coming out in person defense, forcing backhands.
Ooh.
Kimmy with the nice upline to Emma.
That was a nice grab by Alyssa.
And it'll be White's disc going to offense. Sevens picking up. Kimmy on the mark. That's Ava catching the disc. Shout out to my Allen League teammate, Ava Hayes.
She plays for Warcats, right?
She sure does, and I am so excited for her. Dark picking up, Kimmy with the disc. Kimmy with a big fake.
Yeah.
I thought she was gonna throw it.
Me too. She always gets me with that.
So true. Kimmy to Emma. To Lydia. Oh. White picking up. Great cut from Ava. Ava looking for her reset.
That is
Kimmy with great strike defense.
Yeah.
Sevens perseveres, gets the disc. Kimmy with the hand block. Rachel recovers it. Rachel to Kimmy.
And with a cast on her hand.
Absolutely. Rachel actually dislocated her thumb recently, but she is still playing like no one would notice it. Ooh, Kimmy with the snag. Great catch, Kimmy. And Dark will go up for the first point. And that is a hold for Dark. Beautiful.
A couple of turnovers, but I feel like you always see that the first point.
Absolutely. I honestly think their first point looks better than our first point.
Let's not talk about that.
Shout out to my teammates if you're listening.
I really loved how focused they were. You know, a lot of,
I did.
what is it called, like tight grabs through space.
Absolutely.
Looking at the break side. Future's looking good.
Absolutely. So now we have White receiving, Dark getting ready to pull, strategizing on their defense.
Roster's a little short for both of the teams.
Absolutely. But they have youth on their side.
Yeah, especially the high schoolers.
Yes, absolutely.
Do not stop running. A nightmare to guard.
Yes.
But it builds character, I think, those long grindy points.
Yes, absolutely. Here we have Alyssa from UTD about to pull for Dark. Sarah Evans giving a hand.
Shout out to Danny for repping Envy.
Absolutely.
She is such a dependable cutter.
Absolutely.
And so level-headed.
Yes. Becca catching the pulse, centering to Maddie. Ava with the undercut, scoops it up. Great grab, Ava.
There's Danny. Nice break. Ooh.
Dark picking up. Lizard picking up.
Nice patience, letting them set up. The wind kind of carried that one, but that was a good look from Lizard.
Absolutely. Maddie picking up for White. White is back on O.
I love the Maddie Lizard matchup. I feel like they're similar handlers.
Those are college friends.
Yeah.
Ava
Enemies
with the
on the field,
undercut.
though. Look at that separation.
Work, Ava, work. Ava to Sevens. Sevens with the huck. Oh, great D by Rob.
I think that was Rahi.
Great D by Rahi, absolutely.
Oh, looks like there might be a call in the field. Yeah, it looks like they're talking about a foul. Probably
Disc is going back. Rahi with the great read on the disc in that situation.
Definitely.
Becca with the sick layout. Let's go, Becca.
She has the stickiest hands.
There's Danielle. Danielle looking for a reset. Great thread. Becca throwing to Napor.
Love how patient they're being.
There's a lot of great patience there. I thought that was a great look.
Yeah. And the fast break.
Alyssa with the deep look to Emma.
Oh, got lost in the sun. I hate when that happens.
It is very sunny here. I like the huck and play D mentality. It's
especially
classic.
Yeah, they're going, White's going like upwind slightly, right?
Yes, so we want to make them work the whole way up the field. If I'm dark, that is what I would do as well. Danielle with the undercut.
So reliable.
To Sevens. To Maddie. Maddie with the great grab. That's Maddie Nickerson. Back to Sevens.
You got it, Maddie. What happened?
Great D by Rahi.
Ooh, that's 2 for her.
Oh,
And the
great
assist.
put to Julia. Julia makes a great attempt. Great run, Julia. What a put from Rahi.
Yeah. Like being so hype from the D and then still being able to have such a calm composure.
Dark is all over this goal line. They're going to get it one of these times.
The wind has picked up a little bit, I think. So
It is a
some
little
of
windier.
those throws that worked earlier, like in the last couple of games, it's just taking them slightly out of reach. Oh, my hip cramped.
All that broadcasting is hard work, you guys. You heard it here first. Alyssa picking up for Dark.
I love the hustle going from like that corner of the end zone.
Another great run from Julia. Both teams running vert stack and strong person defense.
They're doing a really great job of taking away the unders and having to force those deep throws.
Absolutely. I agree with that. Makeo with the disc, another high schooler. Fun fact, she has also been on my Allen League team in the past. Makeo with the great undercut throw to Ava.
That was a crazy break.
Yes.
Upwind too.
Absolutely.
Alyssa read that the whole time.
She did. That was a good poach. Julia in the end zone. Alyssa to Julia. It was going to happen eventually.
Dark gets its first break. Did you know that Julia has an extra rib?
I did not know that. How do you find that out?
We sent in that little, wait. Never mind, I'm confused. Yeah.
We were making sure we didn't get it wrong.
Yeah.
But yes. We will fix that.
Don't worry, the commentators are all on this.
Yes, Dark has two.
I think it was someone else on the team. I think Jet might have also an extra rib.
Oh,
But I don't know if that was
interesting.
just a rumor and I just internalized it. But it's crazy, that's twice I've heard that.
I know. I wonder how you find that out. Like, I could have an extra one and I would have no idea.
This is a pretty stacked line for Dark right now. A lot of experienced players.
Yeah, that was sick bid. Kimmy getting ready to pull.
I remember the first time that I played with Kimmy. We kind of picked her up for like sectionals, I think, or maybe regionals. And she went on, and she was so nice, and I had never played with her before. And then like the first point that she played, she had a chest high bid to save possession.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. So exciting to play with players like that. And when they're so young, they have like so much room to still grow.
Oh, absolutely. Kimmy with the big pull. Great pull from Kimmy. Maddie fielding the pull. Centering to Negan. I'm so excited to see Negan as a handler. Great put, Negan.
Great.
Negan to
grab.
Christine. Christine to Maddie. Great work from White. No turn, 0 point. Christine is actually Rachel's sister, so we're having a little Sullivan sister showdown going on. Love to see that.
I love the confidence in those throws from younger players.
Absolutely.
Because if they do that now and they continue to build like their arsenal, oh my gosh, by the time they get to college.
That was
by the time they get
beautiful
to
flow.
club.
Yes.
Yeah, what was it, like 3 or 4 point possession? Exactly what White needs to get hyped. I think we have mostly the same line on for White.
It's
If
a
it
quick
works,
point. I would
yeah.
run it back.
Yeah, if it works, keep it doing it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm I'm sure the local restaurants have been getting a nice little bump from everyone that's like been going out to get lunch.
Going back to that last point, I just love the utilization of the break side. I feel like so often in Ultimate we see ourselves just jamming it up the force side, and just throwing that break throw really opened that up, and it was break, 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 score. Love that they're using the break side.
They make it look so easy.
They do. They really do. Pull is up.
Nice little roller.
Kimmy picking up.
Wynn took that one a little bit, so just over
Great
their
cut
heads.
from Rachel. Karina coming to mark Becca. A strong straight up mark, as Becca is a strong thrower.
She's got a cannon.
She does. Olivia Osborne with the break. Becca with the huck. Kimmy going for the D. Great D by Kimmy. Kimmy with the break. Becca swinging to sevens. Sevens back to Becca on the strike. Throwing it to Christine in the end zone. It's floaty. Kimmy with another D.
Oh, they're looking for the fast break. But that was a good poach.
Sevens
from
poach.
Sevens. Yeah.
Centering to Lydia. Lydia with the under to Karina. Makes a great grab. Little miscommunication there.
You hate to see it.
Liked the idea though. Sevens picking up. Lydia on the mark. Wanting to make sure she doesn't get this around off. Becca with the cheeky strike on the goal line, not quite in. Napor with the force side undercut, and Becca hits her. That is a break for for White, excuse me. White with the break. It is tied up, 2-2.
Running to that front cone, you just need like one step of separation. And with a thrower like Becca, like she will hit you.
So true, Brisa.
These have been like grinders of points, and these two teams are basically playing Savage, and just, I mean, they're not running like they're playing Savage. They're running super hard, and that is always so like motivating to see. Makes me want to play again.
They're gritty. That's what I like to see. So excited for them. Got Katie and Bethany coaching. Bethany coaching O-line, Katie coaching D-line, as is on brand. With Katie talking to the D-line, I would not be surprised to see a zone thrown this point. I could be wrong, but that would be my prediction.
You know, that was a really nice upwind break from White, especially after they were having that trouble going downwind. Like, this is like such a steadying. It really boosts morale, I think, when you like, okay, we got the upwind break. Let's get this downwind break.
You want to make it worthwhile by also getting that downwind.
Yeah, gotta secure the bag.
All right.
Some
Sarah
new
Evans giving a hand for the pull.
Some new faces on this dark line. We have Emily subbing on.
Lydia picking up, centering to Kimmy. Kimmy with the big huck to Emma. Emma running it down.
All day.
Let's go. Great read by Emma. That was a great idea from Dark. Great read. unfortunately didn't quite work out. Lydia with the poach D. Throwing the break throw to Kimmy, and that'll be a score for Dark. And we are on serve.
Man, keep trying to score is kind of hard. Shout out to all the coaches who do that on top of calling lines and coming up with like plays.
Definitely not something I excel at as a player, keeping score. Dark really wanted that point, you could tell.
Yeah. I think both teams have had like really good upwind hucks. They really calibrate like their throws to like throwing into the wind versus like it's kind of harder like if you're throwing downwind because you want to make it floaty, but no one really wants to push it down, which is why I don't throw hucks.
Specifically, I've seen a lot of good low release backhand hucks going upwind. I think those have been working well for both teams.
All right, let's see if White can do it again. Upwind hold. They've done it before.
They have. I love looking at both these lines. So many of my former teammates, nothing but good things to say about all of them.
Right. Man, I really hope these players go to UTD. Shout out to our alma mater.
Absolutely. Brisa and I actually both graduated from UTD. Go Whiplash, whoosh. Rachel Sullivan with the flick pull. You love to see it. Hoping to get a little bit of a roller. And Rachel Sullivan on the mark after her pull. Impressive. Great crab by Maddie. And Maddie slightly overthrows Danielle. Alyssa is able to come down with that D. But Negan comes out of nowhere. Ava to Makaya. They have that high school connection. They play on the same team. Another good D from Dark.
Throwing it just a little bit too high and the wind will take it up. Make it floaty.
Great throw by Maddie.
Maggie from
Maggie,
NB.
excuse me, Maggie. Another great throw. Good field vision there. Dark appears to be going straight up on these marks. And it works.
Ooh, yeah.
Dark setting up in their end zone. I like the spacing. Starting off with handler movement. Ooh, a great D from Ava. Great D, Ava. Back to Ava. Sideline is calling for her to huck it. She does not huck it. Probably the right choice. Never give in to peer pressure, folks. White appears to be forcing backhand. There's a call on the field. Looks like they're discussing whether or not it was up.
I agree with that call. I thought it was up 2.
I agree. Dark being patient on this goal line, and I liked that look from Alyssa. Solid cut by Karina as well, just can't quite connect. Becca picking up for White.
Ooh, that's called.
Throws the swing to Maddie. Swinging all the way across. Makaya catching it underneath. And I believe there's a call. Possibly a foul.
I
They're
love the
discussing it.
reenactments.
Yes.
All right, looks like it's gonna stay there.
Kaya finding Ava in that space. Ava to Negan. To Danielle.
I really like their spacing here, like being very patient.
Yes. Ava with the big huck to Becca. Becca is able to come down with it.
What a read.
Great throw by Ava.
Nice catch. And
Becca
call.
with the inside to Ava. And that's a score. I love that little head nod that Becca gave her there. I don't know if you guys saw that.
I love it when
Becca.
handlers do that.
Becca was ready for that inside throw. She wanted it. Super reliable. Great D by Ava. She really balled out that point,
That was
to
Ava's
use a
point.
technical term.
Okay, looks like we're tied at 3s now.
Keeping a close game. I love that.
You know, Ava's just a sophomore in high school. So
Crazy.
that is insane. I wish I could do that. That I had started playing in high school. Oh my gosh, she's been playing for like 7 years.
Yes, she has been playing pickup for a long time, and she recently started playing with the Warcats, and I believe YCC Skyline as well.
That is awesome. She is going to just continue to develop. Warcat's looking kind of good.
Oh yeah. Shout out to my other alma mater.
You can always count on Katie and Bethany to give nice, long coaching expertise on the line.
Two of my favorite people to hear from. They were actually the ones that got me into Ultimate.
Were they?
They were.
Did they like snag you into pickup or something?
I actually subbed for Katie's league team. She played on a women's league team with my mom, and I was 14, and they were short on players, so I came and subbed for them, and
the rest is history?
The rest is history. Two people who have really given a lot back to the youth scene in Dallas, though.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of people look up to both of them, myself included.
Texas Cup would not be possible without them. They really took the helm in organizing everything. Rachel,
shout out to you guys if you're listening later. Looks like White is coming out in a handler sag defense, attempting to kind of clog that lane. Seems to be working so far. as they're keeping it on that force side, making these really tight throws. However, Dark has really been making them with precision and accuracy. I jinxed them. My bad.
That's what they say, don't jam it up the jam hole.
Exactly.
But is it like a youth game if you don't ask them to swing it more?
It is not.
Yeah.
Looks like a timeout is called. Oh, I'm wrong. We're just walking it up to where it went out. There is no timeout call. Centering to Breadstick, as she is known. Ooh,
Nice
Sevens with the
focus.
great grab to Christine. Christine makes a great effort trying to run that down.
Just a little too gusty.
Ooh, Kimmy with the break fake. Micaiah on the mark. That's a great mark from Micaiah. Forcing a very talented thrower to not get that break off. Rachel with the strike throw to Lydia.
Lydia putting in the work. Recent transplant from up north.
Great defense from White, forcing a tough throw in the end zone. Sevens with the with the laser to Napor. Napor scoops it up, and it is up.
That reaction time to like turn around and realize that it's so low and still grab it.
That's really great field vision from Sarah Evans. However, Rahi is able to get there and make a play on that. Great D by Rahi.
Not the best field position for Dark right now. But you just gotta be patient and work it.
Rachel with the great undercut. Strike throw to Alyssa. Alyssa in power position.
Dangerous. And the
It's
wind
not
died
quite
down.
there with the timing. Strike to Kimmy. Kimmy with a great grab. Another strike to Alyssa. They are really just striking it up the field.
They're just throwing, playing some catch.
Alyssa puts a floaty one up to Lydia. Lydia almost able to come down with that, but not quite.
Isn't that always a story? Like you work it up the whole length of the field and just the red zone, just one little thing.
It's intimidating.
Yeah.
Christine to Olivia.
A little too hot.
Micaiah with a great mark again, forcing a talented thrower to take the four-side throw. Kimmy goes for the strike and is able to come down with it with a great overhead grab from Kimmy.
Very nice out there. Nice hold for Dark.
I will say, great defense by Micaiah.
Definitely. At Allen Lake, she put me on a poster and Indeed me. Which I guess is good news for the youth scene. Those are long grinding points.
Was a long point.
A lot of full field sprints by
Both
a lot of
teams coming to
players.
grab some water. So great to see the Dallas fans. It's a great turnout for Dallas.
It's really nice to see, all the support.
You guys watching online, we appreciate your support as well. Thank you for tuning in. It means a lot to us.
Oh, that's us.
Hey guys, welcome back.
Yeah. If y'all are not doing anything, March 26th, Twisted is hosting a pickup 10 to 12, and then we're grilling afterwards.
Hey
So,
Brisa, what's Twisted?
Twisted is this new club team that's going to be playing in the women's division this upcoming season. We are really excited. And there's so many other teams in Texas that are also going to be coming up. So we are really looking forward to the competition. And just seeing all this play like today has like hyped me up so much for the season.
So excited to see Women's Ultimate return to Dallas. And be on the lookout because some of these faces that we're watching right now could be out there.
Could be. These have been pretty evenly matched teams, I gotta say.
They are. It's encouraging that we're able to field 2 teams from DFW of youth and up-and-coming all-stars. I wish this was a thing when I was in high school.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know about Ultimate when I was in high school, but I get what you're saying.
Brisa, you found Ultimate at UTD, correct?
I did. So y'all should go to UTD to play Frisbee. I love the environment. It was so encouraging. Met a lot of my friends through UTD.
I will say, all of my college friends also came from Ultimate. So if you're headed to the college scene looking to make some friends, I would say Ultimate is the best setting for that.
True. And an even better setting is Women in Non-Binary Pickup, March 26th. If you're going to Goldie Nationals, skip it. It happens every year.
I'm going to Goldie Nationals though, so if you end up being there, say hi.
Oh my gosh.
Both teams looking at taking a strategic huddle time. I'm interested to see what adjustments they'll come out with.
Yeah. Definitely need some rest after those long grinding points too, so that's also helpful.
Definitely. Let's get some facts about our players.
Ooh, okay. Let's see. What do I have?
I will say Rachel Sullivan used to be a kickboxing instructor, which
What?
is super cool. I learned that the other day.
Does she still do it?
I asked if she would do a class for like just Ultimate people for old time's sake, but she does not currently still do it. But I do think that's the funnest fact I know.
What the heck?
Because kickboxing is cool and a really good workout.
Dude, did you know that Kimmy teaches log rolling at UTD?
That is so cool. I did know that, but it's still so
You
cool.
did?
I actually worked at the campus pool, so I've seen her in action. She's a solid log roller.
You gotta have like a low sensor bounds for that, so no
Yes.
wonder her like handler codes are so good. She cooks me up every time I guard her.
If you don't know what log rolling is, it's basically a slippery log in the pool, and you try to balance on it as long as you can. And that is one of Kimmy's hobbies.
Just truly an athlete in all aspects.
Yes. Sarah Evans, captain of the white team, listed her favorite hobby as physics. I wish I was as smart as her, that I liked physics, but
She is the only physics major that I know that like is happy. Let's just put it that way.
super smart. I always joke that it helps with her ultimate ability. She calculates the trajectory of the disc.
Yeah, she's definitely playing on a different level than us. Let's see.
Dark about to pull. Kimmy giving a hand.
You know, I think it really says something about the wind that a lot of these scores have been upwind.
Yes. Great pull from Kimmy. Getting all the way into the end zone of the opposing team.
Sevens catching without fear. Love that. A little confusion from the stack, but they're getting into the rhythm now.
They are. Christine with a great throw to Breadstick. Breadstick looking for that reset from Becca. Rachel with lockdown defense, but she's able to get it off. Becca with the huck to Ava. Ava almost able to come down with that. Kimmy is there, though. Kimmy is a beast in the air.
I think that's at least 3 Ds from Kimmy.
At least. Rahi with the monster fake causes her mark to lose balance. And Rachel is able to put one up. It does not quite connect.
I'm loving all these authoritative deep looks.
Absolutely. I'm really loving Rachel's handler defense on this point. She's really making Becca work for every bit that she gets.
Yeah. And if you're able to take away that main handler,
Christine with a cheeky inside look. I liked that look. But Rachel is able to get the D. Dark looking to transition into end zone. White picking up on the cone. This is not where I like to hold the disc,
that's the
personally.
worst place.
But Becca is able to maintain composure and gets it off, starting the flow of offense. Sarah Evans with a bid. She does not quite come down with it, but I liked the effort.
Dark looking to be patient on this one.
We all know how hard that is when we get the end zone eyes. Oh, Lydia not in quite, but great cut. Rahi looking to get it back, and Rahi is able to do it. Good work, Rahi.
Nice little flex celebration. Love that.
And I believe that's a break for Dark.
That is a break. Sick cut.
Love the flex. There it is.
I sadly don't have any facts about Rahi.
I know one. Her older brother is actually on Woof, which is UTD's men's team, and so he kind of was able to get her into Ultimate.
Nice.
It's nice to have siblings in the community.
Yeah.
I love seeing that. They're both very supportive of one another.
I feel like a lot of people's like backstory of how they got into Ultimate is like they were just bullied into it.
Absolutely.
But if it works, it works. You know,
Exactly.
you got to grow the sport somehow.
And they end up loving it after the fact, so.
Joining the cult. Some strategic matchups, it looks like. People switching positions.
Dark giving a hand. Kimmy pulling. Great pull by Kimmy.
That is a monster.
Maddie
pull.
catching the pull. Her social media is Grabby Diskerson. Follow her. Like and subscribe. Sevens with the upline and a strike throw in power position to Ava. That's beautiful movement from Dark. White, excuse me. Beautiful movement from White. Ava, great timing on that deep cut. Able to give Sevens a look right as she catches in power position. And Sevens able to get that beautiful throw off. Could not have done it better.
That is the hold that you like are always planning for, right?
It really is.
Look at
And
that
Makaya
separation.
able to get that strike throw off in a
That was
hard
tight
mark
defense.
situation.
Yeah.
Beautiful execution by White. Beautiful execution.
White team is all smiles right now. God, that's so hype. And sick throw from Sevens, like downwind, so easy for your like huck
It
to
looked
just
very
get carried
smooth.
out.
Very smooth.
Are these future All-Stars?
Future or
Yeah.
current?
They're looking pretty good right now.
The future is now. Dark looking to make some adjustments.
What would you be telling them on the line right now to Dark?
Well, you know me. I'd be telling them to come down in a side stack. However, I don't know if that's what they're doing. That's just a personal preference. Still wondering if we're going to see that zone I predicted earlier, but it hasn't looked like it so far. Both teams maintaining gritty person defense, which has been very fun to watch.
I love these matchups. Defenders always like that kip right there. Oh, Sevens is feeling
giving
good.
a little dance. We see you. Follows it up with a pull. Alyssa
Nice
with the break flick. Doesn't quite connect.
That's what White wanted.
Oh, hammer attempt. I love the look.
Sideline going crazy.
The sideline liked it.
That's what sideline wants, you know? Do they want offense to hit the open throws? No.
Absolutely not. I have always been known to say that boring ultimate is good ultimate. However, most sidelines do not agree with me. Rahi able to run that down. Oh, great read by Rahi. She's in the right space. Great throw by Kimmy. Another buttery downwind flick. It's great to see other high school boys out here to support their teammates as they all play mixed together. I'm glad to see them on the sideline. Oh, Christine with the great recovery. And the follow-up flick, and doesn't quite connect, but great recovery there, great read, great adjustment.
That was a fearless throw. The wind definitely picked up, but she was like, I got this.
I liked the look.
It was so close.
Rachel is going. Alyssa fakes it off. Probably a wise choice.
Rachel wide open. She is grinding out there.
Maggie with the huck.
Maggie.
To Rachel. I liked that look as well.
Maggie with that field vision. That was a great huck.
It was.
She used to play rugby.
Rugby.
Yeah.
That's intimidating.
Very different sport than Ultimate, but I'm glad she's playing with us now.
Maddie centers to Sevens. Christine with another great adjustment and recovery. She's waiting for her reset from Maddie. Maddie, a faithful handler, always provides a good reset. I love that about her. And a great strike from Maddie.
Yeah.
Grabby Diskerson at it again. And a follow-up hug to Micaiah. She's able to come down with it. White on the goal line. Looking to be patient, looking to run an end zone. Sevens grabs the disc. Looking for Maddie. There's a poach from Rachel. It doesn't quite pan out, and White is able to do it. That's Maddie. Was that Maddie to Maddie? Oh no, that was Sevens to Maddie.
Sevens to Maddie.
There are two Maddies on this team though. I've been waiting for a Maddie connection.
And with that, game's tied up. That was a break for
Tied
White.
up, another break from White. I love the grit, I love the hustle, I love the intensity.
I love that these teams are like putting up shots.
Absolutely.
And their heads up defense, just always trying to be aware where the disc is. So fun to watch.
So
all the
fun.
great plays that they make that way.
Also looking at a very high-spirited game.
Oh, yeah.
Spirits are high. I just want to give everyone a hug. How about Christine that point? Two great adjustment plays.
Oh, yeah.
Christine Sullivan.
The tip disc and still catching it. You love to see it.
Still waiting for Christine and Rachel Sullivan to match up on one another. I would love to see a sister showdown.
I feel like it would get bloody. They're so sweet, but you never know. It's
They
a
are
sibling
so
rivalry.
sweet. They're so sweet, yet so competitive. Gonna take a moment to appreciate the weather on this day. We were all afraid when we looked at our weather apps and they said 20 degrees in the morning. We were all afraid. And it has panned out to be a beautiful day. So I would just very thankful for that.
Yeah, very lucky planning. Like even yesterday, we had a risk of like ice storms.
Exactly. And today, you would never be able to guess it. Nice, sunny, beautiful day. Things are really coming together for the Texas Cup this year. Hopefully becoming an annual tradition.
With how well everyone is playing, I would love to see the continuation of this. Nice 12x7s.
Lydia picking up. Centering to Maggie.
Good patience.
Maggie with a beautiful flick huck to Alyssa. I liked that look.
Yeah, I love that look. That was a monster.
Maggie has had some very great hucks today.
Butter smooth.
Dark getting the disc back. They're going to look to transition into their end zone.
Nice patience by Lydia, letting the team set up.
I respect that.
Yeah.
Picking up the disc too quickly can be so detrimental to the point. So that is a veteran move. Ava recovering on that strike very well. Maggie putting the disc up to Julia, who tips it, and Alyssa is able to come down with it. Another great adjustment on a tipped disc, and Alyssa with the bid to secure it.
This is what your coaches say, like head on the swivel.
Head on a swivel.
You just love to see it. It's exciting. Really shows how determined they are and how focused they are. Like even though it's just a scrimmage, you could say, friendly scrimmage.
Great grab. Alyssa is just one of those players you don't often see without a smile on her face, which is something that I love about her.
I feel like you could say that about so many people on the team.
You really can. Emma is another one of those.
Yeah. Sevens. Kimmy.
Kimmy.
Maggie.
It's just a very smiley group. I just love them all.
Okay, everyone's off the field and we are confused.
I believe it's halftime. I think with the new halftime cap rules, that might be what's going on. We're not quite at the point cap, but possibly.
Oh.
Hi guys, it's us again.
Hey.
Good to see y'all.
All right, so what have you seen? What have you
Seen a lot of
What's in out
great
there?
things out here from these young players. I feel like there have been some turnovers, but no one is ever giving up. No one is ever sulking for a second or anything like that. They're just getting right back out there, and they are just giving it their all, which is all anybody is here to see. And it's really been enjoyable to watch. So I just really appreciate them for that. I appreciate the grit. And it's inspiring. Like, it's inspiring to my own game. Like, I just want to grind just like they are.
Yeah, it's been such a super exciting game, and I mean, some of these players have played with each other before, but it's a good mix and match of like the local teams, the local youth.
Definitely.
So, man, if they got a team together, who knows what they would be able to do.
I would be excited to see if this continues into next year.
I
The
hope
future
so.
All-Stars game from next year, if we will see some continuation there and growth, and just want to see more of these players.
Yeah, I want to see more of these players in the All-Star
That's true.
roster. I wouldn't be surprised.
Would not be surprised either.
Ooh, what are your thoughts on like the other games?
The other 3 games.
Yeah.
Wow. Let me think. Well, super grateful to Austin and Houston for making the drive to Dallas. Shout out to them. It is not a short drive, but the fact that they were willing to do that really gave us the opportunity to put this together. So I'm super thankful for that. As far as the actual gameplay went, I thought both games were very spirited. I'm obviously happy that Dallas was able to come out with a win. As we all know, I like to win, as we all do. But glad Dallas was able to persevere, come out with a win. I was a little nervous about the Austin game
my
when
gosh,
we
yeah.
went down at the first start, but we were really able to pull it together and make some breaks and win that game. So I was happy about that.
One of my favorite games was the one against Houston that we played, and just also watching like Houston in general because, like, I know some of the Austin players, or at least I've heard about them, but I don't know as many players on Houston. And just seeing like their showcase of skills was like really awesome. I felt that there were so many times where they had it like right in the red zone, and it was just like a disc that was just a little bit too far. They're such a gritty team, like so many awesome bids. It was so exciting to watch them. I thought they had really good handler movement, in my opinion.
I love that you said that, Brisa, because that's really what this is all about, is learning the faces of women's ultimate in Texas, and in the future being able to say, like, hey, I saw that player, and I remember them, and I remember your name, and it's just really nice to build that community in Texas. So I love that you said that. We didn't know those players as well, because that's exactly what we're aiming to do here, is we're aiming to bring that community together throughout the whole state of Texas, which is hard because it's so big, but hopefully it got a little smaller today at the Ultimate Texas Cup.
For sure, solidarity. Behind the scenes, there's been a lot of effort to really grow the women's division club scene, which has been awesome to see. Like I've said before, just like watching all the games, watching like this future All-Star game has made me so excited for like the future of the women's club division. It's looking real good. So
the future is bright.
And also the turnout. Like there's a lot of people who are like, you know, fans and friends and family out here to support. That's always really nice.
It is.
Also sometimes a little nerve-wracking.
True.
Don't want to mess
up.
nerve-wracking.
And I think the girls in this youth showcase game have really been handling their nerves well. I haven't seen much first game jitters from them. I think they've really maintained a good composure. So that's been cool to see them kind of lead out in that.
Yeah. How about some facts? Let's see.
I would love to hear more facts. I'm a sucker for fun facts.
Ooh, gotta look some up. Sorry, give me a second.
You are all good.
Okay, I don't think this is happening.
That's all right. We'll head on a swivel, plan B.
What, Rachel Sullivan also used to play water polo.
Oh my goodness, a woman of many talents.
God. I love knowing the backgrounds of like people before they played Ultimate. Like, who were they before?
It's true. Carol Hammer came from lacrosse, one of the Dallas players from earlier, who is just a beast all around.
She tried starting a lacrosse team at UTD, and I went to one of their practices. But I'm glad that she stuck with Ultimate
And let
instead.
me just tell you, I'm so glad that did not pan out.
Yeah.
From a selfish standpoint, I am so glad that Carol has been a longtime teammate and friend.
For sure. Oh, also, if y'all have any complaints about USAU, tell Maggie, because her dad works for USAU. Okay?
Wow.
She'll hook you up.
Interesting. Or compliments. If you have compliments about USAU, send those her way as well.
It paid me within 4 days of invoicing, so huge plus to USAU.
Huge plus to USAU. From Dougal Sports.
Only nice thing I have to say about USAU.
And if we don't have anything nice to say, we will not say anything at all. Another thing I love about the UTD Ultimate program that I will shout out, because a lot of UTD players are representing here, is that a lot of these girls don't actually come from a sports background. We have
Yeah.
a great number of them who've said, yeah, this is my first sport. I didn't come from an athlete childhood or background,
Yeah.
and just for them to be putting themselves out here and coming out here and just showing up and being super great athletes. Like,
Yeah.
I just love seeing that turnaround, and I love seeing that vulnerability from them just to try something new and then discover something that they didn't know they loved. And so that's something I've always loved about UTD Ultimate. No experience is ever required, and everybody ends up one big family. I just
Yeah.
really love that about UTD Ultimate.
I definitely agree with that. It's always really fun seeing how a player develops their skills if they stick with it. A lot of times they'll start. They'll come to a few practices and then they kind of like it, and then they'll keep going to practices. They'll buy cleats. They'll start working out, and then by the time they graduate, they're like, I'm in a club team. I can't wait to do all this. So it's always so exciting to see how players develop. Because if we do this next year, all these players are going to be even more developed, I guess.
Absolutely. And I love to see the transition, which typically happens in women's college ultimate. If you're not familiar, I will break it down for you a little bit. Most players start out as cutters who are very timid with the disc. And most older players end up being your handlers. And then what happens is those older players, they graduate, and those cutters are kind of thrust into that handling role against their will as they become upperclassmen, as we lose handlers to the graduate season. And so I just want to give a huge shout out to Alyssa and Megan, and because I know when I was on the team just a few years ago, they were both cutters. They were both very timid with the disc. And just to see them both become those center handler types on these two teams has been really inspiring to me. They really stepped up and owned that role. And Alyssa's pulls are a force to be reckoned with at this point, and her hucks. So I just really love to see that growth and development that college women's ultimate kind of forces upon you against your will, but ends up being good in the long run. So that has just been a joy to watch.
Yeah, definitely. The cutter to handler college pipeline is strong.
It is strong.
I don't think it's ever going away.
It's not, but it's good for development. I feel like it's good to kind of give timid cutters that push that sometimes they need to kind of blossom into that
Be
hybrid handler.
Yeah, that is the future. A lot of good vibes from both of these teams. It's just fun to watch them because you can really tell that they enjoy playing.
I know. I just want to go hang out with them. They look so fun.
Yeah, put me on the field. Except not upwind.
Not upwind. Same. Looks like half is coming to an end. Both teams are taking the field once again. Napor skipping to the line looks very joyful. I love to see that.
Yeah, the energy is high and bright and friendly, and that always makes games so much more fun.
I love seeing some of the players from the All-Stars game too sticking around to hype up these younger players. I just think that those connections are just so valuable between the more experienced players and the youth players. It's just so nice that there's just that support going both ways.
Truly.
So I'm glad that we have a sideline that stayed to support. Excited to see what adjustments the both teams have made coming out of half. Let's see if we notice any.
I've definitely felt like they have been building their chemistry throughout this game. They know what their players are sort of looking for. Handlers are knowing okay, who's going deep, who will go deep. And pretty good adjustment for their throws too.
Definitely.
I find it so funny when a player covers their mouth with the disc. I love it.
Kimmy with a monster pull. the end zone of the opposing team. Looking to get down there quick to make that worthwhile.
Coffin corner.
White with some quick handler movement, getting it off the goal line. Lydia with the D.
Nice poach.
Assertive smack to the ground. Alyssa to Kimmy, following to Emily. Emily is able to come down with it for the score.
Speaking of players that always have a smile on their face.
Definitely.
Such a positive addition to any team.
Emily's definitely one.
Oh, yeah.
She
Great
actually
cut
came
to
to
her.
UTD during the COVID year, so she has really had some limited exposure to college ultimate thus far, but you cannot tell by watching her play because she just cuts like a veteran and is always giving 110% wherever she goes.
Yeah, Emily securing the break for Dark Team.
Another break.
Yeah. And a down break, which was unusual in the first half.
It's true. So Brisa, if you're White, what are you looking for on offense right now?
I guess I'm just if I were a handler, which I'm not, but if I were, I would continue to look for those deep cuts, because they had the whole first half to kind of get a feel for the wind. And I would encourage more players to keep going deep and like stretch the field because that has given them a lot of space for the unders.
It really has opened up those unders. I think that's a great observation. I would love to see them utilize the break side. They had that one point in the first half where they just got a break off and then it just continued. Dark securing the disc. Alyssa with the put to Julia. Ava able to come down with that D.
Nice read.
And a break to her teammate, Christine. Christine with a great inside to Sevens. Doesn't quite connect.
Seven's too fast. It's just a little behind her.
Sevens is very fast. Maggie picking up. Maggie with the monster throw to Kimmy. Kimmy. That was so close.
Great hook for Maggie.
Maggie has been throwing some dimes today.
Yeah.
Maggie is from UNT, if I remember correctly. Christine with another great adjustment. Christine always in the right place at the right time.
Nice
back to
throw.
Ava. Ava to Breadstick and White with another beautiful O point. Christine saving the possession.
Yeah, great play after great play. I did not even see Breadstick
That was
back
great
there.
field
How did
vision
Ava
by
see
Ava.
that? Yeah. My jaw is just on the ground. And with that, White brings it within one. Love to see that.
That was a beautiful hold from White.
You can see the energy is up, all smiles. Mostly smiles.
Just love to see Christine, such a heads-up player, making those saves.
6 snag, yeah. A nice grab from Olivia, because sometimes a disc will be so open that I have enough time to get in my head
We've all been there.
and fumble it.
We've all been there. Breadstick able to maintain composure.
Go Breadstick. I thought that was great use of like stretching the field from White.
It was. It was exactly what you said. They made those cuts to the deep space. It opened up space for the unders, even if they didn't throw it deep.
Mm-hmm. Got some good representation on white.
We do.
2 NV players, 2 Warcat players, UTD players. Got a little mix of everything. Side stack?
I love to see it. You know I love a good side stack. Looking to get it to Emma there. Got a little crowded.
Yeah. That was some nice defense by Becca on that
Was
first
good
undercut.
defense. Dark poaching the lane a little bit. Becca throws one up to Danielle Jackson, able to come
What a
down with it.
read. And so calm after like a hype catch. I love
She
that.
maintains great composure. She's looking for a dump from Breadstick. Great continuation. Unfortunate drop turns the possession back to Dark.
But right back on D.
Danielle on the mark, going a little flat as Maggie has been boosting it today, to use another technical term. Rachel Sullivan with a great grab. It looks like
I think she landed on her wrist on that. Yeah, definitely.
it looks like there's an injury.
It does not look good.
Sister Christine rushing the field to check on her. So sweet. Gonna take a moment of silence for her. It appears Katie is making her laugh, which is a positive. That is classic Katie behavior. If I had to guess, the conversation went something like, "Well, get up and keep playing then."
It's always good to see players getting up laughing after like a scary fall like that.
And Katie's really great about that, making you laugh. Rachel will stay on the field with the disc.
She's crazy.
One observation I do have is that both Sullivan sisters now have had some of those heads-up plays where they save a possession.
It must run in the family.
Must run in the family. And they definitely do run in the family. That was a bad joke. You guys can tell me.
Left it. Nice grab by Danny. A little bit of fumble, but Olivia was all over that otherwise.
Maggie looking to work her team into the red zone. Great throw to Rachel. Rachel seems unaffected and finds Lizard in the end zone, and Rachel is able to persevere through that point. Great work by Rachel Sullivan.
That was a great strike from Lizard, recognizing that her defender wasn't paying attention to her and just,
Yeah, she was wide open.
yeah, just rocketing to the end zone. Very nice, confident catch. Can't sleep on any of these players.
You cannot. Glad to see Rachel doing okay.
Definitely.
I was scared for a second.
It was a bit of a long point, but Dark managed to get a nice hold out of that.
It's true. It was a hold.
both of these teams really showing a lot of determination. At one point, like two players, like multiple players going after the disc. You just love to see it.
You love to see it. We're back.
Nice. Shout out to Carol, who's not playing, but there
But
she
was
goes.
right there. There
Yeah,
she is in the
there she
orange
is.
hat.
Love her.
So glad your lacrosse club did not work out, Carol. Selfishly.
Oh, that disc is gone.
Right. Looks like the pull went out of bounds. Ava is going to be picking up. Ava coming to the center.
The most confusing thing about Ultimate is where to go after the pull goes out.
So true. As a non-handler, I also
A mystery.
still get confused by that.
You could tell me it went out. You could tell me you have to take it like 1 foot from the end zone. I'd believe you.
Looks like White is indeed taking it 1 foot from the end zone. Looking to run a chilly end zone offense. Pick called. Sideline is calling for the wheel cut or the strike cut, as Ava is going to be looking reset, wanting some movement. Threads that inside. I liked that throw. That was a good throw by Ava. Looking for some forced side handler movement in the future.
Nice early cut by Emma.
Great D by Danielle. Making that throw hard. Negan looking to activate Ava. Ava with the strike cut. With the strike back to Negan. It's recovered by Danielle Jackson. It looks like there's a call. A foul call on the throw.
That would explain, I think, that throw.
Definitely looked like there was a foul there. Looks like it's uncontested. Maybe.
Nice little reenactment.
It's true.
On calls like these, I always appreciate, like, now with the rules changed, like, sideline be able to be like, it actually looked like this. And I was like, okay. Sometimes it can help, I think.
Looks like everyone is in high spirits. I don't know what Maddie is yelling about, but I know she's kidding. Oh, Danielle with the break throw finds Negan in the end zone, and they were able to slip that in there.
Nice hold from them, bringing it back
Nice
within
hold
one.
from White. White looking to break this next point to tie it up. It is currently 7-8.
That was a spicy little grab by Negan.
It was a good
Behind
catch.
her, one hand.
You love to see it.
What can't she do?
Negan actually comes from a basketball background.
Does she really?
She does. She played basketball in high school
She has good body positioning, no wonder.
for Plano West.
This is a super tight game. I'm so impressed. Like the parity in the scene right now.
It's very fun to talk about. I'm on the edge of my seat as I am speaking.
Don't let Bree's composure fool you. We are like both standing up trying to get a better look at the action.
First of all, trying to see over our very tall fans, and second of all, because we are excited. Just been informed that we are hitting time cap. So unless it is tied up now, this will be the last point. So if Dark scores, the game is over, and if White scores, we will be looking at an ulti-point game.
Win by
Hype.
2, and we'll be here until 10 o'clock tonight.
So true. Let's see if Dark can end it here. White looking for the break.
They've done it before.
They've done it before. Upwind at that.
Yeah. Getting a little gustier, too.
If anyone is going to do it, I believe in them.
So true, bestie. Ooh,
White with
little
the
roll
pull. Getting a little roll.
Nice.
Cheeky, cheeky. Kimmy picking up for Dark.
Good rundown on the mark.
Looks like we're setting Kimmy to Lydia. Lydia to Maggie. Finds her poached. Maddie to Emma, and it is just over her head. Another great look from Maggie.
Here's White's chance.
Here's the chance for the upwind break. Ava picking up.
Just need to be calm.
Looking for Becca. There's a call up field, possibly a pick.
Possibly just dancing.
I'm gonna put my money on pick.
Fair.
Becca with the disc in the middle, looking for Ava on the strike. Ava secures the strike.
That is crazy separation always from her.
Ava with the backhand to Micaiah. Micaiah back to Ava. Ava looking to Kimmy out of nowhere with the D. Kimmy with that awareness and great positioning, able to get that D super cleanly. Maggie looking to end it for Dark. Finds Lydia.
She is all over this
Lydia
point.
tries to find Alyssa, who is striking to the force side. Doesn't quite connect. Becca with the big fake.
Yeah, calling for those early cuts.
Doesn't quite connect with Ava. It's getting a little windy out here.
Getting a little cold too. I'm shivering. But these plays are
Kimmy
looking
with a
hot.
big step out. Sevens with a big mark. Captain versus captain on this matchup.
Ooh, nice.
And White has
defensive
another
pressure.
run at it. White is
half
looking
field.
to advance. Sevens activating Becca as the off handler. Becca getting open in the strike space. Finds Napor with a great grab. There's some discussion about whether or not that catch was up.
Sideline saying up.
Sideline is
kind of
saying
up
up.
from here, but I do have a whole field
It did
ahead
look
of me.
cool regardless with the soccer slide.
All right, looks like they
Napor
agree.
finds Ava. It looks like White could do it. This is their
Nice
chance.
break.
Looking for Ava, and they do it, and they secure the upwind break. Becca to Ava, and we will see an ulti-point game.
Love to see that. All right, this might be ulti point. All right, this is ulti point.
This is going to be ulti-point. The game is on the line. White looking to break downwind. Dark looking to hold upwind. Both teams probably having an equal chance with the wind being an equalizer. All things considered.
We are so excited. We are both standing up. I don't think we'll sit down this whole point.
Probably not. It'll also keep us warm.
Dark will have to go upwind to score. But they have done it before, so.
And they are receiving.
Seems like a 50-50.
Bethany in her coaching stance. Everybody has their own.
That's her most stable form.
I will say, the most distinct coaching stance I've ever seen comes from Adam Goff.
What's his
Gets
coaching stance
in
like?
a power position, one knee, and then the other leg extended fully straight. Dougal, very familiar with this, has filmed multiple tango games and commented on the same thing.
Here we go.
Sevens with the pull. Beginning of ulti point is now.
I'm getting hyped.
Kimmy fielding the pull. Kimmy with the break throw to Rahi, who comes down with it. A great snag from Rahi.
Man, those
Rahi looking for Kimmy on the dump. Kimmy is there. Kimmy looking for Karina. Doesn't quite connect. This is White's chance. Going downwind. Sevens picking up on the sideline. And it'll be Dark's turn with the disc.
a little too spicy.
Kimmy with the floaty flick. Makaya comes down with the D. Great read by Makaya with a step out flick to Sevens. Breaks the mark. Sevens looking for Ava. Ava is able to grab that. Stays in bounds. Ava on the goal line. Looking for her teammate, and Danielle Jackson is able to do it. And that is game. White with a great comeback is able to secure the break to win.
Nice.
That was a great game, and it had us on the edge of our seats the whole time. White really able to maintain that composure there at the end.
Yeah, White really coming back from having been broken early on in the game, maintaining their composure. I loved how all of these players would make a crazy bid or a crazy play and then come back and just be so calm, looking for the best option. I think that really was showcased this last point by White.
Exactly, and that was a very eventful point.
Yeah.
Several highlight plays.
All smiles, all smiles.
All right, well, thank you for tuning in to watch. We appreciate your support, and we would love to see you next year at the Ultimate Texas Cup.